Chapter 218. Lingyun Mountain Range, Tianyua Peak. In a forest, a young disciple wearing Tianyua Peak's uniform was practicing his saber. His saber whistled and gave off a bright light, creating a strong wind. In one moment, this person was like a butterfly spreading its wings, agile and graceful. In the next moment, he was like a soaring eagle, looking down on everything. Everywhere the saber light passed, grass was destroyed, tree trunks bent, leaves danced on the ground, and petals fell. Everlasting startling cloud. Suddenly, the young man shouted and chopped out with his saber. The saber light on the saber condensed into a thin line and shot out with a shio sound. The thin line of saber chi slowly thinned until it was so thin that it could not be seen with the naked eye, as though it had disappeared. However, the young man revealed a satisfied smile. He sheathed his saber with a huang dang sound. The instant the saber entered the scabbard, boom. In a straight line 500 meters in front of this person, all the trees were chopped in half. The trees fell down continuously. This was not over yet. Suddenly, a thin line of saber chi appeared in front of him. It was the saber light that he thought disappeared earlier. The instant all the trees fell, it spread out with a shua sound. Like an unfolding curtain of water, it created a layer of ripples in the air. Everywhere it passed, the surrounding trees were directly annihilated into powder, turning into dust that filled the sky and danced with the wind. Great saber technique. An old man wearing gray robes slowly walked out from the forest. He was the third elder in charge of teaching martial techniques on Tianyua Peak. When the young man saw the old man, he quickly said respectfully, "Third elder, you are too polite." The third elder revealed a faint smile and said softly, "Zhang Lai, I am not being polite. In the past few hundred years, you are the first person to be able to practice the Lingyun saber technique to great perfection and comprehend the 16th move on your own. Although you joined my Tianyua Peak midway, in my opinion, your comprehension ability and talent rank within the top 10 in the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, you did not slack off in your daily cultivation, you did not waste your talent." This person was Zhang Lai, the son of the Yunyang city's Zhang family head, who had taken over Xiao Chen's spot. Hearing the elder's praise, Zhang Lai's face also revealed a smile, but his tone was still humble. "Third elder is too kind, I still have many areas that I need to improve in." The third elder nodded his head in satisfaction. He said, "It is good to be humble. However, a cultivator can be arrogant, but they must have a lofty character. I want you to help my Tianyua Peak obtain first place in this core disciple exam. Can you do it?" Zhang Lai said in a deep voice, "This disciple will definitely accomplish his mission and obtain this honor for Tianyua Peak." Very good. There is still room for improvement in this everlasting startling cloud. There are still 7 days left before the assessment. You don't have to participate in the daily special training at Tianyua Peak. Focus on comprehending the everlasting startling cloud to the great accomplishment realm. At that time, no one in the same realm as you will be your match, the third elder said as he looked at Zhang Lai. Hearing this, Zhang Lai's face revealed a joyful expression. He had only comprehended the everlasting startling cloud for a short period of time. If he wanted to master it, he would still need some time. Right now, it could be said that the third elder had helped him greatly. Many thanks, third elder. When the time comes, I will not disappoint you. In a dense forest in the back mountains of Qingyun Peak, Xiaochen sheathed his saber with a huang dang sound. All the trees in a straight line a kilometer in front of him were all chopped in half. A water-like curtain of light spread out, and the surrounding trees were all crushed into powder, which danced in the air with a howl. The Lingyun saber technique is indeed worthy of being a peak earth-ranked saber technique. Its might is not much weaker than a heaven-ranked saber technique. If I can comprehend the last 2 moves, I wonder how strong it will be. As Xiao Chen looked at the scene in the forest, he felt deeply moved. After consuming the flowing light flower, the increase in comprehension far surpassed what Xiao Qin had imagined. This Lingyun saber technique had a very high requirement for comprehension. Xiao Qin had only used a week to learn the first 15 moves. Tonight, he had unintentionally comprehended the 16th move of the Lingyun saber technique, Everlasting Startling Cloud. The so-called everlasting startling cloud was to retract the energy of a cultivator into a line and stretch it out endlessly. Then, it would explode out violently. In that case, what was the next move, twisting road around peak, meant? Xiao Qin leaned against a tree and entered deep thought. Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Lingyun Mountain Range, Beichen Peak, in a stone forest, a burly youth with bare arms revealed his well-built body. He was barehanded as he practiced the 8 moves of the saber technique in the stone forest. Beside him, an old man looked on expressionlessly. He did not have a saber in his hand, but he practiced the 8 moves of the saber technique: sweep, hack, push, scrape, sweep, chop, chop, and pierce. It was as though he was a treasured saber drawn from its scabbard, radiating a sharp light and revealing a murderous intent. Xiao! He took a step forward and used his palm as a saber. Then, he hacked at a 2-meter-tall rock in front of him. Shwa! There was no rumbling sound. The rock was like tofu, and a corner was shaved off. Xiao! After a few more moves, his palms moved so fast that even their shadows could not be seen. Then, he retracted his palms and gently blew out a gust of wind. The 2-meter-tall boulder immediately scattered and turned into countless tiny stones, swaying as they fell to the ground. When the old man at the side saw all this, he revealed a smile on his expressionless face. He said, "Using your body as a saber, cultivating for 10 years like a day. Now, you have finally stabilized your cultivation at small perfection. Not bad." The expression on the youth's squarish face did not change. There was no joy or sorrow, he was like a block of wood. "Unfortunately, my cultivation realm is too slow. Even at the age of 19 this year, I am only an inferior grade martial Grand Master." Reaching the realm of inferior grade martial Grand Master at the age of 19. In the world below the mountain, such a talent would be considered a genius no matter where he went. However, in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, where geniuses filled the mountain, such talent was very poor. Furthermore, there was the danger of being expelled from the sect. According to the rules of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, if one was not able to reach the realm of inferior grade martial saint by the age of 25, they would be expelled from the inner sect. If one wanted to continue cultivating in the Lingyun mountain range, they would have to pay a certain amount of spirit stones every month. The old man said, "Mu Heng, from the day you chose this path, you should have known which path you chose. You have to endure the loneliness of ordinary people. If you can accomplish something before the age of 30, you should be thankful. The first half of your life is destined to be a nobody." The person called Mu Heng chose a different path from most cultivators. He turned himself into a saber, using his body to prove his Tao. He almost completely gave up on cultivating his essence. Instead, he continuously cultivated the strength of his physical body, polishing himself into a treasured saber with an exceptional sharpness. There were many ways to reach the peak of martial cultivation. Most cultivators chose to prove their Tao by using weapons or by relying on their fists. They cultivated all sorts of saber techniques, sword techniques, and fish techniques. They used all sorts of cultivation techniques to increase their strength. They relied on their comprehension of weapons and fists to climb to the peak of martial cultivation. There were also a few people who could not condense a martial spirit. They completely gave up on cultivating their essence and did their best to temper their physical body, using their physical body to prove their Tao. As for the path that Mu Heng chose, he used his body to prove his Tao and his weapon to prove his Tao. The path he chose was much more difficult than the other two. However, once he succeeded, his name would shake the world. There was a saying, "If you don't cry, You will shock the world with a single brilliant feat if you don't fly, you will soar into the sky with a single leap. This was the principle of the Saber Emperor taking this path back then. Mu-Hing took out a set of clothes that he had placed on a rock. He said softly to the old man, "Father, I want to participate in the core disciple exam this time." The old man revealed a bewildered expression. "You want to participate in the core disciple exam? With my status as the Baichen Peak's peak master, there is no need for you to participate in the exam. The status of a core disciple is not essential to you." Mu-Hing said indifferently, "I just want to prove myself. All these years, I have heard too many rumors. Aren't they all saying that you raised a trash son? I will take the first rank in this exam and show them." The old man smiled faintly and said casually, "There is no need to care about the words of a vile person. You just have to cultivate properly. Your future accomplishments will be so great that the entire Great Qin nation will not be able to contain your footsteps." After the Baichen Peak's peak master spoke, he turned around and left. Mu-Hing was somewhat dissatisfied. He called out, "Father, I have to prove my worth. I want to have a big battle to understand my true strength." The old man stopped and entered deep thought. After a while, a voice came out, "Let me think about it." As the date of the annual core disciple exam approached, the atmosphere in the entire Lingyun mountain range became increasingly heavy. The days slowly went by. Soon, there were only 3 days left before the exam. Qingyun Peak, dueling grounds, Lu Ryue frowned slightly and asked, "Failed again?" Xiao Chen slowly walked out of the ancient absolute saber formation. He smiled bitterly and said, "I managed to touch the edge. However, I am still unable to open the door." For close to half a month, Lu Ryue had used all sorts of methods, trying to forcefully help Xiao Chen comprehend the state of listening to the sword and communicating with it. However, all of them ended in failure. There was no effect at all. The only thing that had any effect was the ancient absolute saber formation. The other state of thunder that Xiao Chen comprehended improved significantly. As he continued to comprehend this state of thunder, Xiao Chen vaguely felt that he had touched the edge of listening to the sword and communicating with it. However, he could not be sure. Thus, he kept this method to himself. When Lu Ryue heard this, she was somewhat dispirited. She said, "Since ancient times, I have never heard of someone comprehending listening to the sword and communicating with it with an external force. Maybe I was too optimistic at the start, or maybe I am too useless." When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he quickly consoled her, "Elder sister Ryue, you have already done enough. Don't say that. Otherwise, I will feel bad." When Lu Ryue heard this, she revealed a bitter smile. She said, "There are still 3 more days to the core disciple exam. Go and prepare. Don't try to comprehend listening to the sword and communicating with it for the next few days. I will make use of this time to think of other methods." When Xiao Chen heard this, he nodded. The day of the core disciple exam was approaching. It was time for him to settle down and summarize what he had learned in the past few days. "Yi Chen, did you fail again?" Lu Suifeng slowly walked over while holding a saber in his hand. Chapter 219. After Lu Suifeng came down from the top of the mountain that day, it was clear that he was working harder than usual. He had not left Qingyun Peak for the past half a month. Lu Ryue felt that this sudden change was strange. She asked Xiao Chen what was going on. Xiao Chen thought that Lu Suifeng did not want his sister to know about this, so he could only say that he did not know. Xiao Chen nodded helplessly. He thought of something and took out a flowing light flower from his universe ring and handed it to Lu Suifeng. "This is for you. Before the exam, it should be able to help you." Lu Suifeng received the flowing light flower that was glowing with a golden light. He asked suspiciously, "What flower is this? What a dense fragrance." A dense fragrance spread out and immediately attracted Lu Ryue's attention. When she saw the flowing light flower in Lu Suifeng's hands, she revealed an astonished expression. She walked over and asked in astonishment, "Flowing light flower? Yi Qin, where did you get it?" "Hey, this is not an ordinary flowing light flower. It is a natural treasure close to immortal grade." Lu Riyue paused for a while. The expression on her face turned from astonishment to shock. She snatched the flowing light flower from Lu Suifeng's hands and handed it to Xiao Qin. "Yi Qin, this flowing light flower is too precious. Suifeng cannot accept it from you." Flowing light flower. Lu Suifeng's expression changed, the legendary flowing light flower that can increase one's comprehension ability, allowing one to be reborn. Xiao Qin waved his hand and took out another flowing light flower. "I obtained this in the fortuitous encounter underground. I have already consumed one, there is no point in continuing to consume it. There is still one left for elder sister Riyue to break through to Martial King. I will give it to you now as well." Lu Riyue had never been a pretentious person. After she heard the whole story, she received it and gratefully said to Xiao Qin, "We siblings owe you a favor." Lu Suifeng's expression turned serious. He clenched his right fist and punched Xiao Qin. "Brother, I will remember this favor. With this flowing light flower, I should be able to break through to Martial Saint by the end of the year without any problems. Who knows, I might be able to comprehend something in these 3 days. I might be able to practice the mountain-splitting saber technique to great perfection and pass the exam to become a core disciple." 3 days later, in the back mountain of Qingyun Peak. Twists and turns. Within the forest, Xiao Qin remained in his original position. He turned around and quickly dashed forward. The saber in his hand drew an arc and a strong shock wave appeared in the surroundings, extending towards the snow-white blade of the lunar shadow saber. The aura on Xiao Qin's body condensed continuously. After a while, a small mountain peak appeared behind Xiao Qin. His aura suddenly rose to the peak, as if he was standing on the peak of the mountain. That's not right. The concept of the twisting road around peak is not like this. Xiao Qin suddenly shook his head in his heart. The twisting road around peak refers to when the situation has reached a dead end and an unexpected ending suddenly appears. But the concept I'm executing now is simply one that has arrived at a hopeless situation. Instead, its imposing aura is ferocious, and it's advancing triumphantly. In this way, how could there possibly be any room to turn back? Doubts arose in Xiao Qin's heart, and the aura that he had gathered also leaked out. The small mountain behind him also instantly disappeared into nothingness. Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and stood upright. His complexion was somewhat pale. This was the backlash of failing to execute the move. Never mind, it looks like it is not time yet. This is just a core disciple exam. With my strength, even if I did not comprehend the 16th move of the Lingyun saber technique, it is more than enough for me to pass, Xiao Qin said after he adjusted the chaotic essence in his body. Early the next morning, Lu Riyue and Lu Suifeng had already arrived at Xiao Qin's courtyard. A green bird landed quietly beside the two of them. "Let's go, I will not be accompanying you to the core disciple exam. Suifeng already knows the location. I wish you all good luck." Lu Riyue smiled faintly at Xiao Qin, who had just come out. Xiao Qin nodded and leaped onto the green bird that Lu Suifeng was riding. The green bird flapped its wings ferociously, creating a huge shock wave as it soared into the sky. It welcomed the rising sun and flew towards the east. As the wind blew past Lu Suifeng's ears, Xiao Qin stood behind him. He could feel that Lu Suifeng's aura was much stronger than it was 3 days ago. He said, "Congratulations, your strength should have increased significantly in these 3 days." Lu Suifeng revealed a satisfied smile, and, "It is all thanks to the flowing light flower that you gave me. I have already practiced the mountain-splitting saber technique to small perfection in 3 days. With this earth-ranked saber technique, I am confident that I can become a core disciple this year." Is the core disciple exam very difficult? Why do I feel that the strength of the core disciples is not that great? Xiao Chen asked as he stood behind Lu Suifeng. Lu Suifeng's expression sank. He nodded and said, "It is very difficult. In the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion, there are less than 5,000 inner disciples. With your strength, it should not be a problem for you to become a core disciple. As for why you have not met any strong core disciples, it is because they are out on experiential training. They will not return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion until the end of the year." Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Heaven Viewing Platform, on a drill ground. The spectator stands of the drill ground were already filled with inner disciples. These were all here to watch the excitement of the annual core disciple exam. In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, this was only second to the ranking war at the end of the year. Most people would put down what they were doing on this day. Even if they did not participate in the exam, they would come to watch the excitement. There were 10 elders seated on the tall platform. These were all people from the elders' assembly of the main hall. They were the ones who truly held power in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The 7 peak masters sat quietly at the side. They all had calm expressions on their faces. However, no one knew what they were thinking in their hearts. Core disciples were a scarce resource in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Even the peak masters of each peak could not directly appoint them. In order to become a core disciple, one had to pass the test set by the main hall. There was a very intuitive way to judge which peak was the strongest. Whichever peak had the most core disciples would be the strongest. Currently, of the 7 peaks of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the strongest was naturally Tianyue Peak. Of the 500 core disciple slots, Tianyue Peak occupied half of them, more than 200. Aside from Qingyun Peak, which only existed in name, and Jade Maiden Peak, which only had female disciples, the strength of the other 5 peaks was about the same. There was not much of a difference. Song Ke, who was left with only one arm, did not have much color in his eyes. His arm had been chopped off. He had already given up on his ambition to become the pavilion master. Suddenly, he rolled his eyes and looked at the incomparably calm Tianyue Peak's peak master, Ling Tianjing. He smiled and said, "I'm afraid senior brother Lang will take the top spot in this core disciple exam. I wonder how many Tianyue Peak disciples are participating in the exam this time." Ling Tianjing looked at Song Ke and smiled coldly in his heart. He revealed a gentle smile on his face and said indifferently, "About 100, I'm not too sure." When the other peak masters heard this, their expressions changed slightly. There were only 50 slots for the core disciple exam every year. Unless there were exceptional talents, there would not be any more slots. The inner disciples who wanted to participate in the exam had to become a superior grade martial grand master before the age of 19. The other peaks had at most 20-odd disciples who could meet this requirement. Compared to the number of Tianyue Peak, they were not worth mentioning. If they were to compete, they would not be able to win. It seemed that Tianyue Peak would take at least half of the core disciple slots this time. The stipend and treatment that a core disciple received was more than twice that of an ordinary inner disciple. Their cultivation speed was also much faster. If all the slots were taken by Tianyue Peak, then for a long time in the future, the strength of their peaks would not be able to surpass Tianyue Peak. They could only be suppressed. Thinking of this, the peak masters of the other peaks exchanged glances. They could see a helpless expression in each other's eyes. A cold look flashed in Song Ke's eyes. He casually glanced at Lu Ryue and said, "However, I'm afraid no one from senior brother Lang's Tianyue Peak will be able to obtain the first rank." The Wanren Peak's peak master, Wan Feng, asked in confusion, "Why?" "The first rank for the past few years seems to be from Tianyue Peak." Song Ke looked coldly at Lu Ryue and smiled. "It looks like junior brother Wan is not aware of some things. Your peak's core disciple, Yang Qi, was already defeated by peak master Lu's new disciple in the Hall of Contributions. Furthermore, he did not even use 100 moves. There is also that quick saber Lin Feng. He is even more laughable. He was defeated with one punch. Wan Feng revealed a suspicious expression. He had been in closed-door cultivation all year round. If it were not for the core disciple exam being an important matter, he would not have come out. Hence, he did not understand what was going on in the mountains. Wan Feng tilted his head slightly and asked an elder of Wanren Peak behind him, "Elder Su, is there such a thing?" Elder Su's expression was somewhat unsightly. However, he still told Wan Feng everything he knew in full detail. After he heard everything, Wan Feng's expression turned sullen. He looked at Lu Riyue and said, "I have not come out for some time. I did not expect Qingyun Peak to have a successor." Lu Riyue was expressionless. She knew that Song Ke was trying to sow discord. She looked at Song Ke coldly and said indifferently, "You only have one hand left, yet you are still so vicious. Be careful of biting your tongue." Just as Song Ke was about to say something, Ling Tianjing looked at him in disgust. "Junior brother Song, it is best that you worry about your own matters. Don't bother with other people's matters." At this moment, the Jade Maiden Peak's Peak Master, who had been silent all this while, said, "Senior brother Song, there is no need to be so decisive. Young Qi's strength is not considered top-notch among the core disciples. It is not a big deal for him to be defeated by an inner disciple. Such things happen every year in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, the process of how he defeated Lin Feng with one punch is worth discussing. There is no need to be too shocked. The most important thing is that I heard that a new disciple appeared in Tianyue Peak recently. He managed to practice the Lingyun Saber technique to great perfection, which no one in the past 100 years has managed to practice to great perfection. He actually practiced the Lingyun Saber technique to great perfection." When the others heard this, they all revealed shocked expressions. This was equivalent to a peak Earth-ranked saber technique. If he could practice it to great perfection, no one in the same cultivation realm would be his match. Chapter 220. Ling Tianjing smiled faintly, and looked meaningfully at the Beichen Peak's lord, who was like a block of wood. He said, "Junior sister Chu's news is as fast as ever. However, the core disciple competition this time is more exciting than before. You'll know once you continue watching. Whether Zhang Lai will be able to take first place is still unknown." Everyone did not understand what Ling Tianjing meant. Could it be that with a peak Earth-ranked saber technique, he would not be able to obtain the first rank? A black warship slowly flew over from the horizon. With a "so" sound, it landed on the drill grounds. "The people from Tianyue Peak are here." Indeed, Tianyue Peak is still as strong as before. There are actually more than 100 inner disciples participating in the exam. Looks like the first rank will be taken away by Tianyue Peak again. There is another warship flying over from that direction. The people from Beichen Peak are coming. The people from Jade Maiden Peak are here as well. There are so many female disciples. Soon, aside from Qingyun Peak's Xiao Qin and Lu Suifeng, the disciples of the other 5 peaks all disembarked on their warships. They stood at the side and formed 5 formations. Of the 5 formations, Tianyue Peak had the most people. These Tianyue Peak inner disciples looked at the disciples of the other peaks with arrogance on their faces. They seemed very pleased with themselves, as though the core disciple exam was already in their bag. Zhang Lai, who was in the crowd, had a calm expression on his face. He swept his gaze across all the participants of the inner disciple exam, observing the situation of his competitors. With one glance, most of these people were early inferior grade martial grand masters. A small portion of them were middle inferior grade martial grand masters. Only a few of them were peak martial grand masters. These people were worthy of his attention. However, when cultivators were of the same cultivation realm, they would compete on martial techniques and actual combat experience. Zhang Lai's combat experience was already very plentiful even before he ascended the mountain. In the vicinity of Yunyang City, if not 100 cultivators had died at his hands, there were at least dozens. In the battles between the big clans in the city, Zhang Lai often fought on the front lines. In terms of combat experience, he definitely had more than these Heavenly Saber Pavilion inner disciples. He had a clear advantage. If it was a competition of martial techniques, his advantage was even more obvious. The Lingyun saber technique was originally a top-notch earth-tier saber technique. However, because it was difficult to learn and lacked 3 moves, it was demoted to an earth-tier saber technique. Now that he had cultivated it to the greater mastery stage, and had even comprehended the 16th move, he had an overwhelming advantage over these people. Seems like there's no pressure on me to get first place this time, Zhang Lai thought to himself. But at this moment, he felt a blazing gaze, as sharp as the edge of a blade, piercing through the air and shooting towards him. Zhang Lai looked in the direction of that gaze and saw an ordinary-looking cultivator. When he used his perception to check, he could not help but be astonished. How could a person with such an intense gaze only be an inferior-grade martial grandmaster? How could an inferior-grade martial grandmaster appear in the core disciple exam? Zhang Lai thought suspiciously in his heart. At this moment of doubt, when he raised his head to look for the owner of the Dao gaze, he could not find him. Mu Heng, who was in the crowd, withdrew his gaze and smiled faintly. His aura was completely gone. His squarish, ordinary face was no different from a passerby in the crowd. It was very ordinary, without any fluctuations. That gaze seemed to have never appeared at all. Zhang Lai looked around, trying to find the owner of that gaze. The gaze came from the Beichin Peak disciples. There was a total of 20 Beichin Peak disciples participating in the core disciple exam. Logically speaking, if he had seen that person before, he should have been able to find that person among these 20 people easily with his memory. However, the current situation was very strange. He counted the 20 people one by one, but he could not find the Beichin Peak disciple who was only an inferior-grade martial grand master. Could I be hallucinating? After a long time, Zhang Lai could not help but suspect that it was his own doing. His emotions became restless for a moment. Junior brother Zhang, are you all right? When a Tianyue Peak senior brother saw that Zhang Lai was distracted, he asked out of goodwill, "Don't lose your composure before the big battle." Zhang Lai recovered his wits and thought to himself, I was indeed overly concerned. Who cares what gaze it is? When the time comes, we will meet again. I just have to keep an eye on it. Thank you, senior brother. That's right, senior brother Wu Bing, you have participated in the core disciple exam before. Can you tell me how the exam will be conducted later? Zhang Lai cupped his hands in thanks and changed the topic. Although Zhang Lai was a newly promoted inner disciple of Tianyue Peak, his talent and strength were not to be underestimated. His future would be limitless. Wu Bing had interjected because he wanted to befriend Zhang Lai. When he heard the question, he immediately told him what he knew. The core disciple exam is split into the foundational stage and the arena battles. The foundational stage is different every year, so I do not know what will be tested in the foundational stage. The arena battles have not changed every year. The cultivators who pass the foundational stage will fight against each other, leaving only the top 50 inner disciples. I heard that the sect will reward the top 10 inner disciples. In the end, there is one more battle. It is between the last 50 inner disciples. Everyone has to choose a person to fight against. If they lose, they will lose their core disciple status. Zhang Lai nodded, so that's how it is. I wonder what will be tested in the foundational stage this year. For some reason, the chief examiner sent by the main hall had not come down yet. The group of people had been standing under the scorching sun for a long time. Gradually, they started to get impatient. What's going on? Why isn't it starting yet? The sun is making me dizzy. I am fine. I cultivate a fire-attributed cultivation technique. The longer I stay under the sun, the more boring it is to wait. What exactly is going on? Do you guys know? Not everyone is here yet. If not, the chief examiner will not come. Who is so troublesome? He is putting on airs. He actually wants so many of us to wait for him. It seems like the people from Qingyun Peak are not here yet. I heard that Qingyun Peak recently accepted a very powerful inner disciple. He defeated Quick-Saber Lin Feng in one move. Is that true? Lin Feng's strength is within the top 10 of all the core disciples. As the group of people spoke, a black dot appeared in the eastern sky. The black dot slowly grew larger. When everyone saw it clearly, they discovered that it was a huge green bird. Lu Suifeng was very bad at piloting the green bird. Xiao Chen was not prepared at all. After he flew for a long time, he realized that he was flying in the wrong direction. Lu Suifeng looked at the drill grounds on the ground and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He smiled, "Brother Yi, we are definitely right this time. Look at the expressions of the people on the ground when they look at us. You can see how excited they are." Yi Chen extended out his spiritual sense and immediately heard what the group of people on the ground said. He was speechless. They are very excited. However, they are very excited when they scold us. Xiao. The green bird flapped its wings and slowly landed on the flat ground of the drill grounds. Xiao Chen and Lu Suifeng immediately jumped down. The two of them were rather thick-skinned. They ignored the gazes of the crowd. Bang! 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 Not long after Xiao Chen and Lu Suifeng landed, 3 gray-robed old men jumped down from a tall platform in the distance. They created 3 shock waves in the air and glided for a few hundred meters before landing firmly on the ground. A middle-aged man with a square face walked out from the 3 of them. He was a peak martial saint and had a flourishing aura. The light in his eyes was withdrawn as he swept his gaze across the crowd. Everyone felt a slight pressure. "I am your chief examiner. This year's exam is the same as the previous year's. It will be split into the foundational stage and the arena battles," the middle-aged man with a square face said in a deep voice. His voice was very loud, everyone could hear him clearly. Dang! Dang dang! The chief examiner waved his hand and the 2 people beside him took out black rocks that were as tall as a person from their spatial rings. Soon, a stone forest appeared in the drill grounds. There were no patterns on the surface of the rocks. It gave off a calm and grand atmosphere. The first stage will test your strength. You need to use your saber to break apart one of these rocks. Remember, you only have one chance. If you fail, you will be eliminated, the chief examiner said expressionlessly to the crowd. After that, the 2 deputy examiners at the side started to hand out numbers to the rest of the people. They lined up according to the order of their numbers and began the exam. Xiao Chen received his number and looked at it. Number 240. It was one of the last numbers. In the entire drill grounds, there were only about 300 people participating in the exam. After the number was handed out, the person from Tianyue Peak slowly walked into the stone forest. He looked at the black rocks that were as tall as a person and did not pay much attention to them. After a martial grand master condensed a saber light and struck with all their might, they could shatter the rocks into countless pieces. Furthermore, this was without using a martial technique. If they used a martial technique, the might would be even greater. Xiao Chen drew his saber and spots of red light gathered on the saber. This person cultivated a fire-attributed cultivation technique. Fire-attributed cultivation techniques were known for their ferocious might. There should not be any problems. Shatter for me. This Tianyue Peak disciple shouted loudly and leaped into the air. The saber light descended from the sky, looking very imposing. However, when the saber light landed on the black rocks, it gave off a king-chong sound. There was not even a crack on the rock. How could it be like this? When the saber light dissipated, this person looked at the black rocks that did not have any marks on them. His eyes were filled with confusion. The chief examiner struck out with his palm and the rock that was as hard as iron was shattered into countless pieces. He said indifferently, "Number 1 failed, step down." "No, I cannot step down. I am already 19 this year. If I fail again, I will never have another chance. Please give me another chance. I did not use a martial technique. If I used a martial technique, I would definitely be able to do it," this person pleaded anxiously to the chief examiner. The chief examiner waved his hand and a shockwave surged out. This person was immediately thrown into the air by a huge force and landed outside the drill grounds. "I said it very clearly, everyone only has one chance. I do not wish to repeat myself, so I will tell everyone else." Hoochie! Suddenly, a black dart was shot out from the high platform of the drill grounds. The chief examiner gently caught the dart and removed the note on it. After a while, he said, "I just received the rules. The first stage does not allow the use of martial techniques. If you do, you will be disqualified as well." Chapter 221. The moment the news came out, the drill grounds burst into an uproar. Everyone present already knew that this black rock was not an ordinary rock. It was not simple, it was several times harder than ordinary rocks. Their hearts were already beating like drums. When they heard that they were not allowed to use martial techniques, they found it unbelievable. Not only did the inner disciples find it unbelievable, even the 2 vice examiners beside the chief examiner had shocked expressions on their faces. They were very clear on the origins of the black rock. Even the 2 of them would have to use a quarter of their strength to chop it in half. The chief examiner's face turned black as he said sullenly, "Silence, continue the test. If you continue to make a ruckus, I will use my own method to silence you." Although there were still people who were dissatisfied, under the might of the chief examiner, no one dared to say anything. Candidate number 2 walked out with a grave expression. This person was rather smart. After he walked around the black rock, he asked the chief examiner, "May I touch this rock?" The chief examiner nodded, "Yes, but you cannot use your essence to cheat. Do not take too long either." This person quickly touched the surface of the rock. He was clearly very cautious. After a while, he withdrew his hand and slowly drew his saber. Dang! Without any hesitation, he decisively gathered his chi and made his move in one breath. There was no hesitation at all. With a schwa sound, the saber broke through the top of the rock and sliced downwards continuously. A joyful expression appeared on this person's face. He could not help but increase the force in his hand. Caw-caw! When the saber was a quarter of the way to the bottom of the rock, it suddenly got stuck. No matter how much force this person used, the saber could not move forward nor could it be pulled out. It was completely stuck. Bang! The chief examiner sent out another palm strike. The palm strike flew through the air, creating a sonic boom in the air. The black boulder that was as tall as a person suddenly shattered into pieces. The saber in that person's hand loosened. He could not withstand the inertia and was forced back a few steps before he could stabilize himself. Candidate number 2, you do not pass. Candidate number 3, continue, the chief examiner said unhurriedly while that person had an expression of dissatisfaction on his face. It was indeed a pity that he was so close to splitting the black boulder in half. Unfortunately, he was so close that he did not succeed in the end. Xiaochen watched the examinee number 2 leave dejectedly. His expression turned grave as well. Why is this test so strict? That person is a middle-stage superior grade martial grand master. If they were unable to use their martial skills, most of the people present would probably face the same fate, being eliminated in the first round. Xiaochen turned his gaze to the high platform. There was an old man sitting in the middle of the platform. He looked senile, but his blood and chi were soaring. Even from a distance, one could feel his strong and long life aura. This person was the first elder of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's main hall's Elders' Assembly, Jiang Qi. He held the highest position in the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He was the one who threw the dart earlier. Xiao Qin had a suspicious look in his eyes. What is this old man thinking? The first stage is already so difficult. Are you trying to eliminate all of us? What is the first elder thinking? Why did he suddenly increase the difficulty by so much? The Wanren Peak's Peak Master asked suspiciously from the other side of the high platform. If this goes on, I'm afraid it will be a problem if we can even select 10 core disciples. What exactly happened? Senior Brother Lang, you have the best relationship with the first elder. Do you know any inside information? The core disciple exam this time was indeed strange. Even the peak masters did not know such a change would occur. Ling Tianyue frowned slightly and glanced at the first elder Jiang Qi. He muttered to himself, could it be because of that? Looks like I have to make some preparations after the exam ends. When the Jade Maiden Peak's peak master, Chu Shangyun, saw Ling Tianyue muttering to himself, she said, Senior Brother Lang, do you really know any inside information? Tell us about it. Ling Tianyue smiled embarrassedly and shook his head, don't overthink it. What inside information could I possibly know? Let's just continue watching. Clearly, the crowd did not believe his words. However, since Ling Tianyue did not want to say it, they could not force him. Everyone was of the same status, they could not force him. Lu Ryue's pretty face was filled with doubt. She was not sure what had happened. She looked into the distance and saw Xiao Qin on the drill grounds. She muttered to herself, I hope nothing bad happened. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. Occasionally, there would be dispirited sounds coming from the drill grounds. The first stage of the exam had already been going on for a while. However, only 10 people had passed. Furthermore, these 10 people were peak superior grade martial grand masters. Their foundations were very solid. They were able to split the black rock in half in one breath. Number 100, Tianyue Peak's Zhang Lai. The chief examiner read out loudly. It's Zhang Lai. Zhang Lai is coming out. I have long heard of this person's name. Recently, he has been rising very quickly in Tianyue Peak. I heard he is the son of the clan head of the top clan in Yunyang City, the Zhang clan. He has a good family background and high talent. As long as such a person is willing to work hard, he will definitely become strong. He is already a strong person. Tianyue Peak holds a competition every month. Among the ordinary inner disciples, no one in Tianyue Peak is a match for him. To be able to obtain the first rank among the inner disciples of the strongest faction in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he is basically guaranteed to be the first rank in this exam. Haha, it is too early to say this. Let's wait for him to pass this stage first. If he cannot even pass this stage, he will not even be able to obtain the qualifications to be a core disciple. The moment Zhang Lai appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. The ordinary inner disciples in the spectator stands all started discussing him. In a distant spectator stand, a group of Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples with 3 golden lines on their sleeves also paid attention and looked at the drill grounds. These core disciples were the last 50 core disciples. After Zhang Lai and the others completed the 3 stages, they would have to choose their opponents and fight to determine their core disciple status. Zhang Lai. I hope I do not meet with this person later, a Baichen Peak core disciple said worriedly as he looked at Zhang Lai. Another core disciple added, it would be great if he could not pass the foundational stage. That way, we would be completely at ease. The 50 core disciples all had some uneasiness on their faces. After all, after enjoying the superior treatment of a core disciple, if they were to return to being an ordinary inner disciple, they would not be able to accept such a huge difference in their hearts. Only one person had a calm expression, resting with his eyes closed. He held a saber in his hands and hugged it in front of his chest. He did not pay any attention to the sounds around him. It was as though everything had nothing to do with him. He was incomparably indifferent. Zhang Lai slowly walked to a black rock. He withdrew his aura and did not release it. His gaze was incomparably calm. After a while, his aura suddenly became sharp. A bright light flashed in his eyes. It was like a sharp saber being unsheathed, showing off its sharpness. Cassier. A black boulder standing in front of Zhang Lai suddenly shattered, turning into countless stone fragments that flew everywhere in the air. Zhang Lai waved his hand and sent out a palm wind. An intense qi whirlwind appeared in front of him. The stone shards flying at him fell to the ground and scattered. What's going on? Why did the rock shatter? The surrounding examinees all thought in astonishment. They did not even see when Zhang Lai made his move. Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with astonishment as well. What's going on? He was 100% sure that Zhang Lai did not draw his saber, but the hard rock shattered just like that. Saber intent. These two words suddenly appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. This was definitely a state of the saber. Furthermore, Zhang Lai had comprehended this saber intent to small perfection. Congratulations, Senior Brother Leng, you have accepted another good disciple. He actually managed to comprehend his own saber intent at such a young age. His future is limitless. Tianyue Peak is really full of talents. How enviable. Small perfection saber intent. It seems like the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has not had such a genius in the past few hundred years. Leng Tianyue smiled faintly as he replied to the other peak masters. However, he was very surprised in his heart. He knew that Zhang Lai had comprehended saber intent. Originally, Leng Tianyue thought that Zhang Lai would use it as a trump card. He did not expect Zhang Lai to use it right from the start. Why? Given Zhang Lai's character, he would not be so ostentatious. On the drill grounds, Zhang Lai suddenly turned his head back. A bright light shone in his eyes. He had finally caught the sharp gaze from earlier. What he saw was an extremely ordinary squarish face. Mu Hing revealed a slightly astonished expression. After a while, he smiled at Zhang Lai in relief. Then, he withdrew his gaze and turned back into an unremarkable passerby. Zhang Lai imprinted Mu Heng's appearance in his heart. He thought to himself, I finally found you. I did not expose my trump card in vain. You put pressure on me, I can do the same to you. Chopping the hard black rock in half without using a martial technique was not difficult for Zhang Lai. However, before he went up, he remembered the sharp gaze that tore through the air. Although he told himself to forget about this gaze, no matter how much he tried to comfort himself, this gaze had already left a mark in his heart. If he didn't resolve it perfectly, he would never be able to. If he did not deal with it perfectly, he might leave behind a heart demon during a fight. Thus, Zhang Lai chose to reveal his trump card. He calculated that the other party's gaze would leak out unintentionally. The development of the matter was exactly as Zhang Lai expected. Number 2, Zhang Lai, passed the test. Next. The test continued and the number of people who failed increased. The number of people who failed in the first stage far surpassed the previous ones. This was something that everyone did not expect. By the time number 200 was reported, there were actually 60 people who successfully chopped the rock in half. The high elimination rate caused everyone to be flabbergasted. Number 220, Beichen Peak's Mu Heng. The chief examiner continued to read. Mu Heng passed through the crowd and slowly walked out. He was like an unremarkable little blade of grass. Initially, no one noticed him. Now that he walked forward, everyone's gazes were focused on him. Chapter 222. What's going on? This person is actually only an inferior grade martial grand master. Very quickly, someone sensed his cultivation realm and could not help but exclaim. The most basic requirement of the core disciple exam was that inner disciples had to be a superior grade martial grand master before the age of 19. Many inner disciples were stuck at this threshold. When they saw that Mu Heng was only an inferior grade martial grand master, they all started to doubt him. The chief examiner was expressionless as he looked at the restless crowd. Under the blazing sun, when the crowd felt his gaze, they felt a chill run down their spines. If you have any doubts, please seek an explanation from the elders' assembly after the exam is over. Whoever is making a ruckus, scram immediately. Mu Heng's ordinary face did not change because of the words of the others. He walked straight to a rock and took a deep breath. Xiao! Mu Heng raised his right hand and used it as a saber. He tilted his body slightly and chopped down. The air was like a curtain of water as it was split by Mu Heng's palm. The black rock was slowly sliced in half. Mu Heng's movements were very slow. It was a stark contrast to Zhang Li's ferocious saber intent. Everyone could see it clearly and were dumbfounded. The mysterious black rock that even a superior grade martial grand master would find hard to cut with their full strength was actually easily sliced in half by an inferior grade martial grand master. This was out of everyone's expectations. The people who were originally critical of Mu Heng's participation in the core disciple exam were now completely speechless. All that was left in their hearts was shock. Mu Heng withdrew his hand and a small crack appeared in the middle of the black rock. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to discover that the rock had already been split in half. Bang! The chief examiner sent out another palm strike and shattered the rock. He said, "Number 220, Beichen Peaks Mu Heng, pass." Mu Heng looked at Zhang Li's gaze and smiled faintly before walking out. Xiao Chen looked at Mu Heng's back and entered deep thought. This was the first time he saw someone cultivate the physical body to such a strong level. Mu Heng's strength might not be as strong as Xiao Chen's, but his ability to use the strength of his physical body was much stronger than Xiao Chen's. If it was Xiao Chen, he would have no problem shattering this black rock with a full power strike of 6,000 kilograms. However, it was impossible to do what Mu Heng did, to control his strength to a point like a blade, like a thin stream or a cloud. It's fine. There are all sorts of ways to cultivate the physical body, just like martial techniques. I was just making a fuss over nothing, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. After he thought it through, he thought to himself. Number 240, Qingyun Pixi Chen. After a long time, it was finally Xiao Chen's turn. Lu Suifeng's number was 280th, even further behind Xiao Chen's. When he heard Xiao Chen's name, he said encouragingly, "Brother Yi, do your best." When Lu Suifeng heard Xiao Chen's name, he could no longer hold back the hatred in his eyes. He stared at Xiao Chen, wishing he could jump down and slap this person to death. When Song Ke saw Xiao Chen, he could no longer hold back the hatred hidden in his eyes. He stared at Xiao Chen, wishing he could jump down and slap this person to death. Ever since Song Ke met Xiao Chen for the first time, his originally happy life had slowly turned into a tragedy. Originally, he was only one step away from becoming one of the youngest martial monarchs in the history of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Now, not only did he have hopes of advancing to martial monarch, but because of his heart demon, he lost all hope of advancing. Furthermore, he lost an arm and his strength decreased significantly. He became a laughing stock. If it were not for the few big shots of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion protecting Xiao Chen, he would have found an opportunity to kill Xiao Chen long ago. How hateful. A minor character actually has so many connections. Song Ke clenched his remaining hand tightly as he thought to himself hatefully. Song Ke turned his head and looked at the calm Lu Ryue. He said in a gloomy voice, "Peak Master Lu, your disciple is coming out." I wonder if his performance will surpass Zhang Lai's. There should be a pleasant surprise. Lu Riyue smiled casually and turned her head. No matter how great a pleasant surprise there is, it will not be as great as the one you lost an arm. Song Kei's expression changed. He immediately suppressed his anger and said, "That brat better not have any weakness in my hands. Otherwise, I will make him suffer a fate worse than death." Lu Riyue smiled faintly. "I do not know if my disciple will suffer a fate worse than death. However, I know that you will suffer a fate worse than death. Isn't that right, old bastard?" At the end, the smile on Lu Riyue's face vanished. She cursed fiercely. She could not stand Song Kei's endless mockery. Bang! "Girl, who are you calling an old bastard?" Song Kei smacked the table and glared at her. Lu Riyue did not show any fear. Her pretty face was covered in frost. "I'm just calling you an old bastard. So what? Do you want to fight? I don't mind teaching you some principles." Lu Riyue's talent was startling in the first place. After she completely absorbed the essence of heaven and earth that Ao Jiao gave her, she consumed the flowing light flower. Now, her strength was infinitely close to that of a martial king. She was not afraid of the one-armed Song Quebec. "The two of you, stop quarreling. Fighting in front of the elders' assembly is not good for either of you," the other peak masters quickly advised when they saw the tension between the two of them getting stronger. Ling Tianjing looked at Song Kei and said, "Junior brother Song, you are already so old. Don't fight with the younger generation. Be more magnanimous. If you lost an arm, let's see if you would say that." Song Kei was so angry that he trembled. However, he did not dare to flare up in front of Ling Tianjing. He did not have the guts to do so. Under the persuasion of the crowd, the commotion and the spectator stands slowly calmed down. Inside and outside the drill grounds, the ordinary inner disciples in the spectator stands and the inner disciples doing the introductions were all staring at Xiao Qin. In terms of fame, Xiao Qin had the most legends in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion recently. In the few months since he arrived at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he first played around with the peak martial king of Bian Peak, Song Quebec. Then, he injured many Wanren Peak inner disciples in the Hall of Contributions and even defeated the core disciple, Yang Qi. After that, he disappeared for a period of time. However, after he reappeared, he became even more famous. He miraculously completed a high-level mission of the sect and obtained an excellent evaluation. His ranking soared by 500 ranks. The second-ranked core disciple of Wanren Peak, Lin Feng, wanted to take revenge. However, he was defeated with one punch and became a laughingstock. All the things that happened were unimaginable. No one dared to believe that Xiao Qin was only a martial grandmaster. There was another rumor saying that every time Xiao Qin made a move, he would use some tricks and go against the morals of a cultivator. Compared to the first rumor, the crowd believed the latter rumor more. Now that they had the opportunity to witness Xiao Qin make a move in public, they could verify the truth of the rumor. Zhang Lai and Mu Heng, who had already passed the test, looked at Xiao Qin with curiosity. Even though they were cultivating in the mountains, they had heard some rumors about Xiao Qin. However, the two of them were proud and arrogant people. They did not believe the rumors. This was especially so for Zhang Lai. He even snorted disdainfully. "I will let you know that snatching your spot back then was a matter of course. Only the truly strong can receive the best treatment. This is an unchanging principle since ancient times." Zhang Lai grasped the saber in his hand tightly. There was a bright light in his eyes as he stared at Xiao Qin in the drill grounds. Xiao Qin's eyes were like a mirror, his heart was as calm as still water. His mind was very clear. The surrounding gazes and discussions did not affect him at all. There was only one chance and he could not use martial techniques. Xiao Qin did not dare to be careless. He carefully scanned the black rock with his spiritual sense. He discovered that the surface of this rock was extremely smooth. It was even harder than steel. However, that was not a problem. 50% of his strength should be enough. Feeling confident, Xiaoqin drew his saber decisively. He withdrew his saber light and sent out a saber light. Xiao! The sharp saber light flashed in the air. With a huang-dang sound, Xiaoqin sheathed his saber. There were no changes to the surface of the black rock, which was surprising. Ha 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 ha! I was wondering how powerful it was. It turns out that it is only so-so. What a pleasant surprise. Song Kei's eyes were like lightning as he stared at the black rock. Originally, he thought that this would not be a problem for Xiaoqin. However, when he took a closer look, he discovered that there were no changes to the surface of the rock. It looked like even horses stumble. This brat was too careless. It was such a good opportunity to mock him. Without even thinking, Song Kei started laughing loudly. Hua! The moment Song Kei spoke, there was a crisp "ka-cie" sound as though it was responding to Song Quebec. The black rock split into two halves. The intense energy was like a hurricane. It tossed the two pieces of rock into the air. After they flew for a long time, they landed heavily on the ground. Number 240, Qingyun Peak Xiaoqin, passed. After the rock landed, the chief examiner's voice rang out. Song Kei's face alternated between green and red. He did not know where to put his face. He felt that he was slowly turning from a laughingstock to a joke. This time, Lu Riyue could not even be bothered to add insult to injury. She directly ignored Song Quebec. It turned out that Xiaoqin used the technique of drawing the saber in this attack. He did not have a martial spirit, so the speed at which he gathered essence was at least 50% faster than other cultivators. With a thought, the spinning qi whirlpool in his dantian immediately emitted a huge amount of essence and gathered it on the saber. With such a fast speed at which essence was gathered, in addition to the technique of drawing the saber, the speed of this attack was very fast. After all, Song Kei was quite far from the drill grounds. Furthermore, he was feeling uneasy. Even if he was a martial king, he would not be surprised to make a mistake in such a situation. Xiaoqin raised his head slightly. He felt a concerned gaze from the tall platform. He smiled at Lu Riyue, who was in the distance, and walked into the crowd of inner disciples who had already passed the test. The test on the drill grounds continued. There were people who passed the test one after another. Of course, there were even more people who failed. Soon, it was Lu Suifeng's turn. When Lu Riyue saw Lu Suifeng slowly walk out of the crowd, she felt conflicted again. Lu Suifeng was already 19 years old. If he did not pass the test, he would not have any more chances. She only had this one younger brother. She did not want to see him fail. Chapter 223. Lu Suifeng smiled faintly at Lu Riyue and nodded at Xiaoqin. Then, he quietly looked at the black rock in front of him. After consuming the flowing light flower that Xiaoqin gave him, Lu Suifeng's martial techniques and cultivation techniques had improved very quickly. He had already stabilized his cultivation as a peak superior grade martial grand master. As long as he did not make any mistakes, it should not be a problem for him to pass this stage. Open! Lu Suifeng shouted and drew the small saber at his waist. The saber gave off a blazing light as it hacked violently on the hard black rock. See! See! The saber cut into the rock and slid down continuously. Lu Suifeng had already succeeded halfway. However, the expression on his face did not relax at all. There were many inner disciples who had their sabers stuck in the middle of the rock after they cut it, resulting in them failing the test. The image of Wang Rong's mocking face flashed in Lu Suifeng's mind. He increased the force in his hand. With a schwa sound, he quickly split the rock in half. Qingyun Peak's Lu Suifeng, test successful. Lu Suifeng wiped the sweat off his forehead and walked over to Xiao Qin. He bumped fists with him and said joyfully, "I succeeded." "Congratulations." Xiao Qin said sincerely. Lu Suifeng withdrew his smile. "I cannot congratulate you now. There are still 2 more stages to pass. Continue to work hard. Don't be happy too early. Even if you pass the foundational stage, I will chase the 2 of you down in the arena battles." Zhang Lai suddenly walked over and stared at Xiao Qin. "Especially you. As long as I am in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, you can forget about becoming a core disciple." The current Zhang Lai could be said to be flushed with success in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. His future was boundless. The only thing he could not let go of was the matter of him entering Tianhua Peak through the back door. As long as he completely defeated Xiao Qin and proved his worth, he would be able to get rid of this worry in his heart. Originally, Xiao Qin did not have much of an impression of Zhang Lai. However, when he heard others mention Zhang Lai's identity, he immediately recalled the matter of the Zhang clan cultivators plotting against him in Evil Wind Valley. Repay kindness with kindness and take revenge with hatred. This had always been Xiao Qian's principle. No matter how the Zhang clan treated him, Xiao Qin would repay it sooner or later. It was just that he had been cultivating in Qingyun Peak and did not have the time to care about this matter. Now that Zhang Lai had delivered himself to him, Xiao Qin had no reason to let him off. He smiled faintly and said, "That is what I told you as well. Let's wait and see." Zhang Lai coldly snorted and left. After a while, the first round of the core disciple exam was finally over. The chief examiner counted the number of people and counted them carefully. Out of the 300 inner disciples, only 100 were left. The first stage of the examination had eliminated 2/3 of the people. Just thinking about it made people feel terrified. After counting the number of people, the chief examiner brought everyone to the other side of the drill ground. After they stopped, they saw a piece of land that was more than 800 meters long. It was covered with a thick layer of black cloth. It was impossible to see what was underneath the black cloth. Hua! 2 deputy examiners rushed forward and quickly removed the black cloth. Instantly, a square formation filled with spear blades appeared before everyone's eyes. The sharp spear blades faced the blazing sun and flickered with a bright light. When one looked at it, it caused their scalp to go numb. A small portion of the 2-meter-long spear blades were inserted into the ground. The 20-centimeter-long rhombus-shaped spear head flickered with a cold light under the blazing sun. It was incomparably sharp. The distance between the spears was rather wide, about 1.5 meters. The square formation formed by tens of thousands of spears was about 1,000 meters long and 400 meters wide. The chief examiner looked at the people who passed the first stage and said, "The second stage tests movement techniques. If you can last for 2 hours on this spear formation, you will pass." The moment the chief examiner finished speaking, the expressions of the 100-odd people immediately changed. Some were happy and some were worried. Those who normally focused on movement techniques or cultivated high-ranked movement techniques had expressions of joy on their faces. Those inner disciples who focused on other aspects had unsightly expressions. To be able to enter the inner sect of Heavenly Saber Pavilion, their movement techniques were naturally not weak. However, if they did not spend a lot of time on their movement techniques, they would feel uneasy if they wanted to last for an hour on the sharp spear blades. Last for an hour. "I'm afraid it is not that simple," Xiao Qin muttered to himself as he looked at the huge formation. If they only wanted to last for an hour, the range of the spear formation would not be so large. Furthermore, although it was difficult to last for an hour, if there were no external interference, he believed that most of the people present would be able to pass this test. Pooh! 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 Footsteps could be heard. 10 white-robed Jade Maiden Peak elders walked over quickly. After that, they split into groups of 3 and stood at the 4 corners of the formation. When the chief examiner saw this group of people, he said, "After you land, you lose. Aside from that, there are no other rules. The time starts now. So. Figures flashed and everyone quickly jumped up. Xiao Chen leaped up gently and found a foothold. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and spun around like a flood dragon before landing firmly. Pooh! There was a miserable cry. Because an inner disciple did not control his strength well, the sharp spear blade pierced through his shoes. He lost his footing and immediately fell down. The Jade Maiden Peak elders guarding at the side immediately flew over to where this person landed. They brought him out of the formation and took off his shoes and socks to treat his wounds. The sudden situation gave everyone a better understanding of the sharpness of the spear blades. They could not help but become even more cautious. Lu Suifeng leaped up gently and landed beside Xiao Qin. He said in a low voice, "Yi Qin, why do I feel that something is wrong? This formation is too big. I know those Jade Maiden Peak elders. They have a very high position in Jade Maiden Peak. Furthermore, they all cultivate healing martial techniques and cultivation techniques." Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He was on high alert as he said in a deep voice, "Just adapt to the situation. This second test will definitely not be so simple." Xiao Chen was thinking further ahead. The chief examiner's last sentence also caught his attention. Did the so-called no rules mean that he could attack others as he pleased while standing on the formation? Although he did not have such a strong heart to attack, he still had to be wary of others. He had to keep an eye out. Standing on the sharp spear blades, aside from testing the strength of a cultivator's movement technique, it also required a strong mental fortitude. Otherwise, it would be very easy to lose one's footing. Just standing on the sharp spear blades alone was already difficult. If one could not maintain their balance and jumped around, the spear blades would quickly injure their ankles and cause them to fall to the ground. Thus, one could not lose their footing. If there was an unstable situation, one could not jump onto the other spear blades. One had to calm down first and stabilize one's footing. The blazing sun hung high in the sky and the harsh sunlight mercilessly shone on everyone. There was not even a slight breeze in the huge drill grounds. It was very frustrating. A few inner disciples lost their footing due to their frustration. They had no choice but to jump onto the spear formation. Soon, the spear blades pierced through their soles. After their soles were injured, they immediately fell to the ground. Then, the Jade Maiden Peak elders carried them out of the formation, completely losing their right to continue the test. The sweat on Lu Suifeng's forehead flowed continuously into his eyes. It was very uncomfortable, but he did not dare to use his hands to wipe it away. It was not easy for him to maintain his balance. If he made a casual move now, it would be disrupted. Then, there would be a chain reaction and he would fall. However, it was very uncomfortable to ignore the sweat on his forehead. The sweat in his eyes caused his eyes to bleed continuously. His body started to sway slowly. Hoo! Just as Lu Suifeng could not hold on any longer, a cool breeze blew. It was very refreshing under the blazing sun. It blew away the sweat in his eyes. Lu Suifeng opened his eyes. The uncomfortable feeling had completely disappeared. He looked at Xiao Qin beside him with a grateful expression. This cool breeze was naturally the palm wind that Xiao Qin sent out. With the small perfection blue dragon cloud soaring art, he could walk on the river without getting wet. To him, this formation was nothing. Currently, there were only about 10 or 20 people who could do it as easily as Xiao Qin. As time passed, something appeared in the gazes of these people. Finally, someone could no longer hold it in. He shouted and quickly leaped towards Xiao Qin, "Attack!" Xiao Chen's expression did not change. However, when he saw the clothes these people were wearing, he felt somewhat surprised. Originally, he thought that Zhang Lai would be the first to make a move. He did not expect the inner disciples of Bian Peak to make a move first. Huang Dang. For Bian Peak disciples drew their sabers and hacked at Xiao Qin. To be able to clear the first stage and jump freely on the spear, these 4 people were not simple. They were not ordinary superior grade martial grand masters, they were all peak martial grand masters. They were only a step away from advancing to martial saint. Yi Qin, what should we do? Lu Suifeng was somewhat flustered. Movement techniques were not his forte. It was already difficult for him to stand on the spear. If he wanted to fight, there was no hope for him. Xiao Qin smiled faintly, there is no need to panic. They are just a bunch of jumping clowns. If they were fighting on flat ground, Xiao Qin would have to spend some effort to deal with these 4 people. However, on the spear, as long as he wanted to, he could knock them down within 10 moves. However, he had to take care of Lu Suifeng. He could not leave the spear below him and could not move freely. Hu Qi. For saber lights hacked at Xiao Qin from 4 different angles. The dazzling saber light was incomparably piercing under the sunlight. Xiao Qin gently pushed off the spear tip and spun around. He drew the lunar shadow saber in his hand with a huang dang sound. An even more intense saber light moved as fast as lightning, chopping down 4 times. Bang! 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 The weapons containing strong essence clashed in the air. Saber lights flew everywhere, giving off 4 metallic sounds. Xiao Qin was fighting 1 against 4, but he was not at a disadvantage. Holding the lunar shadow saber, Xiao Qin landed firmly on the ground. On the other hand, the Bian Peak disciples were knocked back by the force of the saber. These 4 people were quite impressive. They somersaulted in the air and after the force dissipated, they landed back on the spear. They pointed their sabers at Xiao Qin. Chapter 224. Senior brother Yu Qian, this person is not easy to deal with, a Bian Peak disciple said to the leader. Yu Qian revealed a grave expression and said, there is no need to worry. The Peak Master already said that as long as we can disrupt this person's core disciple exam, he will give each of us 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones. With this 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones, even if we cannot pass the core disciple exam, it will not matter. It will be enough for us to cultivate. Furthermore, we still have another chance next year. There is no need to worry. If necessary, we can use a method where both sides suffer. When the other person heard this, he purposely glanced at Xiao Qin and said, that's true. 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones is enough for me to break through to martial saint. I will be able to pass the core disciple exam easily next year. The 2 of them chatted in front of Xiao Qin like there was no one else around. Xiao Qin had a calm expression as he grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly. His state of mind did not waver because of their conversation. Yi Qin, be careful. Lu Suifeng suddenly said. It turned out that the 2 people in front were purposely speaking to attract Xiao Qin's attention. The person behind Xiao Qin took advantage of this opportunity to make a move silently. This person smiled coldly in his heart. Once I get within 3 meters of you, you will have no chance. Go down. Mount Tai suppression. A huge mountain peak appeared behind this person. One could faintly see some faintly discernible birds and beasts circling the mountain peak. Not bad. Using the Mount Tai suppression as a peak martial grand master, he was able to materialize such an agile mysterious phenomenon. If it was purely based on mysterious phenomena, he was already as strong as Song Quebec. The corner of Xiao Chen's mouth curled up into a faint smile. He was very calm as he evaluated this person's martial technique. His spiritual sense was spread out within a radius of 500 meters. All the actions of the 4 Biyun Peak disciples were under his surveillance. There were no blind spots at all. The mysterious phenomenon was not bad. Unfortunately, a strong martial technique required great strength as a foundation in order to bring out its might. Otherwise, it would just be for show. Ka-cie. Ka-cie. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated quickly. The bones in Xiao Chen's body gave off cracking sounds. He placed the lunar shadow saber back into the universe ring and clenched his right fist tightly. Xiao Chen felt a boundless energy as he turned around and punched out. The image of a huge tiger appeared behind Xiao Chen. The tiger let out a long roar, instantly raising Xiao Chen's aura to its peak, as if he was the king of all beasts. Bang! With a punch, the mountain shattered. The mysterious phenomenon of the person who sneak attacked Xiao Chen instantly broke, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. His face turned completely pale. His body was like a kite with a broken string, swaying in the air as he fell. Just as he was about to be pierced by a spear, a white figure flew out and grabbed him, landing outside the formation. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art and ferocious tiger leaving the mountains allowed Xiao Chen to gather all the strength and essence in his physical body. His physical body strength was 6,000 kilograms of force. The vast essence of an inferior-grade martial saint was equivalent to 5,000 kilograms of force. When the two were added together, this punch contained more than 10,000 kilograms of force. With such horrifying force, the so-called Mount Tai suppression was just a joke. A regular inferior-grade martial saint would not dare to receive this punch head-on. Junior brother Yao. I'll kill you. Splitting the mountains and splitting the earth. Clouds splitting cross-chop. Clouds flipping and breaking the sea. Seeing that their junior brother Yao's sneak attack failed and that his mysterious phenomenon even broke and he was severely injured, the remaining 3 lost their rationality and charged at Xiao Chen. They executed all sorts of moves, trying to break Xiao Chen's soul. The 3 peak martial grand masters all executed their best moves. Naturally, their might could not be underestimated. The originally scorching air was now so hot that it made breathing difficult. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. His left hand turned into a dragon and his right hand into a tiger. He crossed his arms and the dragon and tiger merged into his body. A flood dragon and a ferocious tiger circled around him. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated at the same time. In an instant, a faint golden light appeared on the surface of Xiao Chen's body. He looked very calm and imposing. Boundless energy quickly accumulated. There was the might of a tiger and a dragon, but it was not released. Crouching tiger hidden dragon, not afraid of the mountains and rivers roar. Bang! The 3 people's best moves landed on Xiao Chen's body at the same time, giving off loud sounds. However, they were blocked by a formless barrier and could not advance any further. Explode! Xiao Chen shouted and the energy he accumulated erupted like a volcano. The dragon roared and the tiger roared. The air rippled like water, creating countless ripples. In the face of this unceasing torrent of energy, the remaining 3 people from Biyun Peak were unable to put up any resistance and were sent flying. During this period of time, Xiao Chen's dragon and tiger body sculpting art had already reached small perfection, the 4th layer. Thus, he could unleash a portion of this crouching tiger hidden dragon stance. When it reached great perfection, he could unleash all his energy. When he executed the dragon hissing tiger roar fist, its might would be even more horrifying. Mu Heng, who had been resting with his eyes closed like a pine tree in winter, suddenly opened his eyes. A strange light flashed in the depths of his eyes. What a strong physical body! Dragon and tiger body. This cultivation technique for tempering the body should be of the same rank as my cultivation technique. However, his physical body is not as strong as mine. When my purple jade body tempering art circulates at full power, my physical body is comparable to 100-year-old frost iron. My palms can even cut through metal and break jade. However, these are probably not his trump cards. Mu-Hing thought about many things in a short while. It seemed like there was another opponent for the first rank of this core disciple exam. When the Tianyue Peak disciples saw everything in front of them, they were all astonished. It was already very difficult for them to stand on the spear's edge. They did not expect Xiao Qin to be able to bring out such a strong combat prowess. Wu Bing, who was beside Zhang Lai, thought for a while and said, "Junior brother Zhang, should we call over some of our senior brothers? We can make the first move and gain the upper hand. With the strength that he has displayed so far, he will be the biggest obstacle to you obtaining the first rank." At this moment, 10 of the stronger Tianyue Peak inner disciples walked over. They were the same as the Biyun Peak disciples, they could move freely on the spear's edge. Their strength was at the peak of the crowd. The person leading them looked at Zhang Lai and said, "Junior brother Zhang, if you have any ideas, you can tell us directly. Before we came, the Peak Master already instructed us that if there were any sudden incidents during the exam, Junior brother Zhang can dispatch us." When Zhang Lai heard this, he felt joy in his heart. He did not expect the Peak Master to trust him so much. However, after muttering to himself for a while, Zhang Lai gave up on this idea. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior brothers are too polite. I will not let down the Peak Master's expectations. I will definitely obtain the first rank in this exam. However, the Yi Chen is not our main enemy. If he is only as strong as he is now, I can easily defeat him. Our biggest opponent is him." Zhang Lai changed the topic and pointed at the low-profile Beichen Peak's Mu-Hing. When Mu-Hing felt Zhang Lai's gaze, he looked over and smiled indifferently. He did not pay too much attention to him. The people at the side were somewhat surprised. He is just an inferior grade martial Grand Master. Is there a need to pay so much attention to him? Zhang Lai did not explain too much. He said, "The situation might change later. Wait for a while. If I guess wrong, we will make our move immediately." The sudden attack of the 4 Biyun Peak disciples caused the disciples of the other peaks to become more cautious. No one knew who would suddenly make a move behind their backs. A cultivator from Qianduan Peak carrying a huge saber on his back stood quietly on the spear tip. The huge saber on his back was close to 2 meters long, 20 centimeters wide, and 30 centimeters thick. It was a huge saber worthy of its name. Just its weight alone was 250 kilograms. Even though he was carrying such a heavy saber, he did not move at all while standing on the spear's edge. He was as light as a feather and did not feel any pressure at all. This caused everyone to be astonished. When someone at the side saw the Tianyue Peak disciples discussing something, he whispered to that person, "Senior brother Gao Yang, there seems to be some movement from Tianyue Peak. Should we do something?" Gao Yang's face was very broad, he had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He gave off a heroic feeling. He glanced at Zhang Lai and the others from Tianyue Peak and said indifferently, "Let's just wait and see. Fighting on the spear tip does not give our Qianduan Peak disciples any advantage." The same conversation took place in the other peaks as well. Basically, every peak had a disciple they were proud of. They might not be as strong as Zhang Lai and the others, but they were strong enough to suppress the crowd. Everyone was discussing countermeasures to protect themselves in case of any mishaps, to prevent anyone from making a move. Lu Suifeng watched as Xiao Qin easily defeated the 4 Biyun Peak disciples charging at him with surging momentum on the spear tip. He could not help but sigh in his heart. Both of them were superior grade martial Grand Masters, but their strengths were worlds apart. "Yi Chen, are you all right?" Lu Suifeng asked. Xiao Qin replied, "I'm fine, I just exhausted some essence." "Be careful. There is still one more person from Biyun Peak who has yet to make a move." After sending the 3 flying, Xiao Qin had been paying attention to the remaining Biyun Peak disciples with his spiritual sense. He felt that one of them had a very strong aura, even stronger than Yu Qian's. However, he hid it very well. Originally, Xiaochen wanted to rush forward and drag this person out. However, after thinking about it, there was still Zhang Lai eyeing him covetously from the side. There was no need to expose too much of his strength, so he gave up on the idea. Time went by, second by second. In the blink of an eye, an hour had gone by. Half of the time required for the test had already passed. There were still 80-odd disciples from the various peaks remaining. If there were no accidents, these 80-odd people would not have any problems persisting for another hour. Zhang Lai frowned. He felt that the test would not be so simple. However, an hour had passed, and there was still no movement. This caused him to feel suspicious. Never mind, I don't care anymore. I will make the first move and gain the advantage. A murderous intent flashed in Zhang Lai's eyes. His gaze was like a torch as he looked at Beichen Peak's Muheng. A boundless saber intent materialized in the depths of his eyes. Xiao! A few strands of saber chi appeared in the air. They were like sharp blades, easily tearing through the obstruction of the air. They created shockwaves as they shot towards Muheng. Muheng had expected Zhang Lai to suddenly make a move. However, he did not expect Zhang Lai's saber intent to be so strong, able to send out saber chi from thin air. Bang! 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 Muheng used his palm as a saber and hacked at the saber chi flying at him. There was a metallic clang as the saber chi flying at him was easily shattered by Muheng. Chapter 225. Attack! Deal with him first. Zhang Lai had expected that Muheng would not be defeated so easily by a few strands of saber chi. This was just the appetizer. Following Zhang Lai's words, 10 Tianhua Peak disciples who still had some strength left stepped on the sharp spear blades and pounced at Beichen Peak's Muheng. I will lure them away. You all do not have to make a move, Muheng said to the Beichen Peak disciples behind him who wanted to help. Muheng stomped heavily on the spear blade under his feet. Under the force of gravity, the spear blade actually distorted. Then, it shot out of the ground with a "ashio" sound. Muheng, who had already used the rebound force of the spear blade to jump into the air, caught the spear blade. He smiled faintly as he looked at the group of people rushing at him. Then, he threw the spear blade forward. Bang! The spear blade that was flying in the air suddenly shattered, turning into countless tiny pieces of metal. As it spun at high speed, it created a gust of wind, turning into a sharp killing weapon. Cloud Gathering Peak. Zhang Lai shouted and executed the first move of the Lingyun Saber technique, Cloud Gathering Peak. Suddenly, clouds appeared above the formation. A strange peak rose up and blocked all the metal pieces flying at it. Dang! 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 Countless sounds rang out. When the clouds scattered, the crowd discovered that this strange peak was the saber in Zhang Lai's hand. The momentum of the saber was very ferocious, instantly knocking down all the metal pieces. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Muheng leaped more than 100 meters away. He casually waved his hand and pulled out another spear. Then, he chopped it in half with his palm and tossed it out with a "so" sound. The two halves of the spear spun rapidly in the air like a flaming wheel. It continuously attracted the surrounding air, forming a 3-meter-long tornado. Zhang Lai said, "Help me block this move. I will chase after him." So. Four inner disciples jumped out from behind Zhang Lai, 2 to the left and 2 to the right. They drew their sabers at the same time and a 10-meter-long saber light soared up and struck the tornado. Zhang Lai did not care about the result of this attack. He did not stop and dodged the gap between the tornadoes, quickly flying towards Muheng. Seeing Zhang Lai chasing after him alone, Muheng revealed a smile. He pushed off the spear tip and there was an explosion. The spear blade immediately shattered into countless pieces and flew backwards. Bang! Every time Mu Heng took a step, one of the spear blades under his feet would shatter, turning into countless small pieces of metal. As they moved at high speed, they tore through the air and shot towards Zhang Lai like a torrential storm. With a glance, Zhang Lai saw countless lethal pieces of metal covering the sky. If he wanted to continue chasing, he would have to break through the storm formed by these countless pieces of metal. If I do that, I will have to exhaust a lot of essence. I feel like I fell into Mu Heng's trap, Zhang Lai thought to himself. However, he might not know that I cultivate a superior grade earth-ranked cultivation technique. The amount of essence I can store is definitely more than his. Thinking of this, Zhang Lai's face revealed a trace of mockery as he lightly shouted, "Sweeping mountain destroys clouds." This was the second move of the Lingyun saber technique. A mysterious phenomenon appeared, a mountain peak appeared out of nowhere. To everyone's astonished gazes, that mountain peak actually started to spin continuously. Rumble. As the mountain spun, the ground of the entire drill ground began to shake. Some unlucky inner disciples fell off the spear's edge on the spot. When Xiaochen saw Zhang Lai execute 2 moves of the Lingyun saber technique, he was astonished. He did not expect Zhang Lai's talent to be so high. However, being able to produce a mysterious phenomenon does not mean that his comprehension of the Lingyun saber technique is deeper than mine, Xiaochen thought to himself. The mysterious phenomenon was a kind of supplement to the martial technique. However, before the mysterious phenomenon was completed, if one used it rashly and it was broken, one's essence would be greatly injured. Back then, when Xiaochen fought against Chu Chaoyun, he suffered greatly. Chu Chaoyun only used half a move to break his moon bright like fire mysterious phenomenon. Xiaochen's essence was greatly injured and he no longer had the ability to continue fighting. Thus, in future battles, Xiaochen was very cautious when he used the mysterious phenomenon. There were only 2 ways to break the mysterious phenomenon. The first was to find the flaw in the mysterious phenomenon, like what Chu Chaoyun did. The second was to break the mysterious phenomenon with brute force, using absolute strength to shatter the opponent's mysterious phenomenon, like what happened to Xiaochen earlier. It was unknown what method Mu Heng would choose. The spinning mountain peak was a few hundred meters tall and had an unknown width. It stirred up the wind and clouds, causing the sky to darken and the ground to darken. It even covered the blazing sun. The raindrop-like pieces of metal struck the mountain peak with a ding-dang-dang sound. However, they did not have any effect as they all fell to the ground. Mu Heng turned around to take a look. There was no astonishment on his face. He stared at the image of the mountain peak. In his eyes, there was only this mountain peak left. The mountain peak got closer and closer, but Mu Heng still did not have any expression on his face. It was as though he did not know that when this mountain peak got close to him, it would easily crush him to death. I still can't find it. It is too difficult to find the flaw in the mysterious phenomenon, Mu Heng sighed and shook his head. Although the mysterious phenomenon that Zhang Lai executed was not perfect, it was not easy to find the flaw in it. Since I can't find it, then I'll shatter it. Mu Heng shouted and his body soared into the air. A purple glow appeared on his skin, like a jade-like glazed jade. Break for me. A palm strike without any fancy moves landed on the mountain peak. There was a loud bang and the spinning mountain peak finally stopped. The instant the mountain peak clashed with the palm strike, it created a surging shockwave. Ripples appeared in the air and spread wildly in all directions, like the surging waves of the sea. The shockwave did not differentiate between friend and foe. If they were struck by it, at least half of them would fall off the spear tip. The pillars of the various peaks could not protect themselves at this moment, they all made a move. Bang! 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 There was an unending string of explosions on the drill grounds. When the crowd and the spectator stands saw this scene, they were all astonished. This exam was more intense and ferocious than any of the previous ones. Hu-chi! Xiaoqin swung his saber and chopped the surging shockwave in half, easily resolving the crisis. He continued to stare at the two people in the air. The image of the mountain peak in the air had already disappeared. Zhang Lai held his saber and blocked Mu Heng's seemingly ordinary strike. However, the force behind this seemingly ordinary palm strike was actually slightly stronger than Zhang Lai's. The mysterious phenomenon did not break. However, he managed to block it. This forced Zhang Lai to not dare to continue creating mysterious phenomena, Xiaoqin muttered. The two of them were not using their full strength in this exchange. After all, it was not the final showdown yet. They were just testing each other out. Of course, if there was an opportunity to knock the other down, they would be happy to do so. Zhang Lai held his saber and retreated a few steps. He jumped a few steps on the spear tip before he slowly stabilized himself. He landed not far from the Qianduan Peak disciple. Seeing Mu Heng land steadily, Zhang Lai was mildly astonished. He was actually at a disadvantage when he tested the waters earlier. Although he only used 30% of his strength, it was hard to guarantee that Mu Heng would not hold back. Mu Heng's attacks were not fancy at all. He did not even use any martial techniques. After a few moves, they were all straightforward attacks, relying purely on the strength of his physical body. Do you want to continue fighting? I am willing to accompany you at any time. Mu Heng looked at Zhang Lai and spoke for the first time. Continuing to fight head-on was definitely not a wise decision. This was not the final stage of the arena battle. If both sides were injured, it would only benefit the others. Zhang Heng also considered the crux of the matter. Pu Ci. Before Zhang Lai could speak, the Qianduan Peak disciple, Gao Yang, who was carrying a huge saber on his back, drew the huge saber from his back with his right hand. He left an afterimage in the air as he attacked Zhang Lai. There was a loud explosion in the air. This person's speed was actually close to the speed of sound. He crossed a distance of 100 meters in a breath of time. The huge and heavy saber directly chopped at Zhang Lai. Gao Yang had not expected this at all. Earlier, he had not revealed any killing chi. By the time Zhang Lai felt the killing intent and heard the sonic boom, the huge saber was only half a centimeter away from the back of his head. Zhang Lai, who had comprehended saber intent, was much more sensitive than regular cultivators. At this critical moment, he pushed off the tip of the spear with his feet. The spear sank into the ground with a hua-hua sound. Zhang Lai's body also fell. His flying long hair was chopped in the middle, floating in the air. He had narrowly avoided this saber strike. Gao Yang immediately withdrew his saber and retreated, returning to the group of Qianduan Peak disciples. His expression was calm, there were no fluctuations. How dare you sneak attack me? Zhang Lai turned around and shouted angrily at Gao Yang. Junior brother Zhang, are you alright? Wu Bing asked anxiously as he led the other 10 Tianhua Peak disciples over. Zhang Lai landed on another spear and tied up his hair again. He revealed a murderous intent as he looked at Gao Yang and said indifferently, I'm fine. However, I'm afraid some people will be in trouble. Gao Yang did not show any fear or panic. He revealed a crafty smile on his heroic face as he pointed at Xiaoqin and Mu Heng. He said, your opponent is not me, it is him and him. If you do not want to reveal all your trump cards before the arena battle, you can fight me. Although Gao Yang seemed to have a heroic background, he had a sharp mind. He could see through the stakes before him very clearly. Zhang Lai snorted coldly, trump cards. Are you even worthy of revealing my trump cards? Xiao. A few strands of saber chi appeared silently in the air. They tore through the air and created shockwaves as they flew towards Gao Yang's face. Dang! Dang! The huge saber spun very quickly, blocking in front of Gao Yang like a door. It blocked all the incoming saber chi. However, he was somewhat familiar with the strength of these saber chi. When the saber chi struck the body of the saber, it trembled continuously. Gao Yang felt his arm go numb and the saber nearly fell off. He quickly held the saber with both hands. When Zhang Lai saw the situation, he laughed coldly. With just this bit of strength, you dare to reveal my trump cards. You overestimate yourself. Chapter 226. In the distance, Lu Suifeng saw the sudden situation. He said suspiciously, "Why are the two of them fighting? I know that Gao Yang. This is the third time he is participating in the core disciple exam. He is very strong, but he should not be a match for Zhang Lai." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "This person is very scheming. Earlier, he seemed to be acting weak on purpose. There is no reason for him to block those strands of saber chi so forcefully. What is the logic behind this? Is he not afraid that Zhang Lai will really kill him?" Lu Suifeng said suspiciously. Xiao Chen withdrew the smile on his face and said seriously, "This is where his brilliance lies. He should have some trump card that can kill him in one move." Maybe he had already planned this from the moment Zhang Lai landed in front of him. Who? Just as Xiao Chen spoke, the originally clear sky suddenly turned gloomy. A strong wind blew, kicking up the yellow sand on the ground and causing dust to fly everywhere. Zhang Lai, who was originally preparing to attack Gao Yang, turned serious. An essence barrier appeared in front of him, blocking the sand outside. He said suspiciously, "What's going on? Why is there such a strong wind? Is the weather changing?" Gao Yang looked at the sudden strong wind. Zhang Lai had stopped attacking because of it. He could not help but feel disappointed in his heart. What a pity. When the strong wind dissipated, a black flag appeared before everyone's eyes. It flew over from the horizon and soon arrived at the drill ground. The banner had a black background and white words. It was lined with yellow gold. There were two large words written on it, "Heavenly Saber." There were simple and unadorned patterns and a spiraling golden dragon carved on the black pole. The speed of the banner was very slow. However, the force it carried was very shocking. Everywhere it passed, the air was like a curtain of water, gently rippling. An inner disciple did not understand what was going on. In the end, the flag touched him and he was immediately knocked back. He vomited a large mouthful of blood. A Jade Maiden Peak Elder immediately caught him. He had completely lost the right to participate in the exam. Scatter. Everyone was startled and quickly scattered. When they saw the black flag, they quickly made way for it. Soon, the flag flew to a spot not far from Xiao Chen. At this moment, the chief examiner on the ground suddenly said, "Only by obtaining the black flag can you be considered to have passed the test. Whoever obtains the flag can immediately end the test." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, the banner that everyone had been avoiding earlier immediately became a hot commodity. Everyone made a move, using all sorts of methods to snatch it. Lu Suifeng, who was behind Xiao Chen, also wanted to make a move. This was because the flag was the closest to Xiao Chen and Lu Suifeng. If they made a move, they would have a high chance of obtaining the flag. "Don't make a move yet," Xiao Chen hurriedly stopped him. Lu Suifeng asked confusedly, "Why?" "After you get it, jump down immediately, and you can end the assessment. There shouldn't be any problems, right?" Xiao Chen pointed and said, "Take a look. Have any of the truly powerful people from the various sects moved?" When Lu Suifeng heard this, it was indeed as Xiao Chen had said. Mu Heng, Zhang Lai, Gao Yang, and the others did not move. It was as though this matter had nothing to do with them. "I got it," a Gongyu Peak disciple said excitedly as he grabbed the flagpole. Boom! Just as he was about to jump down from the formation, all sorts of saber techniques and fist winds flew at him. All sorts of attacks came like a landslide, airtight. Aside from the Gongyu Peak disciples who did not make a move, the disciples of the other peaks all executed their best moves. With so many attacks, even an inferior grade martial saint would not be able to block it. How could a martial Grand Master block it? Before that disciple could land on the ground, he was already severely injured. His entire body was covered in wounds, and he was dripping with blood. The black banner flew out of his hand and returned to the air. Lu Suifeng watched from the side with fear in his heart. Fortunately, Xiao Qin made a move to stop him. Otherwise, the one lying on the ground would be him. How pitiful. This person will need to rest for at least 3 months before he can recover. This is too cruel. He did not hold back when he attacked. What exactly is going on with this core disciple exam? When the inner disciples in the spectator stand saw such a miserable scene, their hearts were filled with astonishment. In the past core disciple exams, they were also very intense. However, this time's exam was simply miserable and incomparably cruel. The exam could only end after one obtained the flag. With so many people present, there would definitely be more than one flag. Thus, there was no need to rush. Whoever obtained the first flag would definitely be attacked by the crowd. This was the principle of the shot hitting the bird that sticks out. In the earlier situation, even if it was Xiao Qin himself, he would not be able to escape unscathed. Xiao Qin extended out his spiritual sense and followed the direction the flag came from. He extended it continuously until he found the owner of the flag on a tall tower about 1,000 meters away from the drill grounds. A black-clothed man faced the blazing sun at the top of the tall tower. There were 5 flags on his back, fluttering in the wind. The sunlight blurred this person's appearance. His qi and blood were flourishing, rushing to the sky. Together with the flags beside him, his aura was overwhelming. He had the might of 1,000 horses and 1,000 soldiers, as though he could trample through the sky. The distance of close to 2,000 meters was already the limit of Xiao Qian's spiritual sense. Thus, Xiao Qin could not see the full appearance of this person, he could only see a rough silhouette. This person is at least a peak martial king. The heavenly saber pavilion is indeed filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There are peak experts everywhere, Xiao Qin sighed in his heart. Xiao Qian's spiritual sense detected 5 black flags around that person. The flags were spinning continuously, and there was a rotating air current in front of each flag. So, in the next moment, the 5 flags pierced through the obstruction of space and headed for the formation in the drill grounds. At first, they were as fast as lightning. However, when they got closer, they slowed down. When they slowed down, that was only relative to a high-ranked cultivator. In the eyes of ordinary people and low-ranked cultivators, they were several times faster than a horse carriage. Xiao! This time, the stronger inner disciples on the spear tips did not hold back. Essence surged around them and they all shot out, leaving behind afterimages in the air. When Lu Suifeng saw that Xiao Qin did not move, he said, "Yi Qin, are you still not going to make a move? There should be a limit to the number of flags. After shooting out one batch, there will be one less batch." Xiao Qin said indifferently, "Go and snatch them. It is not time for me yet." So. Another 10 flags shot out from the air. A strong wind blew on the formation and dust flew everywhere. This time, the crowd was in an uproar. Even those who wanted to hold back made a move at the same time. Yellow sand filled the air above the formation and a strong wind blew. Figures flashed in the air, chasing after the flags in the air. The battle was incomparably intense. Occasionally, there would be people who were caught in the dark and lost the right to take the test. However, even in such a situation, there were still a few people who did not make a move. They stood quietly on the spear tips, not anxious at all. It was as though they had already forgotten the requirements of the test. Aside from Xiao Qin, Zhang Lai, Mu Heng, and Gao Yang, there was one person from each of the other 3 peaks who had not made a move. These 7 people represented one peak. In reality, they were the strongest 7 people in this test. I finally got it. A Tianyue Peak disciple hugged a black flag and landed on the ground. He did not care about the bloody wounds on his body. He revealed a joyful smile on his face. Immediately, a Jade Maiden Peak elder came over and checked his wounds. The chief examiner nodded and noted down his number. Finally, someone succeeded in the second stage of the test. So. The intense battle continued. There was an endless stream of people jumping off the formation, successfully passing the test. However, there were even more people who were covered in wounds. They fell down empty-handed, failing the test. Lu Suifeng grabbed a black flag and immediately revealed an excited smile. He executed his movement technique with all his might, doing his best to avoid the attacks around him. He was just one step away from dodging the attacks of these people. A few figures chased after him. At this moment, Lu Suifeng had already used up all his strength. There was no way for him to move around in the air. The situation was dire. Purple thunder, true fire, shoot! A boundless flame started burning in Xiao Chen's right eye. The flames were like arrows, shooting towards the few people in the air. The speed of the flames was very fast. These people did not have the time to dodge in the air and were struck. They cried out miserably and fell to the ground. Lu Suifeng took advantage of this opportunity to land quickly. Something is strange. These flames are not ordinary. However, now that it is exposed, it will be easier to deal with. The other 7 people who remained on the formation muttered to themselves. When Xiao Chen's spiritual sense felt Lu Suifeng land safely, he relaxed completely. Although he had exposed one of his trump cards, it was worth it. When the strong wind scattered, the 15 black flags were finally snatched away. The people of Tianyue Peak were indeed strong. Out of the 15 flags, they managed to snatch half of them. When the remaining people saw the 7 people who did not make a move, they knew that the atmosphere was not right. They all tacitly jumped down and gave up on the core disciple exam. The place was extremely quiet. No one would have imagined that just a minute ago, this place was in chaos. Only the yellow sand below the formation was dyed red with blood, silently telling the story of the tragic battle earlier. The gazes of the inner disciples in the spectator stands, the inner disciples who did not pass the core disciple exam, the various peak masters and main hall elders were all focused on these 7 people. The first place of this core disciple exam will definitely be given to one of these 7 people. This exam is really extraordinarily intense. This is only the second stage, and more than 200 people have been eliminated. There are actually only 20-odd disciples left. If there were 50 spots like before, these people would have all passed. There will definitely not be 50 spots. With one look, it is clear that this exam is not simple. I think there will only be 10 spots at most. I wonder how many flags will fly over in this round. If there are not 7 flags, how many of these 7 strongest people will be eliminated? The ordinary inner disciples in the spectator stands all had complicated expressions as they looked at the 7 people on the platform. Due to various reasons, they had no chance of becoming a core disciple. However, when they saw this inner disciple exam, they felt lucky in their hearts. The blood below the spear formation was not for nothing. It was left behind by the inner disciples who participated in this exam. There were a few people who nearly died. Aside from those who gave up on their own accord, almost no one came out unscathed. Chapter 227. Although the identity of a core disciple was very tempting, such an intense battle caused fear in everyone. Hu Qi. Suddenly, another strong gust of wind blew. 5 black banners flew towards the spear formation from afar, kicking up a cloud of yellow sand. When they felt the number of flags flying towards them, the 7 of them could not help but feel nervous. There were only 5 flags. That meant that 2 of them would have to leave. Gao Yang's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. He was already 19 years old. If he did not succeed this time, he would lose all hope of becoming a core disciple. He could not afford to lose. It was not that he did not want to fight for the first 15 flags. However, he knew that if he made a move early, he would definitely suffer a fierce retaliation. Even if he obtained the flag, he would expose his trump card. It would be very disadvantageous for him in the arena battles. So, the remaining female disciple of Jade Maiden Peak, Wang Mei, made the first move. Her petite body left a white shadow in the air. She instantly grabbed a flag and dropped it. Senior Sister Wang, sorry for the offense. The remaining inner disciple of Gangyu Peak, Zhao Heng, said to Wang Mei. Then, he immediately flew forward and grabbed the other side of the flag. The 2 of them did not waste any words. They each grabbed one end of the flag and started fighting in the air. Xiaochen did not look at the 2 of them, nor did he look at the flags in the air. His figure flashed and he rushed towards the last Biyun Peak disciple, Lu Jun, rising peak and surging clouds. Xiaochen drew the lunar shadow saber with a huang-dang sound. The snow-white blade contained the state of the Lingyun saber technique. It was like a lone peak piercing through the clouds, pointing angrily at the sky. Although this saber did not give off any mysterious phenomenon, its might was not much weaker than the one Zhang Lai executed. In fact, in terms of pure strength, it was even stronger. There was only a slight difference in aura. Mountain-splitting stone. Out of Xiao Chen's expectations, Lu Jun did not choose to dodge Xiao Chen's powerful saber strike. Instead, he chose to clash head-on. Bang! When the sabers clashed, 2 resplendent saber lights exploded in the air. Even the air trembled in the direction where the weapons clashed. A huge force passed through the saber and was transmitted to the 2 of them. The 2 of them each took a step back and switched to another spear tip to stabilize themselves. They were evenly matched. Actually, Xiao Chen was at a slight disadvantage in this saber strike. The grade of rising peaks and surging rocks was higher than that of splitting mountains and splitting rocks. However, it was only a draw. A proud smile appeared on Lu Jun's face. You didn't expect this, did you? I cultivate the pure yang cultivation technique, a peak earth-ranked cultivation technique. In terms of the thickness and quality of my essence, no one in the same cultivation realm can surpass me. I will defeat you fair and square. Die, 3 flowing cloud shadows. Lu Jun's body trembled and 3 figures appeared in front of Xiao Qin. Each of the 3 figures sent out a saber strike. The saber lights linked together and surged towards Xiao Qin like a gushing river. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. You managed to comprehend something of your own in the 3 flowing cloud shadows. Furthermore, you are able to link them perfectly. You do have the capital to be proud. Rolling peaks destroying clouds. The image of a mountain flashed on Xiao Chen's body and entered his body. Instantly, Xiao Chen's aura changed. He was like a mountain rising from the ground, rushing towards the sky. Xiao Chen spun around and the lunar shadow saber in his hand moved from top to bottom in the air. It created an intense shockwave and sucked in the 3 figures that Lu Jun created. Pu Ci. When Xiao Chen's body stopped spinning, a horrifying wound appeared on Lu Jun's chest. Blood spurted out continuously. Lu Jun looked at the wound on his chest in disbelief. He pointed at Xiao Chen and said in pain, "You." Bang! Xiao Chen lashed out with a whip kick, creating an intense wind as he mercilessly kicked him out. Unfortunately, sometimes, the amount of essence does not mean everything. Zhang Lai, who was not far away, was like a wooden man. When he saw all this, it was like thunder exploded in his mind. The Lingyun saber technique can actually be used like this. My Lingyun saber technique uses the mysterious phenomenon to complement my martial technique. However, his mysterious phenomenon is reserved and not released, focusing on the inner strength of his body. One is internal and one is external. In the end, they are different paths that lead to the same goal. There is no difference in who is stronger or weaker. The key is still one's comprehension. Zhang Lai thought about many things. However, I have comprehended saber intent. The moves that I executed earlier did not contain saber intent. When I infuse saber intent into my body, its might will definitely be stronger than his. After dealing with the final Biyun Peak inner disciple, Xiaochen waved his hand, wanting to pull over the black flag that passed by him. Chi! Chi! However, before Xiaochen could grab the black flag, a few strands of strong saber chi appeared out of nowhere and chopped the black flag into 5 pieces, completely destroying it. Xiao Chen's face sank. He looked at Zhang Lai, who was 200 meters away. He did not expect his opponent to be so decisive. He actually destroyed one of the 5 flags. Zhang Lai felt Xiao Chen's gaze and smiled confidently. I will deal with you in this stage. Let's see whose Lingyun saber technique is stronger. Zhang Lai actually destroyed one of the flags. What is he trying to do? This fellow is too confident. There are 7 people and 5 flags. It is not enough in the first place, and he actually destroyed one. Many of the inner disciples in the spectator stands could not understand Zhang Lai's actions. This was not the finals yet. There was no need to force himself into a dead end. Bang! Just as everyone's attention was focused on Xiao Chen and Zhang Lai, Gao Yang, who had been silent all this while, suddenly made his move. A piercing light suddenly appeared on his 2-meter-long saber. Berserk Dragon burst. With a roar, the soles of his feet began to explode continuously. With each explosion, his speed would increase by a fraction. After 5 explosions, his speed had already reached an unimaginable level. Furthermore, the target that he wanted to attack was somewhat surprising. It was actually Wang Mei and Zhao Heng, who were fighting intensely. The two of them were at the crucial moment of their fight and could not get away. I want this flag. Gao Yang laughed loudly and swept his huge saber. A vast energy knocked Wang Mei and Zhao Heng back without any mercy. The two of them vomited a mouthful of blood in the air and fell to the ground. They looked at Gao Yang with extreme dissatisfaction and cursed, Gao Yang, you are too shameless. So. Gao Yang grabbed the black flag and ignored the curses of the two. He revealed an excited expression, everyone, I will make a move first. You all take your time and have fun. Gao Yang leaped a few times on the spear tip. The effect of the Berserk Dragon burst had not worn off yet. In the instant a few explosions occurred, he had already moved several hundred meters. He was just 1 step away from landing. Just at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. That person revealed a faint smile as he blocked his path and looked at him silently. Mu Heng, what are you trying to do? There are still 3 more flags, 1 for each of you. Why are you blocking me? Gao Yang's expression changed as he spoke in a sullen voice. Mu Heng did not waste any words and directly said, put down the flag and you can scram. Dream on. Gao Yang roared ferociously and there was another explosion under his feet. His speed was so fast that no afterimages could be seen. He was already very close to the speed of sound. Mu Heng's expression did not change. His entire body glowed with a purple light. His skin looked like it was made of jadeite, as though it was transparent. Suddenly, Gao Yang appeared behind Mu Heng. His huge saber carried a tremendous force as he hacked at the unresponsive Mu Heng. When everyone saw this scene, their hearts leaped into their throats. The martial techniques of Qinduan Peak were famous for their berserk nature. In terms of strength, they were undoubtedly the strongest among the 7 peak techniques. If this saber strike landed, even if one was not chopped in half, they would be severely injured and unable to get out of bed for half a year. To any cultivator, wasting half a year was something that they could not bear. Dang! There was a sound of metal clashing. The purple light on Mu Heng's back trembled. His body received this saber strike without any damage at all. Gao Yang was stunned. Gao Yang was stunned. Mu Heng turned around at lightning speed and raised his right hand, catching the huge saber that Gao Yang wanted to retreat with. No matter how strong Gao Yang was, he was unable to break through Mu Heng's right hand. The maximum speed of the Berserk Dragon Burst is indeed shocking. Unfortunately, you are unable to break through my defense. Everything is for naught, Mu Heng said indifferently as he looked at Gao Yang, who was dripping with sweat. I fell for his trap. If I had attacked him continuously from the start, with my speed, he would not be able to catch up to me. I might even be able to break through his defense before the Berserk Dragon Burst ends. Sometimes, a moment of hesitation would result in a completely different outcome. How hateful! Gao Yang said angrily. He released his hand and abandoned his huge saber. While he still had essence, he could support a few more Berserk Dragon Bursts and quickly retreated. Ka Xie! Mu Heng broke Gao Yang's 2-meter-long and 3-centimeter-thick saber gently. The huge saber was like a fragile blade. It shattered into countless pieces of metal and fell to the ground with a ding-dang-dang sound. Seeing Gao Yang's figure getting further away, Mu Heng smiled faintly. His body disappeared from the air and appeared in front of Gao Yang in the next instant. He said indifferently, "Game over." Mu Heng's right palm glowing with a purple light struck Gao Yang's chest in a ghostly manner. This palm strike did not look fancy, but it contained a horrifying physical strength. It was no weaker than Xiao Chen's full-powered strike. Ka Xie! Ka Xie! The sound of bones breaking came from Gao Yang's chest. He vomited a large mouthful of blood. Gao Yang's face scrunched up in pain. He pointed at Mu Heng angrily and said, "You lied to me." Bang! Mu Heng kicked Gao Yang's shoulder and used this force to return to the formation. He held the banner in his hand and looked at Gao Yang on the ground. He smiled faintly and said, "That's right, I was indeed playing with you." Gao Yang had been smart for a long time, he had calculated everything. Not only did he lose his chance, but he was also played by someone. He was so angry that he trembled. He could not catch his breath and fainted. What Mu Heng used earlier should be the Beichen Peak's secret technique, 7-star transposition. It can achieve the effect of teleportation for a short distance. This Gao Yang is in a bad mood. He sneak attacked others a few times. In the end, he was played like a fool. He deserves it. You can't say that. The competition this time is too cruel. There is nothing wrong with using some tricks. He is just not as skilled as others. Chapter 228. However, what's going on with Mu Heng? Why did he jump up after obtaining the banner? The people in the spectator stands did not have much sympathy for Gao Yang. After all, his actions were not good. Schwa! Schwa! Just as everyone was discussing the earlier matter, Mu Heng did something shocking. He broke the banner in his hand as well. Xiao! Zhang Lai and Xiao Qin made a move at the same time. Each of them broke a banner. Of the remaining 5, only one banner remained, floating in the air between the 3 of them. What are they trying to do? If the 3 of them obtained the banner, they could have ended the test. Why do I have a feeling that they are trying to bring forward the decisive battle? I really do not understand this test. It is only the second stage, and it is already so intense. What is going on? Now, the three of them have been forced into a corner. Only one of them can obtain the banner. The remaining two will be eliminated. Not only did the people on the ground not understand the situation, but the other inner disciples in the spectator stands and the peak masters of the various peaks also did not understand why the decisive battle was brought forward. On the highest seat of the elders in the drill grounds, the second elder beside the first elder, Jiang Qi, smiled gently and said, "These three people seem to understand our intentions. I wonder who the first elder thinks more highly of. With the strength of these three, they could easily get into the top 10 in any of the past core disciple exams. They are all very strong. It does not matter who wins or loses." Jiang Qi's deep gaze was like a pool of clear water. No one could guess what he was thinking. The third elder beside him said, "Big brother Jiang Qi, if the peak masters knew about what we did, would they have any objections?" The first elder said expressionlessly, "No one is allowed to object to the things that I have decided." When the other elders heard this, their hearts tightened. They all shut their mouths and stopped discussing this issue. On the formation made up of countless spear blades, Shao Chen, Mu Heng, and Zhang Lai each stood in a corner. Their auras gathered continuously. The qi and blood of the three of them were very vigorous. As their auras gathered, the air in the drill grounds became somewhat viscous, making it difficult to breathe. Between the three of them, the force attached to the slowly fluttering flag finally disappeared and it slowly descended to the ground. Their gazes never left the flag, and a strange light flashed in each of their eyes. Whoosh! In the next moment, 3 strong gusts of wind appeared in the air, blowing away the sticky air and swirling up countless yellow sand. The three of them moved at the same time, each using their own movement techniques to grab the falling banners. 7-star transposition. Traceless water treading. Blue dragon tail whip. Mu Heng's figure strangely disappeared from the air. Zhang Lai gently pushed off the ground and there were ripples on the ground, leaving behind afterimages. A blue dragon flowed out of Shao Chen's body. With a light shout, he streaked across the sky. The three of them executed their best moves and flew towards the descending black banner. In the end, Shao Chen's blue dragon cloud soaring art was better. A green light descended and grabbed the banner. A heaven-ranked movement technique was indeed a heaven-ranked movement technique. Even though he had only practiced it to small perfection, there were not many cultivators of the same cultivation realm who could surpass Shao Chen in terms of movement techniques. Almost at the same time, when Shao Chen grabbed the end of the banner, Zhang Lai and Mu Heng had already descended. They stretched their hands out to grab the banner. Shao Chen pulled gently, and the banner streaked through the air and landed behind Shao Chen. The two of them grabbed nothing but air. 100 transformations peak. 1,000 mountains 10,000 shadows palm. Zhang Lai and Mu Heng did not hesitate and made their moves at the same time. Each of them executed the third move of the Lingyun saber technique, instantly turning into hundreds of layers of mysterious mountains, covering the sky and turning it dark. On the other side, Mu Heng circulated the purple jade body tempering art. Hundreds of purple shadows flashed around him, making it hard to distinguish which was real and which was fake. There was no way to make a move. Shao Chen revealed a grave expression. These two were not ordinary superior-grade martial grandmasters. One had comprehended saber intent, and his talent was exceptional. The other had tempered his physical body and turned it into a saber. His pure offensive power was not inferior to Shao Chen's. No matter where he was, he would be a demonic genius. 100 transformations peak. I think I know it as well. Shao Chen collected his thoughts and smiled faintly. Hundreds of illusions of mountains appeared behind him as well. However, these illusions disappeared in a flash and instantly entered his body. The snow-white lunar shadow saber suddenly lit up with a resplendent glow. This was not a saber light, it was the pure mysterious phenomenon of the Lingyun saber technique infused into the saber. The essence in Xiao Chen's body also infused into the saber. The glow became even more dazzling, it was like a miniature sun. The dark sky immediately became incredibly bright. "Break for me!" Xiao Chen shouted and hacked ferociously at the endless mountain range. Rumble, rumble. A series of earth-shattering sounds resounded continuously. The mountain range trembled and the entire drill ground started to tremble. The air current started to compress continuously. Some of the spear blades on the ground could not withstand the pressure and were pulled out of the ground, flying into the air. Bang! The mountain range disappeared and Zhang Lai appeared in the air with a pale complexion. He slowly descended. The sunlight from the sky shone down once again, illuminating this space with a fiery heat. Hu-chi! Xiao Chen's movements did not stop. After he knocked back Zhang Lai, he quickly turned around and transferred the lunar shadow saber to his left hand. He circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art and the bones in his body started to crackle continuously. The muscles on Xiao Chen's body visibly increased in size. A huge tiger image appeared behind Xiao Chen. The tiger roared continuously, causing Xiao Chen's aura to rise to another level. Ferocious tiger coming out of the mountains, 100 beasts charging. When the hundreds of figures around Mu Heng got close to Xiao Chen, they merged together. Their aura also rose to the peak. They did not give way to Xiao Chen's aura, which was like the king of all beasts. "Explode for me!" Mu Heng roared angrily. His purple jade-like right palm carried the power of the hundreds of figures as it clashed with Xiao Chen's fist without hesitation. Boom! When the fist and palm collided, it was like a thunderclap resounded in the silent drill grounds. It reverberated in everyone's ears, causing their eardrums to tremble. Some of the weaker cultivators even temporarily went deaf. A shockwave surged out in all directions like a surging wave. Those spear blades flying in the air were directly crushed into powder and scattered by the wind. Hoo! The two of them were knocked back, and in an instant, they retreated a few hundred meters. Xiao Chen's body spun once in the air, and gently landed on the edge of a spear. After that, he slowly grabbed the black banner that he had been protecting behind him. Mu Heng was not as calm. Every time he retreated, he would shatter a spear blade. He broke 100 spear blades before he stopped. One palm and one fist. The two of them relied on the strength of their physical bodies. They were basically evenly matched. Although all of this took a long time to describe, it was actually just one exchange of moves between Xiao Chen and the two of them. Everything took only a few breaths of time. The three of them each stood in a corner and started to recuperate their auras. They were not in a rush to make a move. The surging formation immediately calmed down. However, everyone knew that this was just the calm before the storm. Ha! Indeed, after a while, Zhang Lai and Mu Heng both shouted and charged at Xiao Chen. Now, the two of them knew that they were no longer a match for Xiao Chen by themselves. They could only work together to take him down. The corner of Xiao Chen's mouth curled up into a gentle smile. Suddenly, he let out a long roar. A lofty feeling rose in his heart. Since he left the Xiao clan, he had not fought to his heart's content. All the opponents he met were either too strong or too weak. Coincidentally, he met two opponents who were evenly matched today. Then, he might as well fight to his heart's content. After blocking Zhang Lai's attack with his saber, Xiao Chen clenched his left fist and clashed with Mu Heng's palm wind. On the formation, the three of them were on the spear tips, moving up and down continuously. The sounds of saber wind, punches, claps, tiger roars, and all sorts of other sounds came out continuously. After a while, the three of them exchanged more than 100 moves on the formation. Everywhere they passed, the spear tips under their feet all shattered. A strong wind blew and yellow sand filled the air. Soon, Xiaoqin managed to last more than 500 moves under the barrage of attacks from the two. He did not show any signs of being at a disadvantage. Instead, he became more ferocious from a distance and his aura soared. The crowd in the spectator stands could only see the blurry figures of the three through the yellow sand and the sounds of weapons, fists, and kicks clashing. It was such an exciting battle, yet they had to watch it through a layer of yellow sand. They felt an unbearable itch in their hearts. It was a pity. This Xiaoqin is really strong. Under the attacks of the two of them, he did not show any signs of being at a disadvantage. Qingyun Peak's Xiaoqin truly lives up to his reputation. Zhang Lai and Mu Heng are not bad either. A regular inferior grade martial saint would not be a match for the two of them. How can they be bad? There is no need to talk about Zhang Lai. He is already publicly acknowledged in Tianyue Peak. He is already one of the top 10 core disciples of Tianyue Peak. I heard from the people of Beichen Peak earlier that Mu Heng is the son of the Beichen Peak's Peak Master. He spends most of his time cultivating in the back mountains, turning himself into a saber and using his strength to prove his Tao. Every time his cultivation increases, his strength increases exponentially. I wonder how long Xiaoqin can last. I believe he will not be able to last more than 500 moves. Indeed, after all, he is fighting 1 against 2. His essence expenditure is double that of the two of them. The longer it goes, the greater the difference will be. However, for him to be able to last for so long, his strength is indeed horrifying. While the people in the arena were fighting, the people outside the arena were not idle either. They all expressed their views and opinions. After this battle, even if Xiaoqin lost, the rumors about him would fall apart. As the saying goes, the laymen watch the excitement, while the insiders watch the ropes. The few peak masters in the spectator stands were completely shocked. They were incomparably astonished by Xiaoqian's strength. His aura is long and drawn out, and he is able to multitask. His saber techniques and fist techniques are perfectly coordinated. This fellow is truly horrifying, the Gongyu Peak's Peak Master sighed. The Jade Maiden Peak's Peak Master, Chu Shangyun, also had an expression of admiration on her pretty face. The strength of his physical body is comparable to Mu Heng's. His saber techniques can suppress Zhang Lai's. His essence seems to be inexhaustible. I wonder how strong he will become after he becomes a martial saint. The Biyun Peak's Peak Master, Song Ke, had not said anything since he made a fool of himself earlier. When he saw Xiaoqian's true strength, he thought to himself anxiously, his potential is too horrifying. If he is given time to grow, who knows what horrifying realm he will reach. At that time, the consequences would be dire. I have to find an opportunity to kill this person. Chapter 229. When the Beichen Peak's Peak Master, Mu Feng, saw Xiaoqin, he was astonished as well. He originally thought that Mu Heng would be able to obtain the first rank easily. Now, it looked like it would be difficult. However, this was good as well. If he could poke Mu Heng's spirit and make him restrain himself, it would only be beneficial for him in the future. Ling Tianjing saw all this. After a while, he sighed and said, "Ryue, you really accepted a good disciple this time." Tianyue Peak has dominated the first rank of the core disciples for 10 years. Now, it is time to hand it over. Lu Ryue revealed a cheerful smile on her flirtatious face. Seeing Xiaoqian's growth, she was probably the happiest person. Martial Uncle Lang, you are too polite. Tianyue Peak is filled with talents. This time, we still have the most number of people who passed. Haha, let's see. Zhang Lai has not used his saber intent on a large scale. Junior brother Mu's son should still have some trump cards that he has not used yet. The result of this battle has not been determined yet. Ling Tianjing smiled gently and changed the topic. Even if they lost the first rank in this exam, Ling Tianjing would not care too much about it. After all, the overall strength of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was still there. There was an endless supply of new disciples. They would still be able to suppress the other peaks. Bang! Bang! As the crowd discussed, there were two more loud sounds coming from the drill grounds. Countless spear blades shook a few times and were pulled into the air. After that, they were burned into powder by the shock wave. The strong wind died down and the yellow sand scattered. The three of them moved back and their figures slowly appeared before the crowd. Mu Heng's complexion was pale and blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. The blazing purple light on his body also slowly dimmed. Zhang Lai's clothes were tattered and there were many saber wounds all over his body. Some of the wounds were very deep and blood flowed out continuously. He was in a sorry state. Xiaoqian held his saber in one hand and the banner in the other. Sweat flowed down his face continuously. There were also some saber wounds on his body. However, they were not fatal. With his strong physical body, he had mostly recovered. Xiao Chen's long robes fluttered in the wind. His long, black hair fluttered in the wind. The snow-white saber gave off a cold light and the banner in his hand fluttered. Xiao Chen's aura flourished as his qi and blood surged into the sky. He felt incredibly delighted and wanted to fight another 800 rounds. You are very strong. If you can withstand this move of mine, I will take the initiative to withdraw from this competition, Mu Heng said indifferently as he gently wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. Zhang Lai remained silent for a while. He took out some medicine from his space ring and slowly applied it to his wounds. He said indifferently, "Me too. If you can receive my final move, I will forfeit this core disciple exam." Xiao. Xiaoqian waved the banner in his hand and stabbed it into the ground. He said, "It doesn't matter. Whoever comes first wins. The banner in my hand belongs to him. Me first." Zhang Lai said softly. His aura started to slowly gather. He grasped the saber in his right hand tightly and infused the saber intent he comprehended into his aura. Suddenly, a boundless strong wind blew behind Zhang Lai. Everywhere the strong wind passed, some of the air currents were sliced apart, giving off a zzz sound. Zhang Lai's saber intent actually merged with the strong wind. With your talent, you should have already comprehended the 16th move of the Lingyun saber technique. However, my everlasting startling cloud is infused with my small perfection saber intent. Its might is incomparable. I hope you can block it. Just as Zhang Lai finished speaking, wisps of mist appeared above the formation out of nowhere, blocking everyone's line of sight, preventing them from seeing what was happening inside. Not only that, this fog could even obscure one's 5 senses and spiritual sense. Xiaoqian thought to himself in shock. Zhang Lai's saber intent must be in the fog as well. Indeed, in the next moment, Xiaoqian felt a killing intent coming from all directions within the clouds. When the clouds touched his skin, they immediately started to attack his protective essence, giving off a zzz sound. Xiaoqian placed his right hand on the hilt of the lunar shadow saber. The qi whirlpool in his dantian spun rapidly, continuously increasing the strength of his essence. Within the clouds, the 5 senses were blocked. When he extended out his spiritual sense, all he felt was the boundless clouds. Xiaoqian was like a blind man within the clouds, he could not see anything. This move put Xiaoqian in a disadvantageous position. Xiaoqian simply closed his eyes and stopped using his eyes to observe his surroundings. He was going to deal with the changes by remaining unchanged. Zhang Lai, who was hidden in the clouds, locked his aura on Xiaoqian. When he felt Xiaoqian's movements, he revealed a faint smile. No matter who it is, after their senses are blocked, they will not be able to receive this attack of mine. Everlasting startling cloud. The surrounding clouds slowly scattered and gathered towards the saber in Zhang Lai's hand. White spots of light leaped about on the black saber blade. Boom! When all the clouds disappeared, the saber in Zhang Lai's hand had already absorbed all the saber intent in the clouds. The light of the entire saber had reached an incredible level. The most important thing was that this saber had already appeared less than a meter in front of Xiao Qin. The tip of the saber was pointed at Xiao Qin. The saber gave off a strong wind, blowing Xiao Qian's hair back violently. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. In the eyes of the onlookers, it was only a few breaths of time. Zhang Lai swung his saber and the clouds surrounded the formation. In the next moment, the clouds disappeared. Zhang Lai had already arrived before Xiao Qin with a stunning saber strike. It was very strange. Among the people present, only a few discovered the secret. The instant the clouds appeared, Zhang Lai used the time when Xiao Qian's senses were blocked to silently fly to a spot 10 meters in front of him. Before the saber blade touched Xiao Qin, that resplendent saber light turned into a tiny saber chi and shot towards Xiao Qian's forehead. So, at the crucial moment, Xiao Qin finally opened his tightly shut eyes. That tiny saber chi was faster than the speed of sound. At such a close distance, by the time Xiao Qin opened his eyes, it had already arrived in front of his eyes. Xiao Qin pushed off the ground with his feet, and his entire body spun rapidly. His spinning body created a shockwave, and tiny cyclones appeared in the surrounding space. The thin saber chi chased after Xiao Qin, quickly extending through the air. Everywhere it passed, cracks appeared in the air. The thin thread-like saber chi seemed like it would catch up to Xiao Qin in the next moment. However, it could not catch up. The corner of Zhang Lai's lips curled up. He raised his right hand, which held the saber, and the thin thread started to become thinner. He looked at Xiao Qin and smiled. It's useless. No matter how fast you run, you will not be able to escape from my everlasting startling cloud infused with small perfection saber intent. Xiao Qian's entire body continued to spin. He did not waver because of Zhang Lai's words. The thin thread-like saber chi eventually became so thin that it could not be seen with the naked eye. Then, it completely disappeared into the air. Xiao Qin had already learned the everlasting startling cloud. Naturally, he would not think that the everlasting startling cloud had already run out of energy. The next burst of energy was the true essence of the everlasting startling cloud. Xiao Qian's body continued to spin, rising higher and higher. In the blink of an eye, he was 100 meters away. The Lingyun saber technique itself was a superior grade earth-ranked martial technique. This was especially so for the final 3 moves. They were close to the might of a heaven-ranked martial technique. Furthermore, it had infused all of Zhang Lai's saber intent. How strong would this everlasting startling cloud be? Even Xiao Qin himself did not know. If he wanted to block this move, aside from the 17th move of the Lingyun saber technique, twisting road around peak, Xiao Qin had no other way to do so. However, this twisting road around peak did not allow Xiao Qin to make a breakthrough. He only had a flash of inspiration and comprehended something. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he took the risk and executed it based on his intuition. If he failed, Xiao Qin would be severely injured by the everlasting startling cloud infused with saber intent, wasting half a year of his time. If he succeeded, he would comprehend the 17th move of the Lingyun saber technique, twisting road around peak. From then on, he would have another true killing move. With a 50-50 chance of victory, Xiao Qin did not hesitate to bet on it. With his current comprehension ability, he was still unable to comprehend the twisting road around peak. It was clear that once he comprehended the twisting road around peak, its might would be extremely horrifying. Now that this opportunity was right in front of him, if he did not use it, he might have to wait another 10 years before he could comprehend it again. Appear! Zhang Lai shouted, and the thin line that originally disappeared in the air became like a laser saber chi. It appeared out of nowhere and pierced through the entire formation, continuing to move forward. Who? Outside the drill grounds, a wall 2,000 meters away from Zhonglai was pierced by the saber chi. The entire wall immediately cracked and collapsed in the next moment. Fortunately, the attack area of the thin line was only a small area. When it disappeared, Xiao Chen's body started to grow taller. At this moment, he was already several hundred meters above the ground. Die! Everlasting startling cloud, explode! Zhonglai roared ferociously, and the saber chi that was as resplendent as a laser suddenly scattered. It turned into countless beams of light and exploded in all directions. Boom! 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 The beams of light were like fireworks exploding. It was like the most beautiful scene in the world. However, the more beautiful something was, the more deadly it was. This beam of light was no exception. Good. Zhonglai's saber intent is indeed horrifying. Originally, the everlasting startling cloud could only be executed on a flat surface. Now, it has no blind spots. Furthermore, its might is very strong. It is already very close to a heaven-ranked martial technique. I guarantee it with my status as the Biyun Peak's Peak Master. Even if Yichen does not die, he will be severely injured. He will not be able to dodge it. Song Ke, whose eyes originally had no color in them, immediately shouted excitedly when he saw this scene. It was as though he was afraid that others did not know. His voice was shockingly loud. Lu Ryue also felt conflicted. She did not expect the everlasting startling cloud to be so horrifying. With her strength, she would have to put in a lot of effort to block this move. Could Xiao Chen dodge it? Every strand of the boundless light contained a horrifying force. It could easily pierce through the defense of a martial Grand Master. Furthermore, it did not have any blind spots. There was no way to dodge it. Since he could not dodge it, he might as well break it. Xiao Chen's body stopped spinning and he shouted, "Road twisting peak." Chapter 230. So. Xiao Chen, who was high in the sky, pointed his saber at Zhonglai, who was on the ground. He locked onto Zhonglai with his spiritual sense and his body moved in a slanted line, moving towards the ground like a meteor. Everywhere Xiao Chen passed, a mountain slowly appeared from the top to the bottom of the mountain along with Xiao Chen's figure. There were strange flowers and plants on the mountain peak. The forest was shady and there were birds and beasts flying around. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, he found that there were actually countless buildings at the waist of the mountain. He could vaguely see countless figures practicing martial techniques in the middle of the mountain. Every time the mountain peak grew, it was clear that Xiao Chen's speed had increased by one level. In the spectator stands, all the elders and peak masters were astonished. This is the mysterious phenomenon of the small perfection realm. There are no flaws at all. The lights flying towards Xiao Chen were all submerged in the mysterious phenomenon that Xiao Chen created, disappearing without a trace. As for the lights in other directions, they all exploded. They were like claps of thunder, resounding through the clouds and roaring continuously. Finally, they merged into one. The air seemed like it was sliced in half like a curtain of water. It only mended after a long time. Unfortunately, it was not in Xiao Chen's direction, so it was useless. Hu Qi. The mountain peak completely formed. Xiao Chen's speed instantly broke through the speed of sound. There was a sonic boom in Zhonglai's ears. In a flash, he landed firmly 200 meters behind Zhonglai. Zhonglai stretched out his hand and gently touched his forehead. There was a small wound there. To him, it was negligible. I've lost. Zhonglai knew that Xiao Chen had shown mercy. Otherwise, the saber would have pierced through his forehead. Although he was dissatisfied, he still jumped off the spear tip. Boom! Zhang Lai staggered and fell to the ground. That last saber strike had used up all of his mental energy. In the end, he still failed and could no longer hold on. Immediately, the Jade Maiden Peak elders came over and quickly carried Zhang Lai out to treat his injuries. "Your turn," Xiao Chen said as he looked at Mu Heng, who was not far away. Mu Heng smiled faintly and jumped down from the spear tip. "There's no need. Your final move is a small perfection mysterious phenomenon. I cannot block it. You have expended too much of your essence qi. I will not take advantage of you. In the future, I will defeat you fair and square." Twisting road around peak, so the 17th move of the Lingyun saber technique is like this. No one has used it for several hundred years already. That's right. Zhang Lai's 16th move, Everlasting Startling Clouds, was already terrifying enough. I didn't expect it to be nothing in front of the 17th move. Mu Heng is very magnanimous, directly giving up and not taking advantage of others. With such magnanimity, his future accomplishments will not be low. Senior brother Mu has raised a good son. The peak leaders on the platform expressed their opinions regarding the battle from before. Only one person remained silent, with a dark expression on his face. Needless to say, this person was the one who used the Biyun Peak's Peak Master to guarantee Xiao Chen's defeat, Song Quebec. Right after he spoke, Xiao Chen used the twisting road around Peak to slap him in the face. The story was truly full of twists and turns. Junior brother Song, it looks like you cannot speak so casually in the future. Ha ha. The Qianduan Peak's Peak Master joked. Before Song Ke lost an arm, he was extremely arrogant and domineering. He did not have a good relationship with the peak masters of the other peaks. Now that they saw him suffer a few setbacks, they could not help but make fun of him. Song Ke snorted coldly, "What ability does he have?" Mu Heng just gave up. If Mu Heng did not give up, this brat would have lost the right to take the test. When Lu Ryue heard this, she immediately retorted, "All the Biyun Peak disciples have been eliminated. Why are you still sitting here? Are you trying to make things difficult for yourself?" Song Ke's face turned red. He smacked the wooden table violently and said, "Since when is it up to you to decide whether I stay or go?" So. Just as the two of them were arguing, the first elder Jiang Qi, who was on the platform, shot out another black dart at the chief examiner. Did the situation change again? Everyone stopped their discussion and asked suspiciously. On the drill grounds, the chief examiner caught the black dart with a schwa sound. He opened the note on it and after a while, he looked at the crowd and said, "Mu Heng and Zhang Lai, the elders' assembly has decided to make an exception for the three of you to pass the second stage. We will stop the test for now. 3 days from now, we will start the arena battles." Dismissed. Furthermore, I believe everyone has already guessed that the test this time is different. There are only 10 spots for the core disciple test this time. However, the reward will be 5 times that of the previous ones. I hope everyone will work hard when they return. Mu Heng, who was originally preparing to leave, could not help but stop when he heard this. He shook his head and smiled, "If I cannot obtain the first rank, the purpose of the test is not that important." On the formation, Xiao Chen held the banner and jumped down gently. He looked at the elders' seats on the high platform. There was a pensive look in his eyes. What are they preparing for these 3 days? Late at night, the moonlight shone through the window into Xiao Chen's courtyard. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on his bed and circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. He slowly recovered the essence, qi, and spirit that he exhausted during the day. The qi whirlpool in Xiao Chen's dantian spun continuously. Drops of crystalline liquid slowly fell from the qi whirlpool. Xiao Chen felt the speed of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation circulation. Xiao Chen felt the speed of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation circulation, and Xiao Chen thought to himself, it looks like I am about to break through to the fourth layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Something big will happen after this test. I have to make preparations in advance. If I have the opportunity to break through to the fourth layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, I can go all out and prepare for a rainy day. At midnight, the spirit blood jade on Xiao Chen's chest silently flashed with a white light. Under the illumination of the moonlight, Bai's body, which was as smooth as snow, appeared quietly. Then, it quickly leaped through the window and headed out of the courtyard. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and looked in the direction Bai left. He smiled faintly and did not bother with it. These days, Bai would go out every night. At first, Xiao Chen was somewhat worried. However, he discovered that it did not go far. After stealing a bottle of wine from Xiao Yang, it would go to the back of the mountain to cultivate. It would return punctually before daybreak. That was all. Xiao Chen could relax. To the restless Bai, the place it disliked the most was the spirit blood jade. Xiao Chen was happy to let it go out for a breather. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen continued to circulate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. He was making his final preparations for breaking through to the fourth layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Bai, who was outside the courtyard, ran out happily. It turned into a white figure and made its way to Xiao Yang's room with great familiarity. It gently opened the window to Xiao Yang's room without making any sound. When it came out, it carried a bottle of wine and drank it happily. After it finished drinking the wine in the bottle, a blush appeared on Bai's face. Under the illumination of the moonlight, it looked very charming and beautiful. Its intelligent eyes were filled with charm. Bai quickly went to the back of the mountain and found a place with dense spiritual energy. Then, it sat down cross-legged like a human. The dense essence in its body slowly circulated the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation. The mist was hazy and the surrounding spiritual energy was like a torrential storm. Under the moonlight, the raindrops of spiritual energy had an indescribable gentleness and beauty. The rainwater instantly entered Bai's body. Slowly, Bai's body became as transparent as glass. Below its body, there was a blurry white spot of light that was very eye-catching. It jumped around happily, swallowing the spiritual energy that entered its body. As the amount of spiritual energy it absorbed increased, the spot of light slowly grew larger. Amidst the haziness, that spot of light, it could no longer be called a spot of light. Instead, it was a small ball of light that gave off a gentle glow. The small ball of light changed continuously, forming all sorts of shapes. Finally, it struggled to form a small human figure. However, before it could maintain this state for a minute, the human figure scattered into countless spots of light and turned back into a ball of light. The mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation was a high-ranked immortal grade secret manual for demonic cultivators. According to the records in the Compendium of Cultivation, in terms of cultivation speed, it was much faster than the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation that Xiao Chen cultivated. If Xiao Chen was here and discovered what Bai was doing, he would be greatly astonished. This was because Bai was actually undergoing transformation. The spirit beasts of the Tianwu continent could only undergo transformation after they reached martial monarch. Furthermore, the process was not only extremely painful, it was also very shocking. The chances of failure were also very high. However, once the transformation succeeded, it would be a qualitative leap for a spirit beast. Not only would their outer appearance change, they would also become no different from humans. Furthermore, their spiritual intelligence would also improve. Their bodies would also be able to cultivate human martial techniques and cultivation techniques. For a spirit beast that could only rely on its instincts to fight, its strength would increase by at least twofold. The path of transformation had a very low success rate. Once it failed, it would turn to dust. Although most spirit beasts yearn for it, very few would choose this path. Furthermore, even though spirit beasts succeeded in transforming, they could not completely integrate into human society. Most of them would join the myriad fiend palace of the fiend race. That was a sect passed down by the ancient fiend race. As long as they were there, they would have a place to stay. The raindrops formed from spiritual energy slowly scattered. Bai stopped cultivating and raised his head to look at the night sky. A trace of melancholy flashed in his intelligent eyes. Under the gentle moonlight, Bai hugged his wine bottle and walked unsteadily towards Xiao Chen's courtyard. 3 days passed very quickly. The purple thunder divine incantation had already stabilized at the 3rd layer. As long as Xiao Chen was willing, he could break through to the 4th layer at any time. On this night, Xiao Chen practiced the Lingyun saber technique in the courtyard, consolidating the twisting road around peak that he had learned. A cool breeze blew in the courtyard, and leaves flew everywhere. All sorts of illusions of mountains appeared and disappeared continuously. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and stood upright. He carefully thought about the scene of that day. The path I walk is different from Zhang Li's. I want to withdraw the mysterious phenomenon and focus on the energy within. However, the twisting road around peak that day only materialized the mysterious phenomenon but did not merge it perfectly. If I could merge it into my saber technique, its might should be able to improve. Even the small perfection mysterious phenomenon is not without flaws. Before a true bladesman, it could be easily broken. Thus, I have to think of a way to merge the twisting road around peak mysterious phenomenon into my saber. Chapter 231. Boom! Just as Xiao Chen was thinking hard, there was a resplendent firework in the dark sky of the Lingyun mountain range. The dazzling firework reached an altitude of 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye. When the firework exploded, it turned into the appearance of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder, the Saber Emperor. It gathered in the night sky. In the next instant, the Saber Emperor's figure scattered. Thousands of meteor-like lights flew in all directions. Some of the meteor-like lights flew for thousands of meters before falling. Some flew for tens of thousands of meters, but they did not dissipate. In an instant, they spread throughout the entire Great Qin nation. The Saber Emperor's convening order. Xiao Chen exclaimed in shock as he looked at the scattering firework in the sky. This was the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's second convening order. It was second only to the Heavenly Saber convening order that the sect sent out during a calamity. It covered the entire Great Qin nation. As long as it was a disciple wearing the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's identity token, regardless of where they were in the Great Qin nation, they would rush back as soon as they received the convening order. In the past 1,000 years, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had only used the Saber Emperor's convening order twice. During the demonic calamity 20 years ago, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion did not use it. What exactly happened this time for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to use the Saber Emperor's convening order? Like Xiao Chen, countless people in the Great Qin nation sank into deep thought. Early the next morning, Lu Suifeng and Xiao Chen rode the green bird to the drill grounds of the heaven viewing platform. This time, Lu Suifeng did not make the mistake of losing his sense of direction. In less than an hour, they arrived at the drill grounds. Originally, Lu Suifeng thought he was early enough. Who knew, the 18 inner disciples who passed the test had already been waiting for a long time. Not only that, the spectator stands were filled with people. When Lu Suifeng looked around, he saw a dense crowd. A rough count gave at least 3,000 or 4,000 people. Most of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's inner disciples were present. Aside from the inner disciples, there was also a large group of core disciples and true inheritors. They were all seated in their own pavilions. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Xiao Chen did not understand. He asked Lu Suifeng in a soft voice, "What's going on? Why are there so many people here today? There are more than twice as many people as the previous time." Lu Suifeng also whispered, "Did you see the Saber Emperor's summoning order last night?" Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I saw it. However, the Saber Emperor summoned us. What does this test have to do with us?" The Saber Emperor's convening order was indeed a big matter. To put it in perspective, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was one of the top sects in the Great Qin nation. If they used the Saber Emperor's convening order, it would be a big deal in the Great Qin nation. But what did this have to do with their assessment? The foundational stage had already ended in advance the last time. Today's assessment only consisted of the arena stage. In Xiao Chen's opinion, it wouldn't be a problem for him to take first place among the 20 people. Although the fight with Zhang Lai and Mu Heng was delightful, Xiao Chen had yet to bring out his full strength. If it was a one-on-one fight, he was confident of ending the fight in 10 moves. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be many people watching an arena battle with a predetermined outcome. However, not only were there no fewer people today, there were even more people than 3 days ago. Lu Suifeng suddenly understood and said, "That's right, you have been cultivating bitterly for the past 3 days. You have no idea what is happening outside. You will understand after I explain it to you." On the second day after the last test ended, the Heaven Viewing Platform made an announcement in advance. The main hall will be recalling all the core disciples undergoing experiential training outside. Today, there will be a ranking battle to choose the 90 strongest core disciples. Hence, we are not the main characters today. What exactly is going on? Why do I have to find all the core disciples? Xiao Chen thought suspiciously. He was not worried that these people would not be able to make it back in one night. In every big city in the Great Qin nation, there were relay stations that connected directly to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. As long as one spent a considerable amount of spirit stones, they would be able to rush back to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion within half a day. However, Xiao Chen could not figure out why the core disciple ranking battle would be on the same day as the ordinary inner disciple exam. Xiao Chen asked, "Did the announcement say why they would be choosing the 90 strongest core disciples?" Lu Suifeng shook his head and said, "They did not say. It should be a very important mission. Otherwise, they would not have used the Saber Emperor's summoning order to summon them so urgently. Those who did not return within a day after receiving the summoning order would all be severely punished." As they spoke, many black dots appeared in the sky above the drill grounds. As the black dots got closer, everyone discovered that these black dots were actually ferocious flying spirit beasts. The spirit beasts quickly descended. When they were 100 meters in the air, some cultivators jumped down from them. Bang! 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 Their feet landed heavily on the ground. They were not injured at all. After they landed, these people headed for the pavilion specially prepared for the core disciples. The core disciples who had not gone out for experiential training were already waiting there. That is Qianduan Peak's Lin Yun, ranked 18th on the wind cloud list. He cultivates a pure fire-attributed true yang art. His saber techniques are very tyrannical. After not seeing him for half a year, his strength seems to have increased again. He is now a peak superior grade martial saint. Ranked 10th is Jade Maiden Peak's Yun Kursin. I wonder what layer her soft music art is at. Ranked 2nd is Tianyue Peak's Yiling Feng. He has not returned for more than a year already. Unexpectedly, he is a medial grade martial saint now. I wonder if the first ranked Murong Chong will arrive. He was already a peak inferior grade martial saint last year. I wonder how strong he is now. As more and more people jumped off the spirit beasts, someone immediately recognized these people. They were all core disciples in the top 100 of the wind cloud list. When they came out one by one, they all exclaimed in surprise. The 20 people on the drill grounds also focused their attention on this group of people. Xiao Chen casually glanced around and discovered that this group of people was indeed very strong. Every one of them had a very strong aura. Furthermore, most of them were inferior grade martial saints. Furthermore, a small number of them were peak inferior grade martial saints. It looked like the top 90 core disciples were most likely chosen from the top 100 of the wind cloud list. The top 10 already have such an aura. In that case, how strong would the first-ranked person be? Xiao Chen thought to himself. Hu Qi. Suddenly, there was a sonic boom in the air. A black dot flew over quickly from afar. Its speed was close to the speed of sound. As it moved through the air, it gave off sonic booms that reverberated in the air above the drill grounds. Bang! The person who arrived was still 1,000 meters away. The intense sonic booms were still reverberating in the air when the figure landed on the ground. He was dressed in moon-white robes. He had handsome and exquisite facial features. He held a saber in his right hand and his aura was withdrawn. He had an indescribable charm as he slowly walked towards the pavilion. Murong Chong. Murong Chong is really back. This is a flying martial technique. I can't see through his strength at all. The crowd in the spectators' stands cried out in surprise. Many of the female disciples blushed and their eyes lit up. They jumped up cautiously. When Xiao Chen saw this person, he could not help but reveal a grave expression on his previously calm face. Although the top 10 core disciples that Xiao Chen saw earlier were very strong, if they were to fight, Xiao Chen had a 50% chance of victory. If Xiao Chen could go all out, he would even have a 60% chance of victory against the second-ranked Yiling Feng. Only this person gave him a feeling that he could not defeat him. Among the younger generation, Xiao Chen had only experienced this feeling from Lu Riyue back then. Could this person be compared to Lu Riyue back then? The reason why it was not the current Lu Riyue was because Lu Riyue was already very close to becoming a martial king. She was only a step away from reaching the realm that everyone in the younger generation looked up to, unrivaled within the same cultivation realm. Although Xiao Chen could not see through this person's cultivation realm, from his aura, he could roughly guess that he was a middle-stage superior-grade martial saint. He was still a distance away from peak superior-grade martial saint. Which peak's inner disciple is Murong Chong from? Why have I not heard of him before? Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity. When Lu Suifeng heard this, he had an uncomfortable expression on his face. He said, he is a free person, he does not belong to any peak. Xiao Chen observed Lu Suifeng's expression and knew that Lu Suifeng still had something to say. Free person? What do you mean? After anyone entered the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's inner sect, the first thing they had to do was choose a peak. After that, they could customize their identity token and become a true inner disciple. How could there be someone who did not belong to any peak? If he did not belong to any peak, then why did he come to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Could it be just for the dense spiritual energy of the Lingyun mountain range? No one would find it strange. Since he could enter the inner sect, naturally, he would place more importance on the high-ranked martial techniques and cultivation techniques of the various peaks. An environment with dense spiritual energy would always be secondary. Lu Suifeng paused for a while, as though he had made a decision. He sighed and said, I'll tell you the truth. Murong Chong used to be a disciple of our Qingyun Peak. There is also Wang Rong, whom I met in the library. He used to be a disciple of Qingyun Peak as well. Murong Chong and my elder sister are fellow disciples. They grew up together. 2 years ago, after he failed to woo my sister, he left Qingyun Peak in a fit of anger. Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised. He did not expect there to be such a story. He could not help but take a few more glances at Murong Chong, who had already walked up to the pavilion. After all the core disciples arrived, the chief examiner slowly appeared on the drill grounds. He looked at Xiao Chen and the others and said, each of you will have to participate in 15 battles. Every victory will give you 1 point. Defeats will not give you any points. The person with the most points after the battles will be the number 1 core disciple. He will be rewarded with 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones and an inferior grade earth-ranked spirit weapon. The remaining 9 will receive the same rewards. 500 inferior grade spirit stones and a superior grade profound ranked spirit weapon. At the same time, your ranking in the ranking hall will automatically increase by 100. The rewards were indeed more than 5 times more than the previous years. Unfortunately, Xiaoqin did not care about any of it. Regardless of whether it was a spirit weapon or inferior grade spirit stones, he did not need too many of them. What he needed the most now were rank 6 body-tempering medicinal pills or natural treasures that could temper the physical body. Next were high-ranked cultivation techniques that could temper the physical body. Chapter 232. The arena for the competition was in the middle of the drill grounds. There was nothing special about it. Most of the opponents that met Xiaoqin chose to give up. Out of the 15 matches, Xiaoqin did not fight in 13 of them, obtaining victory. Only Mu Heng and Zhang Lai chose to continue. Unfortunately, even when the two of them worked together for the past 3 days, they could not do anything to Xiaoqin. In a one-on-one fight, Xiaoqin used 60% of his strength and ended the fight within 50 moves. Xiaoqin returned victorious in all 15 matches. Without any suspense, he obtained the first rank. The second rank would be between Mu Heng and Zhang Lai. The two of them were roughly equal in strength. After fighting for a long time, there was no clear victor. In the end, Mu Heng relied on the advantage of his physical body and had a slight advantage in endurance. He defeated Zhang Lai and obtained the second rank. By noon, all the matches had ended. This year's core disciples were finally chosen. Lu Suifeng managed to obtain the 10th rank by a hair's breadth, finally getting his wish. Go and rest first. After the core disciple ranking competition is over, you will have another match with the core disciples ranked in the top 10, the chief examiner reminded everyone. Originally, Xiaoqin was planning to leave after receiving his reward. However, when he heard the chief examiner's words, he stopped. This was not bad. It would be good to see how strong the top 10 core disciples on the wind cloud list were. In the spectator stands, the chief examiner arranged a row of seats for Xiaoqin, Mu Heng, and the rest of the new core disciples, separating them from the other inner disciples. Following the appearance of the 500 core disciples, the atmosphere in the spectator stands was ignited. It was like the atmosphere of the end of the year ranking war. However, in reality, this sudden match could be seen as the end of the year ranking war from a certain point of view. The top 100 core disciples were basically the same as the top 100 of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Compared to the end of the year ranking war, the only thing this ranking war lacked was the number of participants. As for the quality of the participants, it would definitely be higher. Thus, it was rather interesting. Yi Chen, I feel that with your strength, if you participate in this core disciple ranking war, you will be able to enter the top 10, Mu Heng suddenly said. Zhang Lai said with some dissatisfaction, you must be joking. Everyone in the top 10 is at least a peak inferior grade martial saint. From martial grand master to martial saint is the first big hurdle that cultivators face. Even if there is only a slight difference, the difference in strength will be like the difference between heaven and earth. They can condense their essence and attack outside their body. Furthermore, their attack power will increase by several times. There was indeed a natural difference between a martial grand master and a martial saint. Zhang Lai was right. If a peak superior grade martial master defeated an inferior grade martial grand master, or even a medial grade martial grand master, it would not be strange. However, it would be extremely difficult for a peak martial grand master to defeat a newly advanced inferior grade martial saint. Although the martial heaven continent wasn't completely unheard of, these people were all geniuses rarely seen in 100 years. Perhaps they had an innate bloodline or inherited martial spirit. Or perhaps they had a cultivation technique or martial technique that was much stronger than their opponent. Only then could they achieve such an effect. If it was a regular inferior grade martial saint, with Xiaoqian's strength, Zhang Lai felt that he could defeat him. However, the people in the top 10 were all peak inferior grade martial saints. Furthermore, all of them had fought hundreds of battles before they could reach the top 10. Compared to the common inferior-grade martial saints at the foot of the mountain, they were on a completely different level. Just their cultivation technique alone was much stronger than a regular inferior-grade martial saints. Xiao Chen had an indifferent expression towards the discussion of the two. He did not intend to argue with them. No matter what they said, it would not be as convincing as a battle. There would be a battle to prove himself. Mu Heng looked at Zhang Lai and said, "Don't be unconvinced. 3 days ago, when the two of us worked together, he could only bring out 60% of his strength. If he attacked without holding anything back, he would be able to hold his own against a medial-grade martial saint." Zhang Lai did not believe that Xiao Chen only used 60% of his strength. His and Mu Heng's combined combat prowess would definitely be equal to a medial-grade martial saint. If Xiao Chen only used 60% of his strength and was able to hold his own against them, did that not mean that a medial-grade martial saint was no match for him? Impossible, he was only a peak martial grand master. How could he be compared to a medial-grade martial saint? Zhang Lai shook his head and did not continue discussing this issue. There were 10 arenas on the drill grounds. The rules of the competition were the same as Xiao Chen's earlier one. It was also a point system. The top 90 would be determined based on the number of points accumulated. The strength of the core disciples could not be underestimated. Most of them had their own consummate techniques. Furthermore, they were all people who used the saber. Xiao Chen did not find it boring as he watched the matches one by one. Instead, he gained some experience. However, as Xiao Chen continued watching, although the battles were exciting, there was nothing special about them. Facing the scorching sun in the south made him feel bored. Jade Maiden Peak's Yunkursin is going up. She was ranked in the top 10 of the previous Wind Cloud list. Her Heavenly Melody saber technique is very hard to defend against. I wonder who her opponent is. Her opponent is the 18th ranked Yan Feng. He is also a ruthless character. However, he should not be a match for Yunkursin. After watching for so long, the top 10 finally made their appearance. It is getting a little boring. Same. If it were not for these top 10 people making their appearance, I would not even be here today. When Yunkursin made her appearance, the somewhat dull spectator stands immediately became very lively. There were all sorts of discussions. Xiao Chen looked at the girl slowly walking up the arena. Yunkursin was dressed in white. She was not considered pretty, but she was delicate and pretty. She looked very simple and natural. A peak inferior grade martial saint. Her cultivation is the lowest among the top 10. The Heavenly Melody saber technique she practices should have something extraordinary about it. Otherwise, she would not be able to enter the top 10, Xiao Chen analyzed in his heart. Xiao Chen suddenly thought of something. He asked Lu Suifeng, "How come I don't see Chu Xinyun? She is also a core disciple, right?" When Chu Xinyun was mentioned, a smile immediately appeared on Lu Suifeng's face. He explained, "Xinyun, she obtained her core disciple status by relying on her status as an alchemist. Most of the disciples on Jade Maiden Peak are like that, they belong to another organization. There are very few people like Yunkursin who relied on their combat prowess to become a core disciple. So that was the case. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's method was rather humane. Alchemists contributed greatly to a sect. They could even be said to be a scarce resource. You seem to be very familiar with the disciples of Jade Maiden Peak. How many moves do you think Yunkursin will need to defeat her opponent?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Lu Suifeng smiled embarrassedly. He said, "Yunkursin, she basically spends most of her time training outside. All the contribution missions she took were in places far away. I have not spoken much to her." While they were speaking, Yunkursin and Yan Feng had already walked onto the arena. Under the direction of the referee, they stood still and the crowd stopped chatting. "Senior Sister Yun, sorry for the offense." After the two of them bowed, Yan Feng spoke politely. He drew his saber and instantly sent out 10 odd saber chi. The saber chi tore through the water-like air and flew towards Yun Kursin. Yun Kursin was not an ordinary opponent. Hence, the moment she stepped onto the arena, Yan Feng did not hold back. He sent out 10 odd saber chi with all his might, attacking from all sorts of tricky angles. His figure also instantly rushed forward. There was a flash of white light and Yun Kursin's figure drifted far away. Her body was so soft, it was like she did not have any bones. She easily dodged all the saber chi. Yan Feng smiled gently and happened to appear where Yun Kursin landed. "I already predicted that you would land here. This is my true killing move, spatial tearing cross chop." Yan Feng swung his saber and a cross-shaped saber chi quickly formed in the air. The air was like a curtain of water. Cracks appeared in the cross-shaped chop. It was clear how strong this move was. This attack was very accurate. It was aimed at the angle at which Yun Kursin would land. It was very difficult to change her position in midair. Even if she managed to dodge it, she would be in a passive position for a long time. Yun Kursin's expression was still very calm. Suddenly, her body fell straight down. It was like a leaf falling to the ground suddenly turning into a piece of metal. It was very strange. "Who?" The instant Yun Kursin landed, she suddenly increased her speed and managed to catch up to the cross-shaped saber chi. She pushed her feet off the ground and her body instantly shot tens of meters away. She still managed to easily dodge Yan Feng's attack. What a profound movement technique. In one moment, she is as light as a swallow, as light as a feather. In the next moment, she is as heavy as a mountain. Furthermore, she is very adept at switching between the two states. When Xiaochen saw this scene, he could not help but praise. Lu Suifeng said, "This is the rare peak Earth-ranked movement technique of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Thundercloud Art. Normally, only true inheritors or people with outstanding talent are qualified to practice it. However, if one wants to have any achievements, they will need a high comprehension ability." When Yan Feng saw that Yun Kursin dodged his meticulously planned move, he had a slightly disappointed expression on his face. He shouted and his figure left a long trail in the air as he hacked at Yun Kursin with his saber. Dang! This time, Yun Kursin did not choose to dodge. She did not draw her saber, instead, she raised her right hand. The weapons clashed and gave off a melodious sound. Yun Kursin did not move at all as she blocked this attack. When Yan Feng saw that Yun Kursin did not even draw her saber, he revealed an angry expression. He said, "Senior Sister Yun, we have not met for half a year. Am I not even qualified for you to draw your saber?" Yun Kursin said unhurriedly, "Don't get distracted. If this was a battle to the death, you would already be dead." Yun Kursin's indifferent attitude completely enraged Yan Feng. He shouted and held his saber with both hands. A 2-meter-long saber light rose up from the saber and pushed Yun Kursin back continuously. Chi! Chi! Under the huge pressure, Yun Kursin could not block it with one hand. After a while, her body was pushed to the edge of the arena. If she fell off, she would lose the right to participate in this match. Still not drawing your saber? In that case, get down. Yan Feng shouted loudly and withdrew the 2-meter-long saber light. The aura of his body suddenly rose to its peak and knocked Yun Kursin back in an instant. While Yun Kursin was in the air, her expression was unhurried. She held her saber hilt with her right hand and slowly drew her saber. Chapter 233. Wang. An ear-piercing sonic boom spread from the arena to the entire drill ground. As the sound wave spread in all directions, everyone in the spectator seats felt their eardrums vibrate and their heads spin. Xiaochen calmed himself down and was astonished in his heart. What a horrifying sonic boom! He was already more than a kilometer away from the arena, yet he could still feel it so strongly. Yan Feng, who was at the center of the sonic boom, was instantly hit. He temporarily lost his hearing and his qi and blood surged. He could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. Boom! With a flip of her right hand, Yun Kursin drew out her saber and sheathed it. The sound wave that had already spread out in all directions created ripples in the air and formed a huge whirlpool. Then, it actually returned to the saber. The instant the saber returned to its scabbard, the sound wave that had gathered once again exploded out, giving off a louder and more horrifying sound wave than before. However, although the sound was louder this time, the inner disciples in the spectator stands did not feel anything. This was because the sound wave had gathered into a line and struck Yan Feng's body. Blood leaked out of all the pores in Yan Feng's body. His face was frighteningly pale. He knelt on one knee with a pu-tong sound and watched as Yun Kursin slowly descended. Yan Feng smiled bitterly. Yun Kursin, it has only been half a year and you are not even qualified to draw your saber. The next time we meet, will you not even be qualified to draw your saber? Yun Kursin's white clothes fluttered in the wind and her expression did not change. She said, as a bladesman, it is not important whether I draw my saber or not. Don't bother with these superficial things. Otherwise, it will be difficult to comprehend your saber intent. This round, Yun Kursin wins. The referee in the arena said. Seeing Yun Kursin leave, Yan Feng felt a slight bitterness in his heart. A long time ago, he could still stand shoulder to shoulder with her. Now, he could only see her back. The Heavenly Melody saber technique is indeed horrifying. She actually defeated Yan Feng with just half a move. Yun Kursin is still the same as before, always surprising people. Yan Feng's defeat was rather unjust. He was too caught up in whether his opponent would draw her saber or not. He still had some trump cards that he had not used yet. This is also because his mental state is not mature enough. After all, Yun Kursin's previous ranking on the Wind Cloud ranking was below his. Now, he is somewhat unable to accept this. You can't say that. For a cultivator, mental state is sometimes more important than any cultivation technique or martial technique. It is also a part of a cultivator's strength. Although this duel was short, and everyone felt that it was not enough to watch it, it did not affect the quality of the competition. The discussions in the spectator stands never stopped. As Zhang Lai watched Yun Kursin leave, a strange look flashed in his eyes. He muttered, this woman is not simple. Her state of the Heavenly Melody saber technique has already reached great perfection. When Xiao Chen heard this, he secretly nodded in his heart. The composition of a martial technique was divided into the route of true qi circulation in the meridians, the angle and footwork of the attack, and the concept contained in the martial technique. For example, the state of the rushing thunder saber technique was purely the state of thunder. The Lingyun saber technique had two states, the state of mountains and the state of clouds. A martial technique could only be considered to have reached great perfection when all three were merged. However, the comprehension of a state required comprehension ability, luck, and patience. It was incomparably difficult to comprehend. If one focused on pursuing a state, they would end up stagnating. They might even regress. Thus, most cultivators would not overly pursue a state before their cultivation reached a certain level. Yun Kursin was able to comprehend the state of the Heavenly Melody saber technique to great perfection when she was a peak inferior grade martial saint. This proved that this girl's talent, comprehension ability, and luck were all things that ordinary people could not compare to. Zhang Lai glanced at Mu Heng, then at Xiao Qin. He smiled and said, do you still think that he can make it into the top 10 of the core disciples? Not to mention the difference in cultivation realm, those who can make it into the top 10 are all geniuses. In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, which is filled with talents, it is impossible to enter without some real skills. Mu Heng muttered to himself for a while before saying seriously, Yun Kursin is very strong, very strong. However, she is still not a match for Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin looked at Mu Heng in surprise. He did not know where Mu Heng got his confidence from. Although he was not afraid of Yun Kursin, after watching the earlier match, he did not have absolute confidence in defeating her. Stop talking big. Yun Kursin only used half a move to defeat the 16th ranked Yan Feng. She still has many trump cards that she has not used yet. How can you be so sure that she is not a match for Xiao Qin? In terms of cultivation realm, Xiao Qin is only a peak martial saint. In terms of states, the Heavenly Melody Saber technique is close to great perfection. It is not weaker than Xiao Chen's Lingyun Saber technique. Is it not easy to tell who is stronger? This time, before Zhang Lai could say anything, the other newly advanced core disciples retorted. Furthermore, there was evidence to back up their claims, making it impossible for them to argue. Mu Heng smiled faintly. There is no point in saying so much. In the future, you will naturally know if what I said is true or false. Lu Suifeng leaned over and whispered, Yi Qin, if you really go up against Yun Kursin, how confident are you of victory? Xiao Qin thought for a while before saying, 50%. If that is all she has, I can increase it by another 10%. When Lu Suifeng heard this, he was incomparably shocked. He was very clear about Xiao Chen's character. When he said 50%, it would only be higher and not lower. It would definitely not be lower than 50%. The matches in the arena continued. The top 10 core disciples of the Wind Cloud list all went up. Their strength did not disappoint the crowd. The 5th-ranked Li Yuzhe used only 3 moves to deal with the 15th-ranked Lian Yun. His speed is abnormally fast. The 4th-ranked Yun Feima defeated the 20th-ranked opponent with 1 saber strike. It looks like his tearing blood technique has already reached the 10th layer. The 8th-ranked Ling Aoshuang also used only 3 moves to deal with his opponent. It was as Zhang Lai said, none of the top 10 core disciples were weak. They were much stronger than the others. They basically dealt with their opponents within 5 moves. Up until now, aside from the first-ranked Murong Chong, who had yet to fight, the other 9 core disciples in the top 10 had already fought, displaying their strength. There was one more thing that attracted Xiao Chen's attention. He did not know if it was the Elders' Assembly's arrangement or something else, but the top 10 core disciples did not fight against each other. In Xiao Chen's opinion, the top 10 core disciples had already surpassed the others. It was almost impossible for the others to defeat them. Their opponents were only themselves. It is Murong Chang's turn. His opponent is Yan Qihua, who is ranked 11th on the Wind Cloud list. He was also one of the top 10 core disciples in the previous Wind Cloud list. None of his opponents could last more than 10 moves. Yan Qihua is indeed strong. Unfortunately, he ran into Murong Chong. He will definitely lose. Let's see how many moves he can last. I have not seen Murong Chong make a move for a long time. This is exciting. Last year, Murong Chong only appeared for a while at the end of the year. He rarely returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion after that. This is a bladesman who spends all his time cultivating bitterly. If it were not for the Saber Emperor's summon, he would not have returned. Up in the arena, Yan Qihua's expression changed when he heard the discussions around him. He felt upset in his heart. He looked at the blue-clothed Murong Chong standing proudly and said, regardless of what the others say, I only have one purpose standing here. It is not to last a few moves against you but to defeat you. Murong Chong smiled coldly and said, before you speak, consider your own strength first. Both sides bow and stand still. The match begins. Who? Right after the referee spoke, a cool breeze blew in the arena. There was a melodious sound coming from the wind. This was the sound of a saber being drawn. Yan Qihua was startled. He had not expected Murong Chong to ignore his status and make the first move. He felt flustered. Fortunately, Yan Qihua had a good mental state. After a while, he calmed himself and prepared to receive Murong Chong's attack. However, when he looked to the front, he did not see Murong Chong. Yan Qihua quickly looked around. Aside from the cool breeze, there was no one else in the arena. Where is he? This time, Yan Qihua was completely flustered. How could a living person disappear right under his eyes? It was too strange. Don't panic, he cannot possibly leave this arena. Since he made the first move, he will definitely reveal his killing intent. As long as I grasp the direction of the killing intent, I will be able to block his attack. Yan Qihua repeated in his heart. He extended his perception and moved his feet continuously. He did not dare to relax for even a moment. Pu Ci. Suddenly, a long wound appeared on Yan Qihua's chest. Blood spurted out. His eyes were wide open, he had an incredulous expression. How did I get injured? Chi! Chi! The cool breeze in the arena suddenly stopped. The air currents in the air froze. Murong Chong's handsome face appeared before Yan Qihua. He revealed a cruel smile. Murong Chong's eyes were filled with a boundless killing intent. Suddenly, he pounced over like a gushing river. Scram! Murong Chong sheathed his saber and kicked Yan Qihua's chest, sending him off the arena. Why can't I feel such a surging killing intent? What's going on? Yan Qihua, who was struggling on the ground, could not figure it out. When the referee saw the situation, he immediately announced, Murong Chong, victory. Yan Qihua's pale face recovered his wits. He shouted, that's impossible. How could I lose? I have not used the trump card that I practiced for a year. Murong Chong, do you dare to receive an attack from me fair and square? Do you dare or not? Murong Chong did not even look at Yan Qihua, who was on the ground. He said coldly, idiot, you have to be able to use a killing move for it to be considered a killing move. You can't even use it, yet you are not embarrassed to shout so loudly. Looking at Murong Chong's back, Xiaoqian sank into deep thought. What a horrifying clear wind chop. I originally thought that my great perfection clear wind chop was sufficient as a trump card. It looks like I am still far from it. Chapter 234. Wang Qinian, a direct disciple of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak, frowned when he saw Lin Feng's matches. What is Lin Feng doing? He has lost 9 out of 15 matches. Is he doing this on purpose? Luo Kudi, who was at the side, also felt a little strange when he heard this. In the previous match, he would have easily defeated an opponent ranked in the top 100. Wang Qinian said, when you go down later, ask him what's going on. Tell him to try his best to get the 90 spots. I have a feeling that this mission will be very helpful to us. After the mission, our strength should increase by a level. The duels in the arena continued. The gap between the top 10 on the wind and cloud list and the people behind them grew larger and larger. They were not on the same level at all. As the sun set in the west, the battles in the arena were nearing the final round. The top 10 on the honor roll had yet to meet. Now, it was certain that this was deliberately arranged by the elders. He just didn't know how they would be ranked if they had the same number of points. As expected, none of the top 10 are mediocre. They are much stronger than I imagined. Zhang Lai sighed after pondering for a while. Seeing that Zhang Lai was still conflicted on this issue, Mu Hing did not say anything more. The strength of the top 10 had indeed surpassed his expectations. However, he still believed that Xiaoqian had the strength to fight for the top 10. There was no reason for it. It was just an intuition. Lu Suifeng suddenly said in a low voice, have you noticed that Lin Feng, the quick blade of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak, has already lost 10 matches in a row? What is he thinking? Is there such a thing? Xiao Chen really didn't notice, but no matter what he wanted to do, he couldn't do anything. In the past, when Xiao Chen fought against him, he might have had to resort to electric tricks to win quickly. However, after consuming the flowing light flower, his comprehension ability increased greatly. His strength was much stronger than when he first came out of the underground world. It was a qualitative leap. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Don't worry about him. If he wants to challenge me, I will give him a pleasant surprise." When the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the entire western sky red, the battles on the drill ground finally came to an end. The top 10 core disciples on the leaderboard had won all 15 battles and were tied for first place. The result was somewhat regrettable. After all, what everyone wanted to see the most was an evenly matched high-level battle. Under the direction of the chief examiner, Xiao Chen and the other 10 newly promoted inner core disciples slowly walked to the center of the drill ground to welcome the challenges of the last 10 core disciples. Although the level of this battle wasn't high, it was still worth watching. For the sake of maintaining their status as core disciples, those people would use all sorts of methods to fight with all their might. As for Xiao Chen's group of 10, if they were to lose, although they wouldn't lose their qualifications as core disciples, they would lose the rewards they had previously received. The purpose of this was to prevent them from cheating. Such a rule ensured that both sides would have to fight with all their might and not hold anything back. Otherwise, both sides would suffer great losses. That's strange. Why is Lin Feng from the 10,000 Fathoms Peak also up there? He is the second strongest core disciple of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak. Even if he can't get one of the 90 spots, he shouldn't be at the bottom. You can't even understand this. You are too stupid. The 10th ranked core disciple can choose his own opponent. He lost to Yi Chen previously, so he must be feeling unsatisfied. This time, he is here to get back at him. That is interesting. Lin Feng is also an inferior grade martial saint. His quick saber is quite famous in the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He should be evenly matched with Xiao Chen. That should be the case. I heard that Yi Chen used some tricks to win the last battle. That's why Lin Feng is very unconvinced. Otherwise, he wouldn't have voluntarily admitted defeat this time and dropped his ranking to around 300. The crowd was somewhat surprised at Lin Feng's appearance. However, when they thought about the reasons behind it, they were not too surprised. After all, every cultivator had their own pride. The 10 newly promoted core disciples and the 10 last-ranked core disciples were separated by a few meters, standing in a row facing each other. Lin Feng's hand was on his saber hilt. His black eyes revealed a murderous intent as he stared at Xiao Chen. He withdrew his aura, accumulating it continuously. If looks could kill, Xiao Chen would have died 100 times already. The chief examiner walked to the center and looked at both sides. Then, he pointed to the person on the right and said, "If you are defeated this time, you will lose your qualifications to be a core disciple. I hope you will grasp this opportunity and do your best. Now, from left to right, choose your opponent one by one." When the first person from the left, Zhang Yu, heard this, he revealed a joyful expression. To be able to choose his opponent first, the advantage was self-evident. The expressions of the 3 people on the right were much more unsightly. It was easy to imagine that their opponents would be Mu Heng, Zhang Lai, and Xiao Chen, who no one was willing to fight. Zhang Yu immediately stepped forward and pointed at Lu Suifeng. "I choose him as my opponent." Lu Suifeng was indeed the weakest of the 10. However, Xiao Chen did not think that Lu Suifeng would definitely lose. His chances of victory were 50-50. Don't hold anything back. The opponent might use his full power the moment he starts, Xiao Chen said in a soft voice as he walked past Lu Suifeng. Lu Suifeng nodded gently. The fact that the other party chose him first made him feel unsightly. Everyone was a hot-blooded person, they were not willing to be looked down upon in front of everyone. Zhang Yu was only a superior-grade martial grandmaster. Compared to Lu Suifeng, he did not have much of an advantage in terms of cultivation realm. He was more experienced in combat. Indeed, it was as Xiaoqin said. After Zhang Yu went up, he immediately executed his trump card, wanting to catch Lu Suifeng off guard. Lu Suifeng was prepared for this long ago. He fought back tit for tat, not letting Zhang Yu gain any advantage. The two of them had similar cultivation realms, neither of them had a clear advantage. In the end, it would be a battle of mental states. The one who could maintain his composure and not reveal any openings too early would be the one to obtain the final victory. After the two of them exchanged 200 moves, there was still no chance of victory. Zhang Yu started to feel anxious, the pressure on him was much greater than Lu Suifeng's. Lu Suifeng's moves became increasingly ferocious. His gaze was calm and his heart was as calm as still water. He withstood Zhang Yu's storm-like attacks and finally found an opening. He immediately executed Qin Yun Peak's secret technique, Profound Wind Chop. He knocked his opponent off the arena in one fell swoop, obtaining victory. The chief examiner walked over to Zhang Yu. Under Zhang Yu's unresigned gaze, he removed the golden core disciple identity token from his waist. Next, continue. The duels continued. With Zhang Yu as an example, the remaining core disciples were more cautious. The duels were in a stalemate, both sides had their wins and losses. I choose him. When it was Lin Feng's turn to choose his opponent, he immediately picked Xiaoqin after he went up the arena. There were no surprises. Xiaoqin leaped up gently and landed firmly on the arena. When Xiaoqin went up the arena, the rage in Lin Feng's eyes calmed down. He gathered his aura and raised it continuously, holding it back. If I cannot defeat you within 5 moves, I will admit defeat, Lin Feng said word by word when he saw Xiaoqin's indifferent expression. Xiaoqin found it funny. He said indifferently, defeating me in 5 moves gives you a sense of accomplishment. Seeing that you have prepared so much, even dropping to the bottom 10 to fight me, I will give you this opportunity. Duel, begin. The moment the referee spoke, Lin Feng's aura, which he had been suppressing, exploded out. The aura of an inferior-grade martial saint surged towards Xiaoqin like a torrential flood. Torrential storm. After learning from his previous experience, Lin Feng did not give his opponent the chance to make the first move. After he suppressed his aura, he immediately executed the martial technique that he was proud of. Xiaoqin swung his saber and a 6-meter-long saber qi flew towards Xiaoqin like a torrential storm. A strong wind blew in the arena, one could faintly hear the sound of a torrential storm. Lin Feng had underestimated this person. He had already comprehended the state of wind and the state of rain in this saber strike to small perfection. The horrifying saber qi had the speed of the wind and the density of the rain. The wind and rain intertwined, and the torrential rain poured down. The rain made use of the wind to become even more ferocious. The berserk saber qi did not give Xiaoqin any time to think. It arrived before him in an instant. Before the saber qi got close, the ferocious saber wind caused Xiaoqin's clothes and hair to flutter. When it landed on his face, he felt a slight pain. Dang! Xiaoqin did not dare to be careless. He drew the snow-white lunar shadow saber and released a surging saber light, shattering the first saber qi. Saber qi was the biggest difference between a martial saint and a martial grand master. A martial grand master could only condense saber light. However, a martial saint could condense saber light again and launch a long-distance attack. In terms of essence quality and quantity, there was not much of a difference between Xiaoqin and Lin Feng. In fact, the quality of Xiaoqin's essence might even be slightly stronger. However, there was a difference between saber light and saber qi. When his opponent condensed saber qi with 50% of his strength, Xiaoqin needed to condense 60% of his strength to block it. However, Xiao Chen's essence recovery speed was much faster than his opponent's. Thus, he did not care about the consumption of essence. He smiled gently and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Xiao Chen's figure flickered on the arena, leaving behind a series of afterimages. It was hard to tell which was the real one and which was the fake one. In the arena, strands of saber chi were shattered by Xiao Chen, scattering in all directions. Although Lin Feng knew that this move would not be able to cause any substantial damage to Xiao Chen, he did not expect that Xiao Chen would break it so easily. Swallowing wind drinking rain. Lin Feng shouted and the torrential rain and wind suddenly stopped. The remaining saber chi returned to Lin Feng's body with a schwa sound. Xiao Chen appeared and looked at Lin Feng leaping over. He said softly, "For more moves." "Less nonsense, I will deal with you with this move." Lin Feng said ruthlessly, veins bulging on his face. The moment Lin Feng spoke, his saber had already landed on Xiao Chen's head. Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless. The qi whirlpool in his dantian spun rapidly. 6 drops of pure essence liquid were extracted and instantly turned into surging essence. They flowed into the meridians in his arms and into the saber. Chapter 235. The snow-white lunar shadow saber gave off a bright light, forming a resplendent saber light. Boom! The instant the sabers clashed, an intense whirlwind appeared with Ling Feng's saber as the center. The torrential storm that was swallowed by the whirlwind earlier gushed out with an even more ferocious aura. Dee-da! Dee-da! The sound of torrential rain started to resound in Xiao Chen's ears. With every drop of rain, the energy contained in Lin Feng's saber became stronger. Eventually, the sound of the rain became louder and louder. Dark clouds covered the sky, and it actually started to rain heavily. The energy in Ling Feng's saber had also reached a horrifying level. Xiao Chen had some difficulty blocking the energy in the saber, and he could not help but move back. The torrential rain quickly soaked Xiao Chen's clothes and hair. Lin Feng revealed a cocky expression. "You are very honored. You are the first opponent of my torrential storm saber technique since I mastered it to great perfection. For you, I even gave up on the 90 spots. The might of this swallowing wind drinking rain can grow infinitely. The longer you resist, the more pressure you will have to endure. In the end, your injuries will only worsen. I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible." In the midst of the torrential storm, Xiao Chen slowly moved back. However, his expression did not change. When he heard Lin Feng's words, he revealed a faint smile. "Infinitely grow. Like I said, I will give you 5 moves. I will not attack you with this move. Unless it was a great perfection mysterious phenomenon, no one would dare to say that their strength could grow infinitely. Furthermore, even a great perfection mysterious phenomenon could be broken by force. To be able to draw out such a realistic mysterious phenomenon, Lin Feng's move was indeed shocking. However, in Xiao Chen's eyes, it was full of openings. It would be easy for him to break it. However, Xiao Chen did not intend to do so. He placed his left hand on the saber hilt and switched to a 2-handed grip. He immediately stopped moving back and shouted, "Solitary peak appreciating self." The image of a 1,000-meter-tall mountain flashed behind Xiao Chen. Clouds surrounded the peak, and it pierced through the dark clouds in the sky. Then, it entered Xiao Chen's body. Bang! The instant the mountain entered Xiao Chen's body, a majestic aura spread out from within. Xiao Chen stood upright on the arena like a towering mountain. "Let the wind howl, let the rain pour down, I will not move. Who cares about your unlimited growth? I will not be afraid, I will admire myself on the lonely peak." This move was the strongest defensive move of the Lingyun saber technique. Once he used it, Lin Feng felt a huge pressure. No matter how much strength he used, he could not move Xiao Chen at all. In his eyes, It was as if his saber had really struck a majestic mountain peak, and it had no effect at all. Retreat. Lin Feng sheathed his saber and quickly retreated. The mysterious phenomenon in the sky immediately disappeared. Swallowing wind drinking rain could indeed grow infinitely, but it also required sufficient essence to support it. Covering the entire arena with the mysterious phenomenon was already Lin Feng's limit. If he persisted for a long time, even without Xiao Qin making a move, he would automatically lose due to his essence being exhausted. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and dispersed the aura of the lonely peak. He looked at the retreating Lin Feng and said, 3 more moves. Let's see what other abilities you have. When Lin Feng saw that Xiao Qin had a card up his sleeve, he roared angrily. The qi and blood in his heart surged. He did not use any martial techniques and directly rushed over. So. Lin Feng did not use any martial techniques. Instead, his speed became even faster. A strand of saber qi flashed in front of Xiao Qin at lightning speed, making him somewhat surprised. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Qin's body moved back, and 2 strands of hair on his forehead were cut off. He narrowly avoided this saber strike. 2 more moves. Xiao Qin pushed off the ground and retreated more than 100 meters, putting a distance between him and Lin Feng. Xiao Qin's words were like a nightmare that haunted Lin Feng, causing him to feel extremely frustrated. He was at a loss as to what to do. He was in a state of confusion and did not know how to make his move. When Wang Qinian, who was on 10,000 fathoms peak, saw Lin Feng on the arena, he revealed an extremely disappointed expression. He said to Luo Kudi, who was beside him, "Let's go, I don't want to watch anymore." Luo Kudi also secretly shook his head. He followed behind Wang Qinian and slowly left the pavilion. The result was already decided. There was indeed nothing to see. 5 moves are over. You can go down now, Xiao Qin said softly as he dodged Lin Feng's saber qi again. Lin Feng smiled coldly, "Don't speak as if you can defeat me at any time. This is just an excuse for you to be suppressed by me." Xiao Qin smiled faintly and did not argue. He used the high-level technique of the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Incantation, the Cloud Dragon's 9 transformations. On the arena, 9 illusory figures appeared. Hu Qi. The 9 illusory figures moved at the same time, turning into 9 cool breezes that blew towards Lin Feng from all directions. The cool breezes were gentle, bringing with them a refreshing feeling. Not only did Lin Feng not feel any killing qi or pressure, he even felt comfortable. When he felt that something was wrong, he suddenly felt pain in the 9 acupoints on his chest. In the next moment, blood spurted out like a fountain. The 9 figures merged back together and the lunar shadow saber returned to its scabbard. Xiao Qin stood behind Lin Feng and said indifferently, "Sorry, I can indeed defeat you at any time, be it in the past or now." Pu Tong. Lin Feng immediately knelt on the ground and muttered, "Clear wind chop," only seeing the cool breeze and not the saber. Qingyun Peak's 7 Great Secret Techniques. Actually, I should have thought of this long ago. The referee removed Lin Feng's identity medallion and waved his hand. Immediately, someone carried Lin Feng off the arena and treated his injuries. The huge crowd did not make a sound when they saw this scene. Although they knew that Lin Feng might not be a match for Xiao Qin, they did not expect Xiao Qin to be able to toy with Lin Feng in the palm of his hand. He only used 1 saber strike to defeat the 2nd-ranked core disciple of Wanren Peak. His strength was equivalent to the top 10 core disciples on the Wind Cloud list. Thinking about how Xiao Qin was currently only a peak martial Grand Master, if he advanced to Martial Saint one day, he would definitely be able to enter the top 10 of the Wind Cloud list. Mu Hing stood beside Zhang Lai and said softly, "Do you still think that Yi Qin does not have the strength to fight for the top 10? Zhang Lai revealed a bitter smile. He discovered that he could not see through Yi Qin anymore. It seemed like he had an endless supply of trump cards. Previously, it was the 17th move of the Lingyun Saber technique. This time, it was Qingyun Peak's secret technique. I take back what I said earlier. He does indeed have the strength to fight for the top 10 of the Wind Cloud list. However, I will personally defeat him in the true battle for points at the end of the year. Mu Heng smiled faintly and did not say anything. He felt that Zhang Lai was too naive. In this world, there were some people who would only leave you further and further behind after they surpassed you. No matter how hard you worked, you would not even be able to see their backs in the end. In Mu Heng's opinion, Xiao Chen was such a person. He was neither arrogant nor rash, he did not reveal himself. However, once he revealed himself, he would be able to shake the heavens and shock everyone. At the highest point of the pavilion, the top 10 core disciples of the Wind Cloud list each stood in their own position. Murong Chang's calm expression could not help but change slightly when he saw Xiao Chen execute the clear wind chop. He looked at Lu Ryue in the distance and muttered, "Clear wind chop. Ryue, have you not given up yet? No matter what, I will let you know that aside from me, no one can help you revitalize Qingyun Peak." After Mu Heng and Zhang Lai easily defeated their opponents, this duel finally came to an end. Including Lin Feng, 7 people had lost their qualifications to become core disciples forever. The chief examiner looked at the crowd and said, "Let's disperse first. Mu Heng, Yi Chen, and Zhang Lai, the 3 of you stay behind." After the crowd dispersed, the chief examiner said, "According to the higher-ups, the 3 of you have the qualifications to participate in this mission. Don't ask me what the mission is, you will know after 3 days. What you need to do is to work hard on your cultivation within these 3 days and strive to improve further." The 3 of them exchanged glances, they could see a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. The moon hung high in the sky like a round plate, quietly emitting a tranquil light. The light scattered around every inch of Qingyun Peak. In the independent courtyard that Xiao Chen was in, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the bed. It is time to break through to the 4th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Xiao Chen thought to himself. There were still 3 days. He had to strive to improve his cultivation and cultivation technique. The qi whirlpool in his body spun very quickly. The essence flowed slowly along his meridians, following the circulation route of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. The surrounding lightning attributed spiritual energy quickly gathered in Xiao Chen's body. As the spiritual energy poured in continuously, the essence in Xiao Chen's meridians slowly turned from a transparent color to a crystalline purple. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation had 3 thresholds. Every 3 layers would result in a qualitative change. The first 3 layers were the foundation of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Only by reaching the 4th layer could one be considered to have barely reached the next level. When one reached the 4th layer, not only would one be able to cultivate higher-ranked immortal techniques, but the Purple Thunder True Fire origin would also improve. The most important thing was that the essence in one's body would produce a trace of lightning energy. In the future, every move one made would produce a strong lightning-attributed electricity. Cultivating lightning-attributed martial techniques would also allow him to achieve twice the results with half the effort. The rushing thunder saber technique that lacked an opportunity might be able to advance because of this, allowing him to practice the final move of the rushing thunder saber technique, the rushing thunder triple chop. Thus, breaking through from the 3rd layer to the 4th layer was more difficult than breaking through from the 3rd layer. Fortunately, Xiao Chen had made ample preparations for this. Be it the 20 auspicious signs in the underground world or the immortal grade flowing light marigold, they all made it much easier for him to break through to the 4th layer. Time slowly went by. After an hour, the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation in Xiao Chen's body finally completed a great cycle. The crystalline and crystalline purple essence slowly returned to the qi whirlpool. Xiao Chen sank his consciousness into it and saw a tiny purple electric light at the bottom of the spiraling qi whirlpool. Although the electric light was small, the energy it contained made Xiaochen slightly startled. After a while, the electric light condensed into a drop of purple liquid and slowly dripped down. When I condense 361 purple electric lights, this purple thunder divine incantation should be able to reach the fourth layer, Xiaochen thought to himself. Chapter 236. Xiaochen sank his consciousness and cleared his mind. He continued to circulate the purple thunder divine incantation unhurriedly. The speed at which the surrounding lightning attributed spiritual energy poured in also increased. See! Xiaochen's room was filled with electricity. Occasionally, electricity could be seen in the air, crackling as it flickered. Then, it vanished into nothing. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated for another great cycle. This time, the purple electricity in the qi whirlpool condensed into 2 drops of purple liquid. The instant the liquid fell, Xiaochen felt that every inch of his body was filled with a boundless energy. It made his mind surge and his qi and blood surge endlessly. As time went by, the speed at which the purple thunder divine incantation circulated was no longer under Xiaochen's control. It circulated at a frightening speed. The electricity in the qi whirlpool crackled endlessly. Dee-da. 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 The purple liquid fell quickly. Xiaochen still managed to condense 100 drops of crystalline and translucent purple liquid. Xiaochen's hair and skin started to glow with a purple light. This was especially so for his hair. His originally black hair was now crystalline and translucent, giving off a strange glow. The gentle moonlight shone through the window screens, giving Xiaochen a faint yellow glow. The purple and yellow colors mixed together, forming an enchanting glow. When the purple thunder divine incantation circulated for 200 great cycles, the lightning attributed spiritual energy in the entire courtyard could no longer satisfy Xiaochen's needs. The range of the spiritual energy slowly expanded. In the end, all the lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the entire Qingyun Peak surged towards Xiaochen's room. The spiritual energy in the Lingyun mountain range was many times denser than that of the ground. The lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the entire peak was comparable to the spiritual energy in a medium-sized city on the surface. Suddenly, the surging lightning-attributed spiritual energy formed a huge whirlpool on the roof of Xiaochen's room. This whirlpool was connected to the qi whirlpool in his body. Every time the cyclone in Xiaochen's dantian rotated once, a large amount of surging and powerful lightning-attributed spiritual energy would enter Xiaochen's body. Within the whirlpool, thunder and lightning roared. From time to time, lightning streaked across the night sky, illuminating the entire mountaintop. The huge commotion immediately startled everyone on Qingyun Peak. The Divine Saber Camp's bladesmen guarding the library revealed grave expressions. The leader did not know what was going on and wanted to send someone to check it out. Don't be anxious. Someone's cultivation technique is advancing. There is no need to be too shocked. Lu Qing walked out of the library and stopped the people from the Divine Saber Camp. Xiaochen looked at the huge lightning whirlpool in the distance at the bottom of the mountain. Occasionally, the horrifying lightning within the whirlpool tore through the sky, tearing apart the night sky. The grave expression on Lu Qing's face was no less than that of the Divine Saber Camp's bladesmen. He thought to himself, such a horrifying mysterious phenomenon, could it be that a heaven-ranked cultivation technique is about to advance? In Xiaochen's independent courtyard, Lu Riyue and Lu Suifeng stood outside. Their faces were filled with astonishment as well. The two of them were less than 500 meters away from the whirlpool. They could clearly feel the horrifying might within it. The thunder was like a flood dragon roaring angrily, the lightning was like a tongue of fire spitting out. All that was left in the air was pure lightning-attributed spiritual energy. All the other attributed spiritual energy had been cleanly expelled. Everywhere was crackling lightning. Under the illumination of the electricity, it was as dazzling as a solar eclipse. Lu Suifeng squinted his eyes and said worriedly, "Sis, will Yichen be fine?" "Jinx." Lu Ryue knocked Lu Suifeng's forehead violently. She said, "I have only seen such a phenomenon in ancient books. It is a strong cultivation technique advancing. Yichen has always been cautious. If he is not completely prepared, he will not advance rashly." Although Lu Ryue said that, the anxiety in her eyes did not lessen at all. It was also written in the ancient books that if a cultivator failed to advance, their cultivation technique would flow in reverse. Their meridians would break and they would die. Suddenly, the whirlpool in the sky turned into countless tiny bolts of lightning. They entered Xiao Chen's room. Immediately, the mysterious phenomenon in the sky disappeared, and everything became calm. Boom! After a moment of silence, a huge force exploded in Xiao Chen's room. The room suddenly collapsed, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Xiao Chen's figure leaped out from the cloud of dust. A purple light flashed in his eyes, disappearing in an instant. It was like two beams of purple light suddenly disappearing in the dark night. It was as resplendent as a pillar, soul-stirring. Lu Suifeng looked at Xiao Qin. He discovered that he could no longer see through Xiao Qin. In the past, he could still guess his cultivation realm. Now, he only had one feeling, unfathomable. Xiao Qin had noticed the two of them long ago. He smiled faintly and pushed off the ground with his feet, landing beside the two of them. He left behind a purple afterimage in the air. After a long time, it slowly thinned until it disappeared. The anxiety in Lu Ryue's eyes vanished. Her pretty face revealed a joyful expression. "Congratulations on crossing the first great hurdle of a cultivator and successfully advancing to martial saint." This was not the first time that Xiao Qin advanced his Purple Thunder Divine Incantation and Cultivation Realm at the same time. It was the same when he advanced to Martial Grand Master. Thus, he did not find it strange, he just treated it as a pleasant surprise. Xiao Qin smiled. "This is all thanks to the dense spiritual energy in Qingyun Peak. Otherwise, I would have needed at least a month to advance." These words were not exaggerated at all. The spirit vein's origin under the Lingyun mountain range could very well be the core spirit vein's origin of the entire Shihe province. If Xiao Qin advanced at some other place, the overly thin spiritual energy would not allow him to advance so smoothly. When Lu Ryue saw Xiao Qin being so humble, her impression of him improved greatly. She smiled and said, "I shall not disturb you anymore. Your cultivation technique and cultivation realm have both advanced. You should now carefully comprehend them. If there is anything you do not understand, you can come and ask me. I will find someone to fix this room tomorrow." Lu Suifeng looked at Xiao Qin. He felt somewhat bitter in his heart. When Xiao Qin first came to Qingyun Peak, he was only an inferior grade martial grand master. His cultivation was not even as high as his. However, in less than half a year, Xiao Qin had crossed 2 hurdles in one go. Then, he crossed the first great hurdle in front of cultivators and entered the martial saint realm. With such talent, he could be ranked in the top 10 among the young disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Lu Suifeng thought about himself. A year ago, he was already a peak martial grand master. However, he could not touch the door to martial saint. It was only after he consumed the flowing light flower that he managed to comprehend it. However, Lu Suifeng had a calm temperament. The fact that Xiao Qin was able to advance to martial saint only gave him some pressure. He smiled gently and said, "Do you admit it or not? Now, I can no longer catch up to you." Xiao Qin smiled faintly and did not say anything. Lu Suifeng's talent was not low. Unfortunately, his temperament was not resolute enough. If he could get rid of these distracting thoughts, his cultivation would improve significantly. After the two of them left, Xiao Qin started to inspect the condition of his body. He sank his consciousness into it. The formless chi whirlpool in his dantian had turned completely purple. With a thought, a strand of purple essence immediately came out from the purple chi whirlpool. It flowed through his meridians and entered Xiao Chen's right hand. Shwa! Without any obstruction, the purple energy left Xiao Chen's body and formed a small saber chi in the air as it flew forward. A small tree about 10 meters in front of Xiao Chen was easily chopped in half at the waist. There were traces of electricity leaping around the gap in the small tree, lingering for a long time. Xiao Chen revealed a complicated expression. He said, "The essence in my body has already turned into pure lightning-attributed essence. In the future, if I were to learn lightning-attributed martial techniques, I would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. However, if the attribute was too pure, there would be some obstruction to the comprehension of other martial techniques. For example, the Lingyun saber technique that Xiao Chen was currently researching. The Lingyun saber technique did not have any requirements on the attribute. However, in terms of states, it was the state of mountains and the state of clouds. If Xiao Chen wanted to comprehend it further, he would have to overcome the instinctive state of thunder in his body. It would be much more difficult for him to comprehend it compared to others. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and said, "Never mind, let's not care about this for now. I should take a look at the progress of the purple thunder true fire first." With a thought, a fierce flame started burning in his right eye. Xiao Chen shouted, "Withdraw." The purple flame immediately gushed out like a waterfall. Xiao Chen opened his right hand and a ball-sized flame immediately floated in his hand. In the center of the flame, there was a strand of dazzling electricity leaping around. It gave the purple flame a strange hue. The dazzling electricity was the origin flame of the purple thunder true fire. The purple thunder divine incantation had advanced to the 4th layer. Xiao Chen could finally successfully draw out the origin flame. In the Tianwu continent, flames were also divided into different attributes. There was the extreme cold flame, which could instantly freeze the target into a pillar of ice, shattering it into countless ice shards. There was also the nurturing flame, which could treat injuries and expel the cold. It nourished the body and had the effect of bringing the dead back to life. There was also the ghost flame, which had a corrosive effect. No matter how strong the opponent's defense was, it could easily corrode them. There was also the incomparably tyrannical dragon flame, which was indestructible and unblockable. There were all sorts of flames, and it was not as simple as burning. As for Xiao Chen's purple thunder true fire, it was a lightning-attributed flame. Its origin flame was a strand of lightning soul. The flame contained boundless electricity. "Shoot!" Xiao Chen shouted, and the purple flame in his hand transformed into a sharp arrow, shooting into the pitch-black night sky. The purple arrow had a long, flaming tail behind it. It cut the night sky in half like a piece of black cloth. In an instant, it flew for more than a kilometer. Its speed surpassed the speed of sound. It was unknown how far it flew. In the night sky, only a spot of light could be seen moving continuously like a meteor. After a long time, the distant night sky suddenly gave off a resplendent light. It illuminated the night sky like it was daytime. However, countless bolts of electricity tore the sky apart. Hua la la. The instant the arrow exploded, Xiao Chen clearly felt the essence in his body drain away like water. Xiao Chen looked at the sky, at the direction the purple arrow flew in. He was somewhat astonished as he said, "What a fast speed. With such a sudden attack, no one would be able to block it." However, this was not the time to be concerned about this. Xiao Chen leaped up gently and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. His figure instantly disappeared from the courtyard, heading for a desolate forest in the back mountains of Qingyun Peak. Xiao Chen scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense. After he verified that there was no one around, Xiao Chen took out the broken sword he obtained in the ancient remnant from the Universe Ring. Chapter 237. This broken sword was the same as the Thunder King's Thunderwood sword. Aside from its sharpness, there was nothing special about it. However, when it was placed next to the lunar shadow saber, there would be an intense reaction. They were attracted to each other. Xiao Qian had wanted to burn it for a long time. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, the purple thunder true fire that could burn the thunderwood sword could not do anything to this broken sword. Coincidentally, the purple thunder true fire's grade had increased again. Xiao Qian was prepared to give it another try. He wanted to see what reaction there would be after he burned it. Summoning the purple thunder true fire, Xiao Qian gently placed the broken sword in his hand in the middle of the flames. His spiritual sense wrapped around the broken sword as it floated steadily in the middle of the flames. Pu Ci. The moment the flames touched the broken sword, it immediately gave off a dazzling electric light, crackling non-stop. Black smoke came out from the surface of the broken sword. The entire broken sword changed its appearance. The dust on its surface was removed, and it gave off a bright light once again. Wang! Wang! The lunar shadow saber in Xiao Qian's left hand could not help but tremble. The trembling became stronger and stronger. In the end, Xiao Qian almost could not hold it anymore. Could this broken sword really contain a portion of the battle sage origin? Xiao Qian thought to himself. The battle sage origin was the strongest offensive qi in the world. Because it was too strong, it was split into 6 portions. Each portion was embedded in a subdivine weapon. Back then, the Thunder King spent the latter half of his life searching for the remaining 5 portions of the battle sage origin. No one knew how many portions he found and what the final result was. No one knew who was it that injured the Thunder King and broke the Thunderwood sword in his hand, forcing him to seal the broken sword in the Moonlight Stone for 1,000 years. Later generations did not know. Back then, the Thunder King was a peerless genius. With the Thunderwood sword in his hand, he was unrivaled in the entire Great Qin nation. He was a peak expert in the entire Tianwu continent. There were not many people who could force him to use his full strength. Who could force him to a dead end? Aside from Ao Jiao, no one knew the answer. However, Ao Jiao did not answer this question. She had been avoiding the topic, not telling Xiao Qian the answer. Clearly, she was extremely wary of the matter of 1,000 years ago. Xiao Qian had a guess about this. The Thunder King might have already found the other 5 subdivine weapons containing the battle sage origin. However, just as he was about to fuse the divine weapons, he was severely injured by someone. His 5 subdivine weapons were separated, and the Thunderwood sword in his hand was chopped into 2. Why was he so afraid of the Thunderwood sword that was about to become a divine weapon? The answer was obvious. It had to be the owner of a divine weapons master. From the day the divine weapons were born, there were only 10 divine weapons in the world. It was as if even the heavens were afraid of the divine weapons. King, from the sage, the thunder dragon, sword from the wood, from dragon. From sword. Wood, from wood. The owner of a divine weapon was afraid that his divine weapon would fall. Hence, he chose to make a move early. He used the might of the divine weapon to defeat the Thunder King, Sang Mu. Xiao Qian's guess was very reasonable. However, he did not have any evidence. Hence, Xiao Qian did not dare to be too sure that the events of the past were as he expected. The purple thunder true fire that released its origin energy was several times hotter than before. It reached a horrifying temperature of more than 5,000 degrees Celsius. Under Xiao Qian's fervent gaze, that broken sword slowly melted. It turned into liquid and slowly dripped down. Hu Qi. The instant the liquid fell, it floated to the lunar shadow saber scabbard in Xiao Qian's left hand. It seemed like it had a life of its own as it flowed towards the gap between the scabbard and the hilt. It wanted to enter the scabbard and merge with the saber. Pooh! The simple and unadorned scabbard gave off a horrifying force, knocking away all the liquid flying over. Xiao Chen sent out a strand of his spiritual sense and gathered all the molten metal in the air. He frowned, not understanding what was going on. What is going on? When that broken sword completely melted, all the molten metal gathered together and moved around continuously. It was like jelly on earth. It was very strange. Who? Suddenly, a black figure flew out from the gathered molten metal, heading for Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chen was prepared for this long ago. He instantly used his spiritual sense to form a thick wall in front of him. It was impregnable. When the figure crashed into it, it bounced back. "Ayo! Ayo!" The figure let out a pained cry. Xiao Chen finally saw what it looked like. It looked exactly like a human, there was no difference at all. However, it was clearly much weaker. It gave off an extremely sinister aura, making others feel disgusted. So, it is the item spirit of the subdivine weapon. Because the broken sword did not receive proper maintenance, it has turned into an evil spirit. Now that Xiao Chen knew what it was, he was no longer surprised. No wonder the scabbard was disgusted by these things and merged with the lunar shadow saber. So, this was the reason. After the item spirit turned into an evil spirit, it would lose its consciousness. It would become a monster that only knew how to kill. If it was merged into a spirit weapon, it would turn the spirit weapon into an evil weapon, bringing disaster to the world. In the Tianwu continent, there were many evil cultivators who collected these evil spirits to refine evil weapons and use them to increase their strength. If this evil spirit, which was once the item spirit of a subdivine weapon, completely occupied the lunar shadow saber, it would immediately turn into an extremely evil weapon. Even Xiao Chen would be affected. However, this evil spirit had been tempered by the purple thunder true fire, so its strength was significantly weaker. It could not pierce through the wall that Xiao Chen laid down. Instead, it even injured itself. The evil spirit seemed to know how powerful Xiao Chen was. It roared and immediately flew into the distance, trying to escape this place. Trying to run. Can you run? Purple thunder true fire. Shoot! When Xiao Chen saw that the evil spirit was trying to escape, he smiled faintly. The purple thunder true fire turned into a sharp arrow and shot out with a long flaming tail. It was like a resplendent bolt of lightning. It surpassed the speed of sound and instantly caught up to the black evil spirit, piercing through it. Boom! The purple flame exploded. The might of the origin energy was completely unleashed. The brilliant electric light lit up the forest like it was daytime. The black evil spirit cried out in grief and turned into nothing, completely disappearing from this world. When Xiao Chen felt his essence flowing out like water, he sighed and said, "I only used it twice and my essence is already mostly depleted. Looks like this move can only be used as a trump card." After the evil spirit died, the broken sword turned into molten metal and flew back to the lunar shadow saber. This time, the strange scabbard did not stop it. It released the lunar shadow saber that wanted to escape. The snow-white blade of the lunar shadow saber trembled in the air. It was like the molten metal had melted into his skin. There were no ripples as it completely seeped in. When the last drop of molten metal completely seeped in, the snow-white blade of the lunar shadow saber became even more dazzling. Xiao Chen stretched his hand out and grasped the lunar shadow saber. He immediately felt the energy in the saber become stronger. The lunar shadow saber advanced from inferior grade earth rank to medial grade earth ranked. Unfortunately, he did not see the so-called battle sage origins. Xiao Chen was slightly disappointed. Since there is no battle sage origins, why did Ao Jiao tell me to refine this broken sword in such a hurry? If there was a problem that he could not figure out, he would put it aside for now. This was Xiao Chen's usual way of doing things. He would not waste time on it. When the time came, he would straighten things out. It was already very late. After advancing to Martial Saint, he had improved in other areas. It was not convenient for Xiao Qin to check them one by one. There were still 3 days. It was sufficient for him to stabilize his cultivation. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Xiao Qin stabilized his cultivation. If there was anything he did not understand, he would ask Lu Riyue for guidance. Lu Riyue had been a martial saint for much longer than Xiao Qin. Hence, she had a lot of experience in this area. She imparted it to Xiao Qin without holding anything back. For example, the speed at which saber qi could be condensed faster. How to use the least amount of essence to maximize the lethality. Xiao Qin's comprehension ability was high in the first place. After consuming the flowing light flower, his comprehension ability became even higher. He was able to understand Lu Riyue's explanation after hearing it once. He could even deduce many things from one example. Xiao Qin had benefited greatly in many aspects, his strength had increased significantly. It was night, there were no clouds in the sky for thousands of kilometers. He could clearly see the countless stars dotting the night sky. With one glance, the night scene was extraordinarily beautiful. Tomorrow was the day the missions would be issued. Xiao Qin did not intend to cultivate tonight. He intended to have a good sleep to replenish his mental energy. For cultivators, the effects of meditating was comparable to sleeping. Hence, many cultivators would use cultivation to replace sleep. Doing so would not affect their mental energy. However, they would not be able to relax their minds. After all, when cultivating, the mind would still be awake. If there was even the slightest movement, one would be able to feel it immediately. Hence, only by sleeping could one truly relax their entire body. This would allow the cultivator's mental energy to recover to its peak state. Lying on the bed, Xiao Qin closed his eyes and cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. After 10 minutes, his breathing stabilized. His chest rose and fell as he breathed, and he slowly entered dreamland. In a daze, Xiao Qin did not know how much time had passed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. However, what he saw was not the room he was familiar with. Clouds surrounded him, and the sun shone brightly above him. When he looked around, many people and houses appeared before him like ants. This was one of the peaks of the Lingyun mountain range. Is this in my dream? Xiao Qin thought hazily. This was because time and space did not match his perception. The most important thing was that he could not get rid of that haziness. When Xiao Qin turned his head back, he saw the previous peak master of Qingyun Peak, Lu Riyue's father, Lu Tianyu, sitting cross-legged on a rock. Lu Tianyu's weathered, wrinkled face was calm as he looked at Xiao Qin quietly. You do not seem to find this strange. Xiao Qin had already guessed that this person had invaded his dream. He did not find it strange. After all, there was someone in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion with such strong mental energy that could easily break through his defenses. Aside from him, Xiao Qin could not think of anyone else. He said indifferently, there is nothing strange about it. It is just that I am not used to people invading my dreams for no reason. Sorry. Right after Xiao Qin spoke, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. In an instant, the winds and clouds changed. The entire space was like glass, shattering. Chapter 238. At the summit of Qingyun Peak, Lu Tianyu sat cross-legged on a rock. His expression was unfathomable as he muttered, this brat's mental energy is actually so strong. If I do not use the divine weapon, I will not be able to stop him. Under the night sky, Xiao Qin's figure flickered continuously as he quickly leaped towards the summit of Qingyun Peak. Xiao Qin paused for a while on the precipice and used the gravity spell to climb up. When Xiao Qin landed on the summit again, it was exactly the same as in his dream. He looked at the old man on the rock and said, the next time you look for me, I hope you do not intrude into my dreams. In the depths of everyone's dreams, there were secrets. If this secret was discovered by others, it could be used by the opponent to attack the weakness of one's state of mind in battle. Although it was extremely difficult to enter the depths of a dream, especially for a cultivator with strong mental energy like Xiao Qin, it was even more difficult to enter. Furthermore, Lu Tianyu did not do so. However, Xiao Qin felt that it was dangerous and felt somewhat displeased. Lu Tianyu smiled faintly and did not answer Xiao Qin's question directly. "Do you remember what you promised me?" Xiao Qin nodded and said, "I remember. As long as it is within my capabilities and does not go against my heart, I can do it. Do you know what mission you will be going on tomorrow?" Lu Tianyu looked at Xiao Qin and asked, "Have you ever thought about why there is a limit on the number, an age, and the Saber Emperor convening order?" Naturally, Xiao Qin had thought about this before. However, the higher-ups did not want to talk about it. The clues were limited, so there was no way for him to figure it out. He just had to face it calmly. Xiao Qin did not think too much about this. Now that Lu Tianyu asked this, could it be that the mission he arranged for Xiao Qin had something to do with this mission? Thinking of this, Xiao Qin could not help but ask, "Could the mission you arranged for me be related to this mission?" "That's right. I won't beat around the bush. Since it's already the last day, there's no need to keep it a secret." Lu Tianyu paused for a moment as his expression turned serious. "You should have heard about the demonic calamity 20 years ago, right? What you heard was only the tip of the iceberg. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's losses in that calamity were far greater than what the rumor said. An inferior grade martial sage, 10 martial monarchs, and countless martial kings. The biggest loss is that the previous pavilion master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, who had the highest chance of advancing to Emperor Wu, died." When Xiao Qin heard this, he could not help but be startled. 1 martial sage, 10 martial monarchs, and countless martial kings had died. Such a strong force was sufficient to sweep through the entire Great Qin nation. How horrifying was this force to be able to annihilate all these people? When Lu Tianyu saw the astonished expression on Xiao Qin's face, he continued, "The strength of the demons in the deep abyss demonic world is much more terrifying than you imagine. The boundless deep abyss demonic world has a total of 18 realms. Each realm is a world of its own. Even the smallest realm, the first realm, is several times larger than the entire Tianwu continent. Each realm is ruled by a realm master. As for how strong this realm master is, it is impossible to measure it based on the strength of the Tianwu continent. Back then, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion only encountered one of the 18 demon generals under the first realm master. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion did their best, but they could not kill this demon general. They could only seal it temporarily." Lu Tianyu spoke tirelessly, telling Xiao Qin about the secret history of the past. His words were somewhat vague, but Xiao Qin could already imagine what kind of horrifying power it was. If Emperor Wu did not appear, even a demon general under the first realm master would not be able to do anything to him. Xiao Qin raised his head and asked, "Are you saying that our mission this time has something to do with the deep abyss demonic world?" Lu Tianyu nodded and said, "That's right. 20 years ago, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion only temporarily sealed that spatial crack. Until now, it has not been mended. Until now, it has not been mended." Xiao Qin felt suspicious and asked, "Didn't the people of the 3 holy masters send someone to mend it every 20 years? Could it be that they have not come to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion for 40 years already?" Lu Tianyu nodded and said, "It is as you said, the 3 holy masters have not come to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion for 40 years already." "Why? Isn't sealing the spatial crack the responsibility of the 3 holy masters?" Xiao Qin asked, feeling confused. "Responsibility?" Lu Tianyu smiled self-mockingly, "You are too naive. Do you think there are such noble people in this world? Do you think they would help others out of goodwill without asking for anything in return? In the eyes of the 3 holy masters, an insignificant Heavenly Saber Pavilion is nothing. They are the true rulers of this continent. Things have to be prioritized. Even if they want to deal with it, they have to start with the bigger picture. What you think is extremely urgent might not be much in their eyes. Naturally, they have to deal with the more important things first. In the past, the reason why the three holy masters would send someone over every 20 years was because there was an absolute genius in the heavenly saber pavilion. He was able to enter the realm of Emperor Wu before the age of 50. Now that this genius is dead, they might have forgotten that there is a heavenly saber pavilion in the great Qin nation. Xiaochen frowned heavily and entered deep thought. He had not expected such a simple matter to have so many dark sides to it that no one knew about. After sorting out his thoughts, Xiaochen said, "Based on what you said, how can I, an insignificant martial saint, do something that even martial sages and martial monarchs are unable to do?" Martial sages and martial monarchs are indeed unable to do it. However, you forgot your other identity, the inheritor of the Thunder King. Lu Tianyu looked at Xiao Qin and said sullenly, 1,000 years ago, the seal was originally complete. If not for the Thunder King making a move, the seal would not have been broken. 1,000 years later, you have the responsibility, the ability, and the obligation to deal with the mess that the Thunder King left behind. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold. He said coldly, "You don't have to keep using the name of the Thunder King to pressure me. Although I am the inheritor of the Thunder King, I am not him. I hope you understand this clearly. I am helping you out of my own will. If it is beyond my capabilities, I will choose another method to return it to you. Your decision is clearly beyond my capabilities. Sorry, I cannot accept it. Goodbye." Even a martial sage could not deal with it. How could he deal with it if he went? Lu Tianyu was clearly using his identity as the inheritor of the Thunder King to threaten him to his death. Do you really think that I gave that scabbard to you casually? Or do you think that the pure lightning attributed essence in your body without any impurities is just a coincidence? Do you really know why you came to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Just as Xiao Qin was about to jump off the cliff, Lu Tianyu's voice came from behind him unhurriedly. Xiao Qin could not help but stop. He turned around and looked at Lu Tianyu. He asked, "What do you mean?" Lu Tianyu did not answer Xiao Chen's question directly. He waved his hand and a strong suction pulled the lunar shadow saber in Xiao Chen's hand over. Huang dang! A snow-white saber light flashed in the dark night. Suddenly, it shone on Xiao Chen's face, making him feel uncomfortable. Lu Tianyu looked at the snow-white lunar shadow saber and muttered, "This is a pretty good saber. After merging with the second broken sword, its might is much stronger than the last time I saw it. Unfortunately, the owner of the saber does not know how to use it." Right after Lu Tianyu spoke, he tossed the saber in his hand into the dark sky. The saber suddenly released a boundless lightning. Rumble! Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The dazzling electric light tore through the sky, leaving a space that was even darker than the night sky. Finally, the electric light condensed and the saber's light was withdrawn. Everywhere it passed, the night sky was split in half like a piece of black cloth, falling to the sides. Xiao Qin stared dumbfoundedly at all this. This saber could even split the sky. Ka xie! Lu Tianyu held the scabbard and waved his hand at the sky. The lunar shadow saber drew an arc in the air and returned to the scabbard with a schwa sound. After a long time, the two halves of the night sky slowly merged back together. Lu Tianyu tossed the lunar shadow saber back to Xiao Qin and said, "You can also use this kind of power. However, there is only one chance. Remember, there is only one chance." Ignoring Xiao Chen's astonished expression, Lu Tianyu continued, "What I am asking you to do is naturally within your capabilities. You don't have to worry about this. Actually, if you think about it carefully, you should be able to understand the reasoning behind this. Why don't the strong elders go? Why only the young disciples can enter? Furthermore, there is a limit to the number of people. This is because once one's bone age exceeds 24, they will not be able to enter that space. What you will be facing is not the true demons, but just the projection of these demons. Xiao Chen received the lunar shadow saber and his expression returned to normal. He said indifferently, "Cut to the chase. What do you need me to do? How can I swing that saber earlier?" That saber earlier had given Xiao Chen a huge shock. He had never expected the lunar shadow saber to be able to display such a strong force. Xiao Chen's heart was filled with questions. Back then, when he was in the miniature ancient absolute saber formation, he already had this feeling. The true strength of the lunar shadow saber was not as simple as what he had seen. Lu Tianyu smiled and said, "What you need to do is very simple. You just have to kill the projection of the 18 demon generals at the crucial moment. When you open your eyes, you will know how to execute this saber. In the end, this mission is still very dangerous. After you complete it, I will tell you where the third broken sword is." "What does it mean when I open my eyes?" Right after Lu Tianyu spoke, his figure slowly turned blurry in front of Xiao Chen. After a while, this space started to shatter and eventually turned into nothingness. "Who?" Xiao Chen opened his eyes and sat up on the bed. He looked at his surroundings. It was the room he slept in. He looked out the window and saw that the sky had just brightened. It was still blurry. Getting up, Xiao Chen tossed aside the blanket and quickly walked out of the courtyard. He looked at his familiar surroundings. Cold sweat poured down his back as he looked at the mountain peak in the distance. He muttered, "So, I did not break it at all. That dream was really a joke." After a long time, Xiao Chen recovered his wits. He drew the lunar shadow saber in his hand. The snow-white saber gave off a bright light. It was incredibly sharp. Chapter 239. The instant the saber was drawn, Xiao Chen immediately felt an extremely complicated formation appear within the lunar shadow saber. The formation lines were densely packed, like a spider web. There was a resplendent light at the center of the formation. It looked like it would explode at any moment. Xiao Chen immediately understood what Lu Tianyu meant. As long as he opened his eyes, he would know how to execute that move. The secret was in the center of the formation. As long as he detonated the light, he would be able to execute that move. Xiao Chen tested it out. He extended his spiritual sense into the formation and gently touched that light. Qi! Qi! A horrifying energy immediately rushed into the center of the formation and spread out in all directions. The spiderweb-like formation line started to light up. Xiao Chen was startled and quickly withdrew his spiritual sense. The energy of the formation lines immediately receded like a receding tide. So, this is how it is used. Just using my spiritual sense is like igniting a spark of dynamite. It will explode with just a spark. Xiao Chen sheathed the lunar shadow saber. The strange formation in the saber immediately cut off the connection with his spiritual sense. Xiao Chen looked at the scabbard and shook his head. "I should change to a new scabbard in the future." When the sky was bright, Lu Riyue arrived at Xiao Chen's courtyard. She looked for him and explained the reason for her visit. Xiao Chen was somewhat astonished as he said, "Elder sister Riyue, you are going to participate in this mission as well." Lu Riyue smiled and said, "The rules of this mission state that all the experts of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion below the age of 24 must participate. I happen to be at the tail end. I am getting old. This mission is for youths like you, 18 or 19 years old." Xiao Chen rubbed his nose and said, "Elder sister Riyue, actually, you still look like a 17 or 18-year-old. Furthermore, you have a certain temperament that those little girls do not have." Lu Riyue blushed slightly and looked at Xiao Chen in surprise. She said, "This is really surprising. I don't think I have ever seen you praise a girl before. You seem to spend all your time on Qingyun Peak cultivating. Normally, you do not even speak a few words. Cultivation is all about relaxation and speed. Don't let yourself get too engrossed in it, or you'll develop inner demons in the future. Xiao Chen paused for a moment. He had always been introverted. In his original world, he was not good at conversing. After coming to this cruel world, his personality became even more obvious. Not saying anything unnecessary, not doing anything unnecessary. This had always been Xiao Chen's basic principle. Today, for the first time, he opened his mouth and praised Lu Rui's appearance so boldly. Even he was surprised. Not wanting to dwell on this topic for too long, Xiao Chen changed the topic. Elder sister Rui, what are the details of this mission? Have you received the news yet? Lu Rui shook her head and said, I am not sure either. I only know that the person in charge of this operation is Lu Qin, the Lu Qin you met in the returning cloud hole. Lu Qin. Xiao Chen had a deep impression of this person. Is he only 24 years old? Don't tell me he's stronger than you, Sister Yu. Since he was the person in charge, his cultivation would definitely be the highest. Lu Rui's cultivation was already horrifying enough. Could it be that Lu Qin was even more horrifying than her? Lu Rui nodded and said, his cultivation is about the same as mine. However, the martial technique he cultivates is rather special. So, his combat prowess is slightly stronger than mine. However, he is 1 year younger than me. Xiao Chen felt ashamed in his heart. He is only 23 years old, and his cultivation is already very close to becoming a martial king. Originally, he thought that aside from Lu Rui, there was no other genius like him in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It looked like it was as the Hall of Contribution said. In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, geniuses were the most worthless thing. When Lu Rui saw that Xiao Chen was somewhat dispirited, she consoled him, don't be too discouraged. Lu Chen is being nurtured as the next leader of the Divine Saber Camp. It can be said that he has the best conditions in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Medicinal pills, spirit stones, secret manuals, and there are even death-sworn soldiers specially trained in killing qi. These are far from what you can compare to. Xiao Chen had long understood the terror of the Divine Saber Camp. It could be said that they were the true elites of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the final protectors. It made sense that their future leader could have such a powerful cultivation base. Shi. A green bird circled in the sky as it flew down. Lu Rui called Xiao Chen over and jumped onto it. They flew towards the heaven viewing platform. Lu Rui's piloting skills were many times better than Lu Suifeng's. They only spent a quarter of the time before arriving at the drill grounds of the heaven viewing platform. The people on the drill grounds had not all arrived yet. There was no one in the spectator stands, it seemed very empty. Not long after the two of them landed, an elder led Lu Rui away. Xiao Chen looked at Lu Rui's departing figure and thought to himself, it seems like Lu Rui knows some insider information. Yi Chen, how long have you been here? Not long after Lu Rui left, two familiar people walked over to Xiao Chen. They were Mu Heng and Zhang Lai, who had collapsed a long time ago. Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised when the two of them walked together. I have not been here for long. What did you find out about this mission? It is useless. Lu Tianyu and Xiao Chen had revealed too little information. Xiao Chen was not very confident. These two people's identities were not simple, they should have some insider information. Mu Heng's expression was somewhat grave as he said, my father did not reveal much to me. He only used 4 words to describe this mission, 90% chance of survival. There was no useful information. Xiao Chen was somewhat disappointed, he did not know as much as he did. Since there is a 90% chance of survival, why would your father dare to send you out? When Mu Heng heard this, he took out a talisman and said, this is a divine flame talisman. It can instantly teleport. Zhang Lai has one as well. Xiao Chen had heard of the divine flame talisman before. It was extremely expensive. It was in short supply in the Great Qin nation, where it originated from. Once it appeared in the Great Qin nation, it would be gone. He did not expect the two of them to have one. With the divine flame talisman, they could save their lives at a crucial moment. No wonder they dared to risk their lives. They had already prepared a path of retreat. Mu Heng continued, "From the news I received, there is a limited number of divine flame talismans. Aside from the top 10 core disciples on the Wind Cloud list, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion Elders Assembly did not give out any divine flame talismans." Xiao Qin could understand this. It was the survival of the fittest. Outstanding people had superior conditions, it was the same everywhere. With Lu Tianyu's position, he should be able to obtain a divine flame talisman. However, it was not hard to guess why he did not give it to Xiao Qin. Zhang Lai, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "Yi Qin, you broke through to Martial Saint." Xiao Qin nodded and smiled gently, "Aren't you the same?" When Zhang Lai heard this, he smiled bitterly. "I originally thought that after I became a Martial Saint, I would be able to surpass you. Who knew that you would become a Martial Saint as well?" The people on the drill grounds arrived one after another. The moment the top 10 people on the Wind Cloud list landed, they were immediately taken away by the Elders' Assembly. It was probably to give them the divine flame talisman. The three of them chatted for a long time, exchanging their experiences and comprehensions of martial techniques. The three of them had pretty good talent, they all had their own unique understanding of saber techniques. After chatting for a long time, the three of them felt that they had gained a lot. Some of the questions that they could not figure out were answered. This was especially so for Xiao Qin and Zhang Lai. The two of them had practiced the Lingyun saber technique to great perfection. However, their methods were different. After exchanging their experiences, they gained some comprehensions. "Yi Qin, come over for a while. I have something to talk to you about." Lu Ryue's melodious voice came from the front. Xiao Qin said goodbye to the two of them and quickly walked over. Lu Ryue's expression was exceptionally grave. She brought Xiao Qin to a place where there was no one around. She took out a divine flame talisman and said, "This is a divine flame talisman. At a crucial moment, it can save your life. Take it." Xiao Qin was slightly stunned. He did not expect Lu Ryue to give her divine flame talisman to him. However, since Lu Tianyu did not give him a divine flame talisman, he probably had his own plans. Shaking his head, Xiao Qin did not take it. He said, "You should only have one divine flame talisman. You should keep it and use it. It should be more than enough for me to use my movement technique to escape." Lu Ryue frowned slightly and said somewhat angrily, "Are you saying that your movement technique is better than mine? Now that your strength has improved, you look down on me, your master." Xiao Qin was caught off guard. He quickly explained, "No, that is not what I meant. I mean, don't say no. I told you to take it, so take it. If you don't take it, I will really get angry." Lu Ryue seemed to be really angry. Xiao Qin felt helpless. He could only take the divine flame talisman that Lu Ryue handed to him. He said, "Thank you, elder sister Ryue." Seeing Xiao Qin take the divine flame talisman, Lu Ryue's expression immediately turned warm. She said, "That's right. I will not be able to accompany you on this mission. I just received news that there are a total of 100 people participating in this mission. You will be split into 10 groups. Each group will have 10 people. The top 10 core disciples on the Wind Cloud list will lead the group. This mission is very dangerous. Be careful." After Lu Ryue spoke, she left Xiao Qin in a hurry. She seemed to be in a rush. Xiao Qin thought to himself, "It looks like Lu Ryue already knows the details of this mission. Since she is in such a hurry, this mission should be much more dangerous than I thought." When Xiao Qin returned to the drill grounds, Mu Heng and Zhang Lai immediately waved at Xiao Qin, indicating for him to come over. Xiao Chen nodded and quickly walked over. The 100 people participating in the mission had already arrived on the drill grounds. The people from the Elders' Assembly were discussing something anxiously on the tall platform in front. Suddenly, Zhang Lai asked in a soft voice, "Yi Qin, did your master reveal anything to you? I saw her standing in the elders' seats. She should know something." When Mu Heng heard this, he looked at Xiao Chen curiously. Xiao Chen shook his head. "She did not say anything. She only gave me a divine flame talisman. Anyway, we are about to depart. The answer will be revealed soon." Mu Heng nodded. "That's true. If we continue to let our imaginations run wild, we will not be able to guess the answer. We might as well wait patiently." After waiting for a long time, there was still no news. The people present started to get impatient. All sorts of discussions gathered together. It was very chaotic. Xiao Chen cocked his head and listened for a while. They were all guesses about this mission. What surprised him was that many people had already guessed the general direction. The discussion on the tall platform finally stopped. When the first elder of the main hall's elders' assembly, Jiang Qi, heard the noise below, he frowned slightly. Silence. Chapter 240. The moment Jiang Qi spoke, it was just 2 simple words. However, there was a sense of majesty lingering in everyone's ears. No one dared to show any signs of disobedience. Xiao Chen thought to himself, Jiang Qi used his mental energy when he spoke. His spiritual sense was extraordinary. He could clearly feel that Jiang Qi had combined his vast mental energy with the word silence. Otherwise, he would not be able to achieve such an effect. If there was a chance, I should give it a try. Jiang Qi's 2 simple words caused Xiao Chen to comprehend something. Jiang Qi was very satisfied with the reaction of the crowd. After muttering to himself for a while, he said, "The mission this time is about to begin. I believe you all have already guessed the importance of this mission. There are not many missions that can make the Heavenly Saber Pavilion use the Saber Emperor convening order. This mission concerns the life and death of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. I hope you all will do your best. After the mission is completed, everyone will receive 100 medial grade spirit stones. You can choose a peak earth ranked cultivation technique, a peak earth ranked spirit weapon, or battle armor." After Jiang Qi spoke, the crowd was flabbergasted. They did not expect the rewards of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to be so bountiful. 100 medial grade spirit stones could be exchanged for 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Of course, no one would be foolish enough to exchange medial grade spirit stones for inferior grade spirit stones. This was just an example. For cultivators who had advanced to Martial Saint, inferior grade spirit stones could no longer satisfy their needs. They would use up an inferior grade spirit stone in a day. Furthermore, the effects would not be as good as before. When one advanced to medial grade Martial Saint, the effects of inferior grade spirit stones would be even weaker. When one advanced to superior grade Martial Saint, inferior grade spirit stones could only be used to recover spiritual energy. They would no longer be of any help to cultivation. This was because the density of essence in inferior grade spirit stones was already too thin. At this moment, only medial grade spirit stones would have an effect on his cultivation. If these 100 people all came out successfully, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would have to fork out 10,000 medial grade spirit stones. Xiao Chen guessed that this would be at least a fifth of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's reserves. After all, the spirit veins in the entire Great Qin nation were not of high grades. It was too difficult to obtain medial grade spirit stones. Zhang Lai, who was at the side, exclaimed, "How extravagant! My Zhang clan has been in Yunyang City for hundreds of years and we have only obtained a few dozen medial grade spirit stones. We are still reluctant to use them." Xiao Chen frowned. He was thinking even further. The reward of a mission was usually linked to the difficulty of the mission. The higher the reward, the more difficult the mission would be. Jiang Qi pointed to Lu Qin and Lu Riyue, who were standing beside him. He continued, Lu Qin and Lu Riyue will be in charge of this operation. Later, you will be split into 10 teams. The team leaders are the top 10 core disciples on the Wind Cloud list. If you have any questions, you can ask the team leaders directly. The mission leaders have absolute authority in the missions. No. No of shao of. No. None of you all to you, he give. He. Of. Of. Shao of yun of. But he said, Chen of shao was. Of yun was. Long of shao of yun, of. Mu Hang, Zhang Lai, and Xiao Chen were assigned to the same team. Aside from them, there were 6 other unknown core disciples. The team leader was the only female disciple in the top 10 of the Wind Cloud list, Yun Kursin. Yun Kursin looked at everyone and swept her gaze across the faces of the 9 people. She said, state your name, cultivation realm, what you are good at, and the attribute of your martial spirit. You will go first. She pointed in the direction of Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin thought for a while and said, Qingyun Pixi Qin, inferior grade martial saint. I am good at movement techniques and Lingyun saber technique. The attribute of my martial spirit is lightning. When Yun Kursin heard Xiao Qin say that his attribute was lightning, a strange look flashed in Yun Kursin's calm eyes. Her gaze lingered on Xiao Chen's face for a while longer. After that, everyone continued. Beichen Peaks Mu Heng, Peak Inferior Grade Martial Grand Master. I am good at defense. The attribute of my martial spirit is wood. Tianyue Peaks Zhang Lai, Inferior Grade Martial Saint. I am not good at anything. The attribute of my martial spirit is wind. Qianduan Peaks Gao Xiang, Medial Grade Martial Saint. I am good at offense. The attribute of my martial spirit is fire. After the 9 people finished explaining themselves, they had a general impression of each other. Yun Kursin nodded slightly and pointed at Xiao Qin. She said, from now on, you will be the vice captain of this team. Aside from me, his words are the loudest. The moment Yun Kursin said this, not only was Xiao Qin surprised, but the other 8 were astonished as well. This was especially so for Qianduan Peaks Gao Xiang. Among the 10 of them, his cultivation was higher than Yun Kursin's peak inferior grade martial saint cultivation. Gao Xiang was already somewhat dissatisfied with Yun Kursin being the vice captain. However, she was, after all, one of the top 10 core disciples on the Wind Cloud list. Her strength was clear for all to see. Gao Xiang could not help but be convinced. However, now, an early-stage inferior grade martial saint had to be the vice captain. Gao Xiang could not accept this. Gao Xiang snorted coldly, why should he be the vice captain? Don't you understand that in the martial saint realm, even a small advantage in cultivation would be reflected 100-fold in strength? Yun Kursin's expression did not change at all. She said calmly, the reason is that he is stronger than you. The lightning attribute will have a strong advantage in this mission. Gao Xiang revealed a mocking expression, are you joking? A person who just advanced to inferior grade martial saint is stronger than me, a medial grade martial saint. Chi! Right after Gao Xiang spoke, he heard a piercing sound resounding in his ears. It reverberated in his ears and his mind went blank for a moment. When he recovered his wits, he had only raised the huge saber on his back halfway. Suddenly, he discovered that a 2-finger-wide, 20-foot-long saber had appeared at his chest. The tip of the saber tore through his clothes and pressed against his chest, leaving behind a small wound. Dong! Dong! Gao Xiang's heartbeat sped up uncontrollably. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. A horrifying killing chi surrounded his chest. It felt like the tip of the saber would pierce through his skin and crush his heart in the next moment. The expression on Yoon Kersen's face did not change at all. She was extremely calm, as though she was doing something insignificant. She said softly in a gentle voice, "Cultivation is very important, but sometimes, it is not omnipotent. My judgment of people has always been very accurate." "Are you doubting my judgment?" "No, I just have some doubts," Gao Xiang said with a trembling voice as he raised the huge saber in his hand. Pu ci. Yoon Kersen controlled the saber in her hand and pushed it forward a little more. Now, it was just above the ribs in front of his chest. She said indifferently, "Do you still have any doubts?" Gao Xiang had never felt death so close to him before. He said in a fluster, "No, I really don't." Huang dang. Yoon Kersen sheathed her saber with a schwa sound. Gao Xiang's tensed heart immediately relaxed. He sprawled on the ground, panting without any grace. Xiao Chen, Mu Heng, and Zhang Lai exchanged glances. It went without saying that this woman was too horrifying. The experience of a few seconds would probably become Gao Xiang's nightmare for the rest of his life. Yoon Kersen turned her gaze to Xiao Chen and asked softly, "Do you have any doubts?" Xiao Chen said very decisively, "No." Yoon Kersen's way of doing things was very direct, quick, and decisive. Honestly speaking, such a character suited Xiao Chen's taste very well. She did not have many rules and regulations, just a set of rules. Although Xiao Chen was not afraid of Yoon Kersen, there was no need to get into a conflict with her over this matter. There was nothing wrong with being the vice captain. As long as she did not threaten his safety, it was fine. Yoon Kersen did not have any obvious expression on her face. She nodded and said, "Now is the time to ask questions. We only have 5 minutes. Try to simplify your questions." The same scene happened in other places as well. The 10 core disciples explained the contents of this mission to the others. Perhaps Yoon Kersen's earlier actions had frightened the others, resulting in a period of awkward silence. Xiao Chen organized his thoughts before asking, "What are the details of the mission? Where is the location? What do we need to do?" Yoon Kersen did not think for long before she replied, "The details of the mission are very simple. Enter a subspace between the deep abyss demonic world and the Tianwu continent and kill all the demons there. The location of the mission is that subspace. The subspace is 50 kilometers south of the Lingyun mountain range. There is a seal blocking it, so the exact location is unknown. I need you all to bring out your strength and kill all the demons in the subspace to prevent the seal from being damaged." This was a very formulaic answer. When everyone heard it, they felt ashamed in their hearts. Killing all the demons in the subspace. This mission was very simple. When Zhang Lai saw that Yoon Kersen was easy to talk to, he quickly asked, "Then how are the rewards for this mission calculated? What do I have to do to complete the mission?" The reward of 200 medial-grade spirit stones was not only very tempting to Zhang Lai, it was very tempting to the others as well. When Zhang Lai asked this question, even Gao Xiang listened carefully. After all, everyone knew that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would not be so foolish as to let you walk around the subspace and then give you spirit stones, secret manuals, or spirit weapons. There would definitely be a standard. Yoon Kersen did not disappoint everyone. She continued, "The details of the mission are personal. Everyone has to kill at least 20 demons. After killing the demons, there will be demon cores. All you have to do is hand over 20 demon cores. If you exceed that, there will be additional rewards." A female disciple of Gangyu Peak asked, "When will the mission end? How long will it last? Will we not be able to come out if we do not succeed?" Yoon Kersen raised her head and looked at the sun in the sky. Then, she lowered her head and said, 5 minutes are up. I will not be accepting any answers for now." Her timing was really accurate. Xiao Chen calculated in his heart. It was exactly 5 minutes, no more, no less. After that, the atmosphere was rather heavy. With Yun Kursen's aura, no one dared to bring up other topics. The Elders' Assembly's arrangement was actually pretty good. They arranged for a team leader for every 10 people. The team leader would explain the details of the mission to the 10 people. This would save a lot of time. Otherwise, if the first elder had to explain them one by one, they might not even be able to finish in half a day. Furthermore, the results would not be good. Chapter 241. Rumble. Suddenly, the sky above the drill grounds turned dark. Rumbling sounds came from above. Everyone looked up and saw a few huge bird-type spirit beasts. When the spirit beasts spread their wings, they were 100 meters long. When the spirit beasts flew together, they covered the entire sky. These are the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's guardian spirit beasts, Heavenly Wind Vultures. They are the tyrants of rank 6 flying spirit beasts. I did not expect all of them to come out. Someone below recognized the spirit beasts and exclaimed in astonishment. The huge heavenly wind vultures created an intense gust of wind as they circled around in the air before landing on the drill grounds. Yun Kursen called out to the crowd and quickly headed for one of the heavenly wind vultures. Everyone quickly followed. The huge heavenly wind vulture looked similar to the red-tailed eagles of Earth. The feathers on its back were light brown, its abdomen was lighter, and its tail was reddish-brown. However, there was a pair of sharp claws on both ends of its wings. They were strangely sharp like hooks. When the huge wings spread out, they formed a space of a few hundred meters. A dark-skinned old man stood on the neck of the heavenly wind vulture. He was the driver of the heavenly wind vulture. Xiao Chen and the others all walked up. The old man stepped on the heavenly wind vulture's back. The heavenly wind vulture immediately cried out and created an intense gust of wind as it rushed into the sky. A strong wind blew from both sides. A few core disciples with weak willpower were nearly blown off the vulture. They were startled. When the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's second elder saw the many heavenly wind vultures flying away, he turned to Jiang Qi and said, "First elder, are you really at ease letting these youths go?" Jiang Qi said indifferently, "What else? Do you want me to repeat the mistakes of the previous generation? Back then, I tried to persuade him for a long time, but he was unwilling to sacrifice these youths. He wanted to fight personally. What happened in the end? Since ancient times, only those who survive are considered geniuses. No matter how talented you are no longer a genius if you die young." The third elder said, "Back then, Tianhe underestimated the strength of those demons. He was too confident in his own strength. Otherwise, there would not have been such a tragedy." Jiang Qi continued, "That's right. As long as we get rid of these projections, the subspace that connects to the Tianwu continent will naturally shatter. Even if the 3 holy masters do not come, we can deal with it ourselves. I am confident in Lu Chen's strength." Above the clouds, the wind vulture was flying faster and faster. The fierce airflow caused by the vulture forced everyone to use all of their powers to keep themselves from being blown down. Soon, the Lingyun mountain range was left far behind them. Xiao Chen observed for a while and found that there were 11 wind eagles in total. 10 of them were led by a core disciple. Lu Chen, Lu Riyue, and the others were on the last heavenly wind eagle. Using his spiritual sense, he counted 10 people. Xiao Chen thought to himself, "It looks like these are all the candidates for this mission. 100 core disciples and 10 hidden geniuses like Lu Chen and Lu Riyue." After flying for an unknown period of time, the wind vulture's speed started to slow down. A desolate land appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was a vast flat land with no end in sight. Not a single blade of grass grew on the ground, only rocks of various sizes. There was no sign of life, it was completely lifeless. The 11 windy eagles let out a series of caws, then quickly landed on the ground. Everyone hurriedly jumped down from the top and looked at their surroundings with an uncomfortable feeling in their hearts. Lu Qin had a faint smile on his face as he gathered everyone. He said, "The seal is in front. Everyone, please check if you are wearing your identity medallion. If you are not, come to me to get a backup identity medallion. Otherwise, you might be accidentally injured by the barrier outside." Everyone always carried their identity medallions on them. After everyone checked, no one forgot to bring their identity medallion. And, very good. In that case, follow me under the leader's lead. Don't run around. The atmosphere here was very strange. Even without Lu Chen's instructions, no one would run around. Everyone followed behind Lu Chen and slowly walked forward. Not long later, Lu Chen, who was leading the group, suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. The people behind him disappeared as well. Yun Kursen explained, "There is no need to worry. They are all fine after passing the barrier." After the explanations of their respective leaders, they did not panic and continued walking forward. Unknowingly, everyone felt as though they had passed through a formless barrier. The scene before them suddenly changed. An ancient well appeared in front of everyone. The people who had disappeared earlier were all here, gathered beside the ancient well. The height of the ancient well was no more than 1 meter. However, its diameter was very large, about 3 meters. The clear water in the well was like a smooth mirror, without any ripples. Even when the wind blew, there were no ripples on the surface of the water. It looked very strange, as though there was a horrifying monster hidden in the ancient well. 4 old men dressed in black clothes stood around the ancient well. They were like wooden stakes, standing at 4 different angles. Even further away, there was a group of bladesmen from the Divine Saber camp. They all stood there expressionlessly. When Lu Qin saw that everyone was present, he nodded to one of the old men in black clothes. Only then did that old man, who was like a wooden stake, slowly raise his head. His face was as skinny as a tree trunk, looking very frightening. He said in a hoarse voice, "This well is called reincarnation. You must be above 24 years old. Leave immediately. Otherwise, you will be sent to an unknown space." Lu Qin said, "Senior, we have already checked the age of these people. The number of people is also correct. Please rest assured." The old man looked at Lu Qin and revealed a bitter smile on his skinny face. He said, "I recognize your father. They are really timid. They do not even have the guts to make a trip here. I wish you all good luck. I am going to open the seal. Remember, only 10 people can enter at a time." The 4 old men, who were like wooden stakes, turned around and faced the ancient well. They each took out a jade strip and quickly formed all sorts of hand seals. "This is a sealing formation from the ancient era," Shaochen thought to himself. Unfortunately, aside from the 3 holy masters, the specific method of laying formations had already been lost in the Tianwu continent. ZZ. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared on the calm surface of the water. The calm surface of the water started to churn non-stop. Slowly, a huge whirlpool appeared on the surface of the water. In the middle of the whirlpool was a boundless black hole. It was unknown where it led to. When Lu Qin saw the situation, he immediately said anxiously, "Murong Chong, bring your people down first. The rest will follow the rankings on the wind cloud list, one at a time." Murong Chong had a calm expression on his face. He did not hesitate and took the lead to jump into the whirlpool. The 10 of them jumped in one after another. There was no movement at all. They were instantly sucked in by the black hole. As the elites of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's core disciples, everyone here had a stronger mental state than regular cultivators. When faced with such an unknown situation, they did not hesitate. Soon, Xiao Chen's group fell. Yun Kursin took the lead and jumped in. Xiao Chen looked at the bottomless, spinning black hole and followed suit. The instant Xiao Qin was sucked in by the black hole, his body was sliced into countless pieces. However, he did not feel anything, his consciousness was a blur. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps it was an eternity, perhaps it was just an instant, Xiao Qin felt his body regathering and he landed firmly on the ground. This was a strange space. The ground was covered in black soil. When they looked up, there was a scarlet moon hanging high in the sky. It was scarlet, it was very strange. Occasionally, there would be strange black birds the size of crows circling in the air. They gave off g sounds, it was very disturbing. After Xiao Qin landed, Mu Heng, Zhang Lai, and the others slowly appeared. All 9 of them were present. They looked around but could not find Yun Kersin. Zhang Lai looked around and felt it was strange. He said, "Why do I not see Yun Kersin? Why are the other teams gone as well? Stop looking, I'm here." Yun Kersin's figure suddenly appeared behind the group. "I just went out and took a look at the surroundings." The other female disciple of the 10, Lu Jia, asked worriedly, "Where are the others? Did we get separated from them? Or what's going on?" Yun Kersin raised her head and looked at the sky. A trace of seriousness appeared on her calm face. She said, "You can ask questions later. Now, prepare to fight." Xiao Chen's right hand was already on his saber hilt. The strange birds in the sky had a very heavy evil aura. They were circling above everyone's heads and had not left. Yun Kersin quickly said, "These are blood crows, rank 4 demonic beasts. They live by sucking blood. In the demonic world, they should be of a higher rank. The most important thing is that before they die, they will self-destruct. Xiao Chen, I'll leave these blood crows to you. Infuse them with electric attacks. This can prevent them from self-destructing before they die. Mu Heng, you are mainly in charge of defense. If Xiao Chen cannot kill them all, just block them. There is no need to kill them. The rest of you, don't act rashly for now." Pu Ci. Right after Yun Kersin spoke, the 3 blood crows circling in the sky swooped down. From a distance, they looked like 3 scarlet arrows falling from the sky. Ka Xie. Xiao Qin did not wait for the blood crows to arrive before him. He immediately drew his lunar shadow saber. A snow-white saber light appeared in the dark space. He chopped down 3 times. 3 strands of pure lightning attributed saber chi flashed by. Scarlet blood splattered everywhere in the air. The 3 blood crows were split in half and fell from the sky. A black aura flowed out from the wounds. It merged with the electric light that Xiao Qin left behind, giving off a zzz sound. Before Xiao Qin could catch his breath, hundreds of blood crows flew over from the dark sky. The sound of their wings flapping merged into one, creating a wild wind. Xiao Chen's expression was calm. The instant the blood crows arrived, he shouted, "Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Pu Ci. Pu Ci." Xiao Chen's figure flashed in the air. Saber lights danced around. Boundless saber chi danced among the flock of blood crows. Every time Xiao Qin changed his position, he would send out 12 strands of saber chi. Xiao Qin changed his position a total of 81 times, sending out 1,620 strands of saber chi. Every strand of saber chi would chop down a large number of blood crows. When Xiao Qin landed, the ground was littered with the dismembered corpses of the blood crows. Due to the pure state of thunder, the electric light lingered on the wounds for a long time.